And here it is. We go again. So we go again. So hello everybody. So twice in a day now, going to be probably 3 times in a day. So so we go again. So earlier we were having a transmission just to document the Tinubu inauguration, which we did document, but I felt that it was such a seminal moment in time that we did not really give it the fullness of it. So and we did not also give opportunities for people to react. So we're going to give that opportunity for people to react at the in the course of this session. So in the course of this session now, we'll pick it up from where we left off, or rather where the story has progressed to. And then we're going to send the links out then to see who wants to come and join as we join the Tinubu inauguration. So the 16th president and vice president of Nigeria now official. And here is the ceremony that documents that.
And the band is commanded by Squadron Leader Amos Adeyinka Olodide, the Assistant Director of Music, Headquarter Nigerian Air Force. He is assisted by Captain Kennedy Bua of the Nigerian Army and Lieutenant Commander Emmanuel Oluwole Ajayi of the Nigerian Navy and Deputy Superintendent of Police Abdurazak Mohammed. There are 6 guards on ceremony, and each guard has a guard commander, 2 sub-guard commanders, and a strength of 48 personnel. As we can see, the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan, riding on a Sudanese build of them GMP, is approaching ties to pay compliment to the special guest of honor. Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. And behind the commander in command, Commander Kuzayat Yalkaza, riding on a Dogola breed horse named after the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant Yaya, Command Order of the Republic. We shall take in quick various is commanded by Major Hamza Yakubu Musa.
And we're bringing you live pictures from Abuja, where the 16th head of Nigeria and the 6th Democratic Nigeria, as well as the 5th President of the 4th Republic, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has been sworn in. And as far as from now is concerned, Muhammadu Buhari is now former president. So here we are looking at the new dawn. Any moment from now, he will be giving his speech, and in that speech will carry the promises and the motivation of all Nigerians, the hope and the renewed hope that Nigerians are looking forward to. That speech is going to become very significant.
So really, one of the key reasons why I decided to come back on is really to go through that speech with you guys. So quite a moment in time. So we have to pay particular attention to Tinubu's speech, because within that speech, because he has had all of this time to prepare that speech, so embedded within that speech will be the directional travel of the next 4 years. So we're especially now looking forward to his speech to see what glimpse that gives us into the future. So we listen on. I've put the link in the I've put the link in the comment section for anybody that wants to come and share thoughts. So we're going to open up this space then to see how it goes. So we're seeing how it goes now. I only really made the decision about 3-5 minutes ago, really, to do this. But hopefully it picks up.
because you're going to see it as soundbite on all media stations across the world very soon, any moment from now. But here with me in the studio, I have Adegboyega Bamishile. He is a global ambassador, advocate of good governance, and he is for so many things. Have joined me now. Nice to see you too. And you're looking amazing for this occasion.
What better way to celebrate what the entire nation has been waiting for?
Exactly.
And I must say, for His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, this day is a dream come true. And it's been a long time in the making. A lot has gone into this, and I'm sure that he's happy that the entire country is focused on him as the newly sworn in president.
At the moment he was taking his oath of office, you could hear the uproar, you could hear the vibe from the crowd. What signal was that sending to you?
He's a true Democrat. I mean, you could taste the excitement in the atmosphere. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is a true Democrat. He's one man that is distinguished in his ideologies about politics. I mean, there's easily none compares to who Bola Ahmed Tinubu is, you know, and you can see that through his track records as senator, well, first activist, then senator, then governor, then party leader, and now president. He's gone through the ranks. The people are happy. For the first time, they feel like president who understands, you know, where the shoe is, who knows, who has been through, you know, the wrong that attend to as far as concerned. So Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for all of us, is a dream come true.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Now, Nigerians are expecting something close to a miracle to happen with his administration, knowing that he has capacity, he has pedigree, he has experience. However, if you look at the state of Nigeria, how Nigerians have been living, not just this last administration, but the last few decades, has been one issue another, and Nigerians have generally been looking for something very in their lives. Now, that change that Nigerians have been looking for, is it now that it's happening? Can they say that it has finally come?
It has come, and you're right. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation as well, and rightfully so, because he's like I said, he's got a proven track record. He did this before, and throughout his campaigning around the 36 states, he was the only one who focused on his action plan. He had an action plan that we could relate to. You know, he knew exactly what he needed to tweak in the health sector, education sector. He knew what he needed to do with housing. You know, he knew what he needed to do with me, the police, you know, that beautiful parade. I mean, I'm so excited. I can't wait for Asiwaju to actually resume office, you know, which he already has in principle. But, you know, for him to start, you know, doling the dividends of who voted for, you know, and I can assure you that it's not necessarily going to scuttle what erstwhile President Muhammadu Buhari has done. He naturally would consolidate and build upon more of those things. So for the people, I know that you mentioned there's a lot of suffering. I know that. You know, I go back to my local government very often, and you know, there are social intervention programs that are currently in existence. I'm not sure Ashwa is going and to rent. I'm sure he will consolidate, you know, efforts to make sure that those things get to the people, like conditional cash transfers, you know, aids, farmers, stuff like that. You know,
if you put Nigeria on the platter, there's so many things that he can do. But what areas of priority do you think he should start from?
Areas of priority that Asiwaju should start from, clearly, education. Clearly, you know, the agri sector also, you know, because this affects the grassroots, you know. Also, it and then, you know, did very strong institution. Civil service can be something that, can be glorified again. So that's what Nigerians are waiting for.
All right. Adekunle Michelle, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
See you again.
Yeah.
Right. Now we're still here at the Eagle Square, and we have guests to bring your way. But just stay with us.
Right. Often instances you can tell the directional travel of Nigeria in terms of ethnic tonality by the sort of hats that people wear on their head. So if you go back to the space of Goodluck Jonathan, the whole of Abuja was subsumed by that from the Creeks Fandora hat that they were there, the Goodluck Jonathan type of cap. And then, of course, when you come to the Buhari phase, you could tell, of course, that slightly halfway depressed, dampened, pushed down Fulani, and then with the other half protruding sort of a hat. So now, with Tinubu now coming in, you can expect to see now the sort of hat that people will be wearing around the Nigerian space. It will be the Abeteaja sort of Yoruba inflection, which we saw from that talking head that was speaking to the presenter. But let's listen on.
As we let you know the minds of people who have worked and who are still working around Ashiwaju, and to let you know what the picture is going to look like. Let's take you back to the parade. It's just going on beside me.
Trois gardes formés composés de l'armée de terre. La quatrième garde est composée de la marine nationale. Cinquième garde est composée de l'armée de l'air nigériane. Et la cinquième garde est composée de la police nationale. Vraiment, c'est une activité très intéressante. Nous sommes ravis à tout ce qui se passe. Vous voyez de la force armée nigériane qui sont fiers, parfaitement tenus. Ils sont rigoureux, vigilants et respectueux de la hiérarchie. Mesdames et messieurs, vous serez d'accord avec nous qu'ils se conduisent avec l'humeur, courage et dignité. Ils sont toujours disponibles et voici la qualité de l'armée nigériane. En quelques minutes, ils vont changer le défilé. Au lieu de marcher lentement, ils vont marcher rapidement. Toujours justifier et montrer leur loyauté au président.
So there are so many things going on in this space. The pomp and pageantry of power transiting. So there you are. What you are seeing now, when they're talking about pomp and pageantry, that's pomp and pageantry right there. So that spectacle, everybody delighting in that. At least a lot of people delighting in that because that's the spectacle of state. So that's nothing to do with Hausa, Yoruba, or Igbo or anything. That is the spectacle of state. So that pomp and pageantry, that's one. And then people looking at Buhari's body language in terms of just how he's viewing the occasion, we can see that he's all smiles, that's two. And then people also looking at Tinubu's reaction as it comes into play. So now, people looking at Tinubu's reaction as it comes into play, but what people are really looking for is to see if or where he stumbles. So if he stumbles either physically, metaphorically, or verbally, that will be yet more meat and drink for the usual spaces that likes to luxuriate in that. So a lot embedded in what we're watching. Let's watch on.
De la République, le nouveau président Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
And by the way, apologies for the streaming is entirely out of my control. This is what is being put out by TVC. I've gone to TVC because this is a Tinubu centric sort of well, it's not a Tinubu centric really. It's a Tinubu owned platform, the TVC. So I thought they would have made the best preparation to cover all this, but there's a lot of falterings. You could hear people talking in the background of a transmission. We even heard somebody giving an account number. We can hear interviews going on outside of the main presentation and everything. Of course, the usual Nigerian professionalism and the statics that you're hearing is not my doing. It's not even my bandwidth. It's the quality that's being put out there. So endure.
Of 21 gun salute, which is part of the activities lined up for today's event. The gun salute is a form of saluting in the military tradition used to accord respect or honor to dignitaries. Generally, saluting is done using hand, sword, colors, small arms, and firing of artillery guns. Salute by gunfire is an ancient ceremony which originated in the 17th century and involves the use of artillery guns to fire ammunition, usually blanks, to welcome important dignitaries or commemorate an anniversary. Traditionally, gun salutes are presented to honor or welcome a foreign president or head of state on a state visit. It is also used to cover royal birthdays, marking of public holidays, and independence anniversary celebrations. Others include Ascension Day, State Funeral of a late president, and Democracy Day. That is number one card approaching the salute.
And by the way, just for the purposes of affirmation, for anybody that is still not clear in their thoughts what is going on, what is going on is the transiting of power from one administration to another. So this is the aftermath of the most significant thing that was meant to happen today. So about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, Tinubu stood in front of a man dressed in robe, with a wig on his head. That man described himself as the Chief Justice of the country, and he introduced himself as Kayode Ariwola. So that man, who introduced himself as the Chief Justice of the country, Kayode Ariwola, he then invited Tinubu to put a sachet around his neck, and embedded in that sachet is the Holy Quran. And then after Tinubu did that, the gentleman, Kayode Ariwola, then handed Tinubu a note to read out. In that note that was given to Tinubu to read out is the Pledge of Allegiance to the Nigerian state. So Tinubu read out that oath as was directed by the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Kayode Ariwola. So he read it out, and then after Tinubu read out that oath of office, the Chief Justice of the Federation, Justice Kayode Ariwola, he then invited Tinubu to take a seat, which Tinubu duly did. After Tinubu sat down, Kayode Ariwola equally sat down. And then both men sitting down, Kayode Ariwola, he then spiraled a bunch of documents from his direction in the direction of Bola Tinubu, and then he pushed those documents towards Bola Tinubu. A pen was presented to Bola Tinubu, and he was invited to sign. So now that moment that Bola Tinubu appended his signature on those documents, guess what happened? He became your president. So there it is right there. And so that is it, oh, by the way. That is it. That is it. So if they're asking you from here on in, from this moment, who the president of your country is, there's only one answer, and you know what that is.
That is right now paying compliment to the special guest of honor, President of Canada, Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Your Excellencies, today you are going to witness firing of 21 gun salutes to signal great respect and unflinching loyalty that the Nigerian forces and the Nigerian police force have for the exalted office and patronage of His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. That is number 3 guard paying compliment right now, followed by the color party. The mark of respect we call officers and warrant officers in uniform.
The president of Rwanda is in that space that you're seeing. What is it called? Kagame, whatever his name is. The president of Ghana, I'm sure you saw him in previous transmissions. The president of virtually every significant African country. We saw the Chadian president in conversation with George Weah, the president of Liberia. The dignitaries from the Western world, Europe, America, etc., they're all there at the highest level that they can delegate. So the whole world there to witness this moment in time, the birthing of a new administration within the Nigerian state.
Am I expected to salute?
mesdames et messieurs, les drapeaux, l'officier, sous-officiers en uniforme sont priés de saluer. Merci beaucoup.
There is number paying compliment right now. And following suit is number 6 guard provided by the Nigerian police.
And just behind me, you see the parade of the mountain is clear.
Apologies for the statics in the system. As I said, this is the quality of the transmission being presented by TVC. I was going to say Arise TV, of course, TVC. So this is the quality of the transmission being presented by TVC, but we'll endure it because where we're really looking to land on is Tinubu's real opening speech to the Nigerian state, to then give us an indication of his direction of travel, as I said. So we wait with bated breath to hear from your president.
The days leading up to this particular event have come with different narratives, and they are still, those narratives, are still there. And those are some of the issues we're going to speak with. Let's bring in our next Dr. Danladi Bako. He is a member, he was a member of the PC and also an ACE broadcaster. Good to have you join us.
Very well, thank you.
We've seen the president-elect being all smiles. I mean, but this thing did not come without different narratives. When he was going to take his oath of office, we saw that rousing applause. When he was inspecting the guard of honors, we saw that rousing applause. What does that tell you, and how does that make you feel?
It tells you that Asiwaju Bola just leg up to the president of Nigeria. The structure. Remember that in 2007, he helped Nuhu Ribadu become a candidate. In 2011, he helped and provided the platform of ACN to do this. And 2015, he provided the platform for president. So three nations here support other people to become presidential candidates It is they have every reason to be joyous, to be joyful, and everybody who knows as you and President Bola Tinubu knows that he's a gregarious person, warm, affable, can pick up a discussion, has deep thinking about the economy, human relations, the country. He has friends all over the country, and today he has seen the warmth from the crowd. He has seen how it's radiating from the seats, from the pavilion onto him, and it's just reflecting what the general mood is. And I think it's a total mood of happiness, especially considering what a few naysayers have said, a few people who didn't even give him a chance. There were parts of this country that felt that today, May 29th, somebody else will be sworn. And here we are, President Ahmed Tinubu, in all the glory of a president, the 16th president of Nigeria, the 5th president of the Fourth Democratic Republic.
And I want to speak to that last statement you just made, because now the international media is positing that he is ruling over a deeply divided nation. We had the rhetorics in the course of the election. I want you to react to that, and then how that might impact on his presidency.
Remember that for a long time, most of the time there were two parties that were tested, and those two parties.
So sorry, I'm pausing it for a moment, only really to disagree with that question. Tinubu is not ruling over a deeply divided country, no. And really, it's now time for us to start tackling that narrative head on, because we've heard it said copiously, repeatedly, a deeply divided country. Tinubu is not presiding over a deeply divided country. No, he is not. Because the broader southwestern space, they are in agreement with Tinubu's presidency because that broadly is their will. The broader northern space, they are in agreement with the Tinubu presidency because that broadly is their will. There's a divided, somewhat split, south-south, but largely, significantly, they are in agreement that is broadly their will. So the only space really that has a real recoil from Tinubu's presidency is the southeast, and we all know why. So it's not a deeply divided country. No, it's not going to preside over a deeply divided country. No, he's going to preside against a largely united country with pecuniary ethnophobes from a particular region who are in sore loser mode for reasons that their tribesman was rejected by the Nigerian state. But it's up to them to take the learning from that or not, of course. But Tinubu, no, is not presiding over a deeply divided country.
Somebody else, PDP and somebody else, PDP, and they didn't come from three different tribes. On this occasion, you have one Hausa Fulani man, PDP, one Igbo man, LP, then you had a Yoruba man. So the three major tribes of Nigeria were contesting against each other, technically. And that was going to that was a recipe for fractious ethnicity. Because the three major tribes all had candidates. And so you were going to have, before then also, there had been all sorts of rancor about power shift from north to south, internal crisis in different parties. And so some of the other parties had prepared their candidates that were going to win. They thought they were going to win. And here we are. Bola Ahmed Tinubu has succeeded in arriving at this point today. And I want to assure you that the president I know will ensure that he gathers everybody. Remember,
sorry, to quote the words of Elumelu, last man standing. Last man standing.
His cabinet in Lagos had people like Ben Akabueze, people like Joe Igokwe, who came later, people from all over the country who were part of his cabinet in Lagos. And I am from the Northwest. I'm from Sokoto, and I've been with Ajuwadi since about how many years now? Close to 30 years. So when I know that we have... Ladies and gentlemen, the those tension and to unite all of us.
let me just inform our viewers, because I'm sure they heard that sound. That sound you just heard is from fighter jet flying over the Eagle Square. There is a new commander in chief that they have to pay their respects, and so that's the sound you just heard. Please go on.
You know, and Ashwaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu is somebody who knows the terrain of this country. He has friends all over the country. I know how close he is with traditional rulers like the Sultan. I know how he is with so many of the big traditional rulers. I know how he relates to people. And I have no doubt, people who want to be a little bit slightly whatever, they say that this is the first time we're having a politician as a president. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a politician. And when you have a politician in power, he understands the dynamics, the power dynamics, the integration, the money that is required in this country.
But how important is this perception of him in the international community? How important, and do you think that changing?
The national,
in the international community,
yeah,
that he's really over a deeply divided nation,
yeah,
and probably is not accepted by all. How important is that narrative, and do you see it changing in the course of time?
I see change almost immediately. Why? Because I believe that what they saw was pre-election, after election. In fact, indeed, between the 1st of March, when results were announced, and now, tension has dropped tremendously. The situation has become a little bit more pliable. People are learning to accept the fact that God gives power and takes power. People are learning to accept that we cannot have more than two presidents at the same time, more than one president at the same time. People are learning that by 2027, they will have another chance. And people are learning that we have only one country. We're not going to break up.
So that's politics right there by that chap, of course, that people are learning that by 2027 they will have more chance, they will have another chance. Anybody that wants to take any learning from this should be aware that in 2027 nobody is going to get any chance. No, that's not going to happen. Tinubu will return himself to rule you for an additional 4 years, and then in 2031, so don't if your name is not Danladi or Mukhtar, don't even bother buying a nomination form, because the North are not going to hear it. So what we're seeing now is the next what we're seeing on your screen now is the permutation for the next 16 years of the Nigerian state. Nothing is going to change. They are not this time around. We will surprise you. Nobody is going to be surprised by anything. Tinubu will go on and govern that. He's not going to die, by the way. So forget that. He's not going to die. He's going to get stronger and stronger and do greater and better over the course of his 8-year tenure. And then after that 8 years, the person is likely to hand over to is sitting to the right on your screen there, dressed in a purplish sort of agbada, which will be to his left, which will be Kashim Shettima. So your future and your destiny. So if you are in your 40s thereabout, the most active period of your life, the remaining active period of your life will be spent under the oversight of the people in the front row of that seat. The next 16 years of your life, you see that the front row, Kayode Ariwola, his wife, I don't know who that is. That's Bola Tinubu, and that is Shettima's wife. I think Anana Shettima. That's Kashim Shettima sitting in the purple thing. Bola Tinubu unmistakable, and Remi Tinubu to his right, by his side. So the next 16 years of your life. I need you to put that cup down or whatever it is you are doing and pay attention. The next 16 years of your life is that front row that you see there. And don't worry about the unzobu, whatever it is. The next 16 years of your life is what's on the screen there.
For country because of an election. In 1993, we came to the brink, very close brink of, serious crisis. Today, we're all happier for it. So I strongly believe that it will be sorted out, especially the kind of appointments he makes. Because when he makes appointments, he has been known for picking the right people for the right jobs. And I believe that he will include as many people from diverse parts of this country and with diverse skills that will douse a little bit of the tension.
Dr. Dalandubako, thank you so much for talking to us.
Precious, thank you.
So you know that diversity that this guy is talking about is something that I've often heard mentioned. I've even heard mentioned the narrative of our government of national unity. I'll have to say I disagree with that somewhat. It's a winner take all. That is what it is. Especially a hard fought election. It's a winner takes all. Tinubu is under because 1.5 sort of million between him and Atiku Abubakar, who came second. So it wasn't even a close second. It's an overwhelming mandate that he has, and he doesn't really need to assuage anybody. He got less than about less than 2% of the votes in the southeast. So he owes no obligation to that space. He got the bulk of his votes from in the northwest. He owes an obligation to that space. The second largest set of votes he got was from the southwest. He owes an obligation to that space. So the obligation hierarchy has to come into play. We dismiss Buhari, of course, when he said 5% you cannot expect, but you cannot then categorically be against my will to bring you a good service. And then after I then get the position, then you have the expectation. So this guy, I think, is just being political in his thought. Winner take all. Do you hear? Winner, it takes all.
To the event.
Thank you.
We'll be
very
hearing
much.
more from people who knows the new president, people who have worked with him, whether as a politician, as I mean, he's been in the private.
Information goes into a dive and pulls up, dispersed in several directions from the dive. Acquire the phantoms at the 12 o'clock position as they execute the maneuver. Sentiment, the L9 will be displaying with smoke in green and white national colors. Ladies and gentlemen, at 11 o'clock high position, you acquire the L39ZA formation. L39ZA aircraft, nicknamed Albatross, is a two-seat aircraft powered by a single turbojet engine. Aircraft was manufactured by Aero Vodokody Aviation of Czech Republic and was inducted into the Nigerian Air Force in November 1986. Aircraft is designed to conduct basic, advanced, and combat training. However, with its associated armament system and stores, aircraft is also capable of conducting combat missions. Since its induction, the aircraft has successfully been used for the training of numerous fighter pilots in the Nigerian Air Force. The most notable training in service is the current Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Oladayo Amao, who was a member of Basic Flying Course 11. Distinguished guests, your 10 o'clock high is the Cobra formation in the Lazy 8 maneuver. The aircraft will be dispensing smoke in the Nigerian national colors as a mark of celebration of 24 years of uninterrupted democracy and peaceful transition of political power. It is a sign of our hope and prayer for our dear nation. The history of aviation in Nigeria began in Kano, as the first aircraft to arrive in Nigeria did so on 1st November 1925, when Flight Lieutenant Cunningham of the Royal Air Force planned a flight from Helwan, Egypt to Kano, Nigeria. The entire Nigerian airspace has subsequently been referred to as the Kano Air or Flight Information Region. The Cobra formation is flown by an elite corps instructor pilot operating from the 403 Flying Training School based in Kano, regarded as the home of the Cobras. This is because the portion of the Kano airport occupied by the airbase has historically been a habitat for snakes with a preponderance of the Cobra species, hence the moniker home of the Cobras. However, from a flyer's point of view, the instructor pilots of the school identify as the precision falcons. Okay. After the lazy 8 maneuver, the formation is now reforming to close.
All right. You wonder for a moment what the international community is making of just the spectacle that Nigeria is presenting. But I'm going to skip forward just a little bit just to hear interviews from people who grace the occasion just to see what they're making of it. I don't want to hear that guy's voice for too long. Let's pick it up from here.
Note that at some point in his career, the chief of the air staff, Air Marshal Oladayo Amao, was himself a precision falcon, and is therefore
finally stepped in. Because for me, this man doesn't need our money anymore. He has got the economic know-how to change the narrative, to change whatever is happening, and also to command wealth for this country. So people are afraid that, oh, so much has... So people are afraid that, you know, we're going to have economic issue. But I am not afraid, because this is a man that has done it before. And I believe he will do it again and again and again. So Achiwaju has got the capacity, the tenacity, the credibility, the assertiveness to change whatever the system that does not look good. And I want to tell my brothers and sisters, join him. He said when he was collecting his certificate of return, here I am.
It is quite pertinent to note that this woman makes a special mention of the Igbo people. So I'm not sure if I hope that space settles down quickly, because I'm not sure that the tolerance will extend for any length of time the excesses of the Southeast. So I hope they turn it down very quickly, almost immediately. Really, you hope they turn it down. The characters from the Southeast. Because I don't think the Tinubu space will have the endurance or the tolerance of what Buhari ignored. I suspect that they will match them energy for energy. I suspect they will match them energy from energy. And we saw with Bayo Ononuga, especially during that wave of the Lagos State gubernatorial race, that there is no tolerance for Nzobu, Jubrila Sudani. No, there's no tolerance for that. So maybe almost immediately they now need to shift their swords and just move on. Because I think the Tinubu space is equipped to handle them in the manner that might well be necessary.
You may not want me, some of you, but I'm here now. Let's work together in unity. He's a unifier. He's a detribalized Nigeria. Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Kime egwu mmiri!
Thank you, Honorable. Let me speak with Mr. Jude.
Yeah, Honorable Jude Chukwemega, yes, member of Lagos State Assembly, and the Deputy National Leader, Omabere Waku One. Yes, the truth is that these are Presido, and
I'd like us to just quickly explore, what happens next in the Southeast. Ashwaju performed relatively poorly, in that part of the country.
Yes. The issue now, they also have an interest. Let's give it to them. It's like even 3 key presidential candidates. Of course, they have a right, but the issue is that they did not get it. But some of us, like our own group, we knew from day one, through her foresight, that Ashwaju will win. So we galvanize our own people everywhere in Nigeria to support. And we thank God, Renew Hope is here today. You understand? So, but I want to say one thing. I want to remind our dear president, his initial speech when he met President Buhari and
all right. So there is a man lobbying for a position. So we have to say that first. But he's a man lobbying for a position. But outside of that, he said he knew from the onstart that Tinubu was going to win. And he's not alone in that knowledge, by the way, because you have to have water on the brain in order not to know that Tinubu was going to win that election. Tinubu had built power structures right across the length and breadth of the country. So when you were hearing the lead spaces of Mieti Allah telling us that they're going to vote for Tinubu, when Atiku Abubakar was running, when you heard the Sultan of Sokoto making flattering public outputs in the direction of Tinubu, you see that. When you see Ganduje, who commands one of the key voting blocks of Nigeria, which is Kano State, making in fact, an active member of the Tinubu campaign or structure, when you saw the push from El Rufai that heavens will fall before this guy is not elected, and when you see the whole of the Yoruba space, when you see Yemsen Wike moving in his direction, when you see Sheyi Makinde abandoning his own party to come and jump on board, when you see that Tinubu controls Lagos State, and when you see how he was moving from power structures to lobby power brokers within the Nigerian state towards his cause, then you could see that he was going to be president. So if you saw all that and you still think that some lumbering element from Oka is doing whatever, if you think some lumbering oath from Oka in some production, then you must have water on your brain. You know, you must be suffering from water on the brain syndrome.
Declared that he wants to contest presidential election in Nigeria. He said, my long time heart desire, it has happened today. So for me and for all of us, Nigeria will be good again. For us, we key into this hope of new Nigeria. And I know it's not going to surprise.
What do you think that the new president must do to connect with that a region of the country? The outgone president built the second Niger Bridge, which quite a number of your people are excited about. Are there areas of priority you think he must explore to be able to get the Southeast on his side in the next 4 years?
For me, he should die.
That question being asked by whoever this journalist is the key question, really. So to onboard the Southeast is not a matter of rhetoric, it's a matter of action. You remember, of course, in our yesterday's session, we were discussing how Charles Soludo elucidated a lot of the key marquee projects that he feels will galvanize and propel the Southeast. So Tinubu needs to, as a matter of urgency, pick at least 2 of those key projects in the Southeast and bring them into actualization at rapid speed, so that then, as they continue to enjoy the facilitation that he has provided, it becomes increasingly difficult for them to be doing their, their inzobu, whatever, their tribal dim jams. So he needs to act in terms of infrastructure in that space. And I suspect that's already embedded in his plans. I suspect that will be the case.
Dialogue with the leaders or stakeholders of the Southeast. Get their mindset. Besides, the truth is that we have a brother of us, Nnamdi Kanu, that is under incarceration, whether good or bad. If we can also look at that aspect and release.
All right, I'm pausing it there again. So very quickly, they've brought Nnamdi Kanu into play as a squeeze on the Tinubu space. I would not recommend that Tinubu release Nnamdi Kanu anytime within the next 3 to 6 months, because he needs to first settle in, have a good grasp of how the Southeast is going to politic against his administration before he then plays Nnamdi Kanu into their mix. Because Nnamdi Kanu has to be placed strategically in the mix of the Southeastern space in order for him to have the full impact and effect. So if the Peter Obi crescendo, if it continues to linger as an annoyance, then he can play it into them in order to split the thought processes of that space. Or if there is anything that is rallied against his administration, he can play him into their space in order to divide that, to deviate their thoughts, to split their agitation. But he has to play Nnamdi Kanu quite cleverly politically into the Southeastern space. So I'm not having any expectation that within the next 3 to 6 months he's looking to release the character from Abia State. No. He needs to politic him into the going sun. That is really what I feel he has to do.
For the Igbos, we will be happy. But I know Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will do it, because the man that believes in negotiating with people to know exactly what they want, and I know he's going to bring all of us together, especially the Igbos. You know, Igbos feel that they are being discriminated, but I believe Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will never show any discrimination towards Igbo and every other group.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Well, Nigeria has a new president. It goes by the name.
Well, the Igbos feel they are being discriminated only because they wear victimhood like a garb, like a comfort blanket around themselves. I've never really known a bunch of people that fester and wallow in victimhood as much as the Southeasterners.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And like we mentioned earlier, there are quite a number of foreign dignitaries who made it here for his inauguration.
Having been adopted in 2021, aircraft was manufactured as a joint venture between Pakistan Aeronautic Complex and Chengdu Aircraft Industries of China. It's a 4.5 generation supersonic multi-role fighter aircraft possessing excellent air-to-air and air-to-surface capabilities. The aircraft is now setting up to perform 50 rolls overhead this arena. And roll. The graceful execution of the victory roll.
Question in this country in terms of the appointment of public officers. Contrary to section 14 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, of the federal character, principle, ensuring social justice, distribution of, public goods. So that point is there. And when you talk about insecurity, fighting
sorry, that's really one of the problems with this transmission. We are taking it directly from Arise TV, who we thought will have an expert presentation. But what you're hearing now is a background interview going on, not the interaction with the people on the screen. So, of course, poor quality as ever from Nigeria.
Insecurity. I'm not sure if we can, score.
Seventh successive inauguration we'll have on the African continent in entrenching democracy.
I think that Nigeria is already a democratic country. I've already seen that. So we can understand this the input of Nigeria in terms of diplomatic and bilateral relations with other countries.
Sorry, I suspect that this person being interviewed is a functionary from another African country. That this just from his accent, the accent is not Nigerian.
To them, and there was little calm.
That with people who are here, dignitaries who are here, I believe that Nigeria is developing that.
Benny Bokim, thank you so much for talking to us. Well, I'm joined now by veteran actor Zach Orji. How are you today?
I am good and extremely happy that we have a new president and that the inauguration has been very peaceful. I want to commend the security forces for making sure that everywhere is peaceful. And
so where was the protest, by the way, that we were promised by our brothers and sisters? I thought that would add a bit of a sparkle to the space. Where's that protest? Where is it?
Calm.
So you have thrown your weight behind Asiwaju even prior to the election, irrespective of the direction that the Southeast went. What do you think is the next point of call for the new administration to be able to cement the relationship with that part of the country?
Well, what I think should be done is that, well, as of now, Asiwaju is the president of Nigeria. Whether you voted for him or not, he is your president. Whether you like it or not, he is your president. And I think the new administration should toe that line. What they need to do is to forget that this person voted or this person didn't vote. And bear in mind that the president is always the president of the entire country. And the program and that the program he has, he should go ahead and implement his program regardless of how people voted.
Are you up to about?
So, in other words, knowing Asiwaju, I know that he will bring us in victory. Yes, and he will overlook a lot of things. His main focus is the development of this country to move it to the next step. Yes.
Thank you so very much.
And that is the one thing that plays in the favor of people that are agitating against the victory and subsequent administration of this Tinubu. It is to their good fortune that Tinubu, unlike Buhari, is not really a vindictive man. It is more a man of processes and how things work and all of that sort of stuff. And he already has a map, irrespective of who voted how or where or when. So he already has a map as to what he wants to unfurl for the Nigerian state. And I suspect that map includes all of the geostructures of the country. And that is the good fortune for people who are still riling, especially our brothers and sisters from the Southeast. It is to your good fortune that Tinubu is not Buhari.
For talking to us. Let me quickly get one more comment from the entertainers.
Get the details about him.
What's the name?
Benedict Johnson.
This is my motherland. As you can see, an array of calisthenics, synchronized display. Wait and how the proceeds from the farm.
Agricultural production, which has suffered a lot because of the fear of people not being safe in the and Nigerians, with the swearing in as the new president of Nigeria, is going to bring the Nigeria of our dream.
Precisely what do you consider a priority, the priority for his administration?
The greatest priority that is going to come in is immediately to unite Nigeria. He's now the president of Nigeria. The country is his constituency, and he's been elected as the president of Nigeria. So the first and foremost thing he's got to do is to bring about unity of purpose, unity of performance, unity of governance, unity of inclusiveness, unity of all togetherness, so that Nigeria can become one, so that Nigeria, can demonstrate its capability, to make things happen. So that's number one. Yeah. Number two is going to look at the security. Yeah. When there is peace, when there is security, a lot of things will happen. Yes. Economy will immediately come alive because people will be free to move about. Our farmers will be able, to get into the farm and farm without any fear of being ambushed as before. Because what happened in the immediate past is what we cannot write home about in terms of security. Yeah, and in terms of agricultural production, which has suffered a lot because of the fear of people not being safe in their farms. So after that, it's going to look into the internal governance, the governance itself. Yeah, and it's corruption, whether you like it or not. Yeah, and it's going to show, and I know him, I'm a friend of him, and I know he can tackle internal corruption in the government, so that everything can follow from there. Yeah, everything can follow from there.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Ever statement, John Etiebe. Good to have you. Thank you so much. All right, let's turn our attention now to a representative from the northern parts of the country who has also graced this occasion. What's your name and your designation?
My name is Honorable Ibrahim Balahasan from Bauchi. To build on the legacies of President Muhammadu Buhari, which is key to nation building. Continuity is key to good governance, and we have the high belief that Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will deliver on his promises, and that's why we campaigned for him. And Alhamdulillah, here we are. He's the president, 16th president of the Federal Republic, and we'll continue to support him in the north.
Is the one who wins. And so, as we see people dancing today and sharing that diversity, that rich cultural heritage of Nigeria, it is something that we must borrow from and learn from and appreciate our diversity and just enjoy. I mean, we're enjoying this and just enjoy it.
Well,
we're really waiting to this to the point where Tinubu gives his speech, because really it's the speech that will give us the directional travel of the administration. So we wait in anticipation of that speech to see now what the now new president of Nigeria has to say in terms of what is offering the country. So the pomp and pageantry, the culture display, and all of that. So all of that is always a delight to see. But really, what we're looking to see and hear soon is the man himself. Maybe I should just let me fast forward a little bit.
All the papers is going to make headlines the whole of tomorrow. It's going to make headlines across the world. But everyone is going to wait for that instructive statement that he is going to make about the direction of his administration.
And you also remember the 2007 speech of former President Erdogan, who talked about the government of national unity and talked about electoral reforms. That was also very key for his administration. There is also always that defining agenda that everyone wants to hear, and that becomes a statement and the agenda that everyone holds on to hold to account. What is that? And we're all waiting for that speech, Mike. And I know that we're waiting for that.
So the Tinubu speech will be coming up in a moment. I'm not sure that any of the talking heads on TVC have anything to say that adds anything of significance to anything that we want to hear. But we watch the cultural display in the background. So it has a Wazobia tonality to it, just just wrapped around by the military forces. As a thank you, security agencies. I'm not quite sure why we're attacking the security agencies. Is it for the killings by the Fulani headsmen that we saw endlessly, relentlessly for 8 solid years? But hopefully, that's one of the key spaces that we're looking to see Tinubu address as he takes now the reins of power within the Nigerian state. Just as early as yesterday, the woman next to him there, Remi Tinubu, was telling us then that she's going to be the oldest, probably one of the oldest first ladies to assume office within the Nigerian state at the age of 63. So there it is, just those little bits of snippets of information that I'm not quite sure. Our life would have not lost anything if we did not get to hear that. But there it is. So the pomp and pageantry of state, it's not as spectacular as I was imagining that it would be. Maybe you had to be on the ground to see it. I wonder who this is, why they are putting the cameras on him. But really, what we're waiting for now is in anticipation of the man or for the man of the moment to come up and make a speech. Let him rather tell us the directional travel of the Nigerian state, and then with that, then we know just exactly what the next 4 years will look like. So we're looking for the next 4 years to take shape as that looks like somebody from an African state, because they like to wear those dark shades. In those third world African states, unlike Nigeria, they still have this sort of mafia-like thing as they go to or for their machismo. But we do it differently, of course. So another dollar general, no doubt, looting from either Nigeria or some other African state. So the different location, same narrative. The brass band. Let's listen to the brass band. They're always good copy. Let's listen to the brass band. It is quite significant to note just how people are dressed there, because for all of our sophistication within the Nigerian space, we're a very sort of a ethnic sort of a people. And you can see now the abundance now of the Yoruba. Everybody is dressed in their traditional wear, by the way, but what pops through is the Asho Ofi of the Yoruba race, which is, of course, the cloth of tradition and elegance, and there it is right there. So there it is right there. I'm not quite sure actually what this is telling us. I'm sure, because usually when these things are choreographed, there's usually some form of messaging to it. But the people standing on stilts, of course, that is some sort of ancestral reference, because, of course, at the core of the Nigerian space, we are nativist by our innate instinct. So the nativism of the Nigerian culture are being reflected then with people standing on stilts. So people standing on stilts, functionaries are sitting in a restive mode. The main significant event of the day has already come and gone. The transiting of power from one person to another, with Nigeria now having a new champion, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He has a drug case in California. His hand is shaking, his leg is shaking. He said Bula Balu and this, that. He peed on himself, do you know? So we went through all of that, only really for us to land on this moment in time. And this moment in time now is a seminal moment for the Nigerian state, because it's a directional point for the Nigerian state. So it's a directional point for the Nigerian state, but which direction is the Nigerian state going to be pointed towards? So the direction that the Nigerian state is going to be pointed towards is momentarily going to be brought to your attention, just as Tinubu wobbles, because he doesn't actually walk, or he wobbles, because it looks as though the legs doesn't actually have the strength to carry his frail body sometimes the way he shuffles. So he will shuffle towards the rostrum and then speak in that is Chicago affectation Yoruba accent, to then tell us then where exactly he's driving this bus to. But as we wait for him to straddle that rostrum, which will happen momentarily, the pomp and pageantry of state, there is nobody that knows how to do a formation better than the Nigerian security forces. They may not be any use at fighting criminality, but they're certainly quite adept at pomp and pageantry. So pomp and pageantry from Nigeria to the world. The Chief Justice of the Federation sat at the far end of that mix, and the white horse straddled by a military man, indicating. So in an earlier phase of this transmission, we saw the colors of the army and the Nigerian flag lowered. So we saw that. So the colors of the of the military forces and the Nigerian flag was lowered, and then it was gently folded by military operatives, security operatives, folded and then packaged in an elegant box, two elegant boxes, and then it was handed through a sequence of functionaries to then be handed over to Malam Buhari to mark then categorically and with a final full stop the end of his administration. So we saw that. So the colors of Buhari has been lowered from the Nigerian mast. And then very, 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 very quickly, new colors were presented, still the same inflection. The Nigerian flag did not change, but new colors of security authority were immediately unfurled, and a new flag was raised to mark then the birthing of a new administration, to be straddled by the city boy, as he calls himself, the city boy from Lagos, he claims to be, but people question that still. So how old is he? Where is he from? What is his state of health? all of those questions still continues to agitate in the usual quarters that are agitated by those types of questions, but in serious spaces, serious matters taking effect and actualization. And the serious matter of state are now to be addressed. So now we go back then to the man from Lagos with a question mark with a lowercase l to see what he has for the Nigerian state.
Well, the backbone of the respected, highly commendable president and former president of Nigeria, departed for his home base. My regards to him, all the excellency, the head of state, president, and leaders of various countries, they are present. Former head of state, a great man, Committee Interim Chairman Chief BC Akonde, and my brother Uncle Chief Segun Osoba. Distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives, honorable ministers and members of the just dissolved National Executive, members of diplomatic corps, the royal fathers, men of the armed forces, I salute you for your sacrifices and the supreme sacrifices that provide the needed moral strength and clarity of thought in those instances where evil seems to have reached the limit of ourselves, of our finest destiny. The nation's journey has been shaped by the prayers of our founding fathers and other millions, and the collective sacrifices of us all.
All right, guys. The quality of that stream is just too poor, really, for us to contend with. So let me switch it over to Channels Television. See if they have. They're usually better equipped. So hopefully, because it's too important a speech for us to be hearing it in staccato. So let me switch it over to Channels TV. See hopefully a better quality.
The respected, highly commendable president and former president of Nigeria, departed for his home base. My regards to him, all the excellencies, the head of state, president, and leaders of various countries, here present, former head of state, a great man, committed, highly honored the development of this country, General Yakubu. My dear wife, the new first lady, Oluremi Tinubu. In both word and deed, the peaceful transition from one government to another now is our political tradition. This handover symbolizes our trust in God, our enduring faith in representative governance, and our belief in our ability to reshape this nation into a society it was always meant to be. My brothers and sisters, permit me to say a few words to my predecessor, President Muhammadu Buhari. Mr. President, former. You have been an honest, patriotic leader who has done his best for the nation you love. On a more personal note, you are a worthy partner and a friend. And may history be kind to you. For many years, Nigeria's critics have trafficked that the rumor that our nation will break up, even perish. They have even redesigned the map. Yet we are here. We have stumbled at times, but resilience and diversity have kept us going, and we will keep going. Our body may make us bend at times, but it shall never break us. Instead, we stand forth as Africa's most populous nation and as the best hope and strongest champion of the black race. As a citizen, we declare as one unified people, devoted to one unified nation, national cause, that as long as this world exists, Nigeria shall exist. Take me back to the old man's impact there, General Yakubu Gowon. Cliché, to give Nigeria one the task that must be done. If you are young or old, you will remember. Today, faith and destiny join together to place the touch of human progress in our very hand. We dare not let this slip. We live high this touch so that it might shine on every household and in every heart that calls itself Nigeria. We hold the beam aloft because it lights our path with compassion, brotherhood, and peace. May this great light never extinguish. Say amen. Our administration will govern you only on your behalf, but never rule over you. We shall consult and dialogue, but never dictate. We shall reach out to all, but never put down a single person for holding view contrary to our own. We are here to further mend and heal this nation, not tear and injure it. In this way, may I offer a few comments regarding the election that brought us here today to this jump. Yes, it was a hard-fought contest and was also fairly won. Since the advent of the Fourth Republic, Nigeria has known had an election of a better quality. I said so. The outcome reflected the will of the people. However, my victory does not render me any more Nigerian than my opponent. Nor does this render them any less patriotic. They shall forever be my fellow compatriots, and I will treat them as such. They represent important constituencies and concerns that wisdom dare not ignore. Some have taken their concerns to court, seeking legal redress. That is their right, and I fully defend that exercise of this right. This is the essence of the rule of law. Over decades ago, our founding fathers bravely gave us this country to place Nigeria on the map of an independent nation. We must never allow the labor of those who came before us to wither in vain, but to blossom and bring forth a better reality. Let us take the next great step the journey they began and believed in. Today, let us commit ourselves to placing Nigeria in our hearts as the indispensable home for each and every one of us, regardless of creed, ethnicity, or place of birth. My supporters, I thank you. So who did vote for me, I thank you as well. I extend my hand across the political divide. I ask you to grasp the national affinity and brotherhood. For me, political polarization has faded away. All I see here are Nigerians. All of you. May we uphold this treaty, an excellent notion as a new Nigeria idea. My fellow citizens, Nigeria ideal, which I speak of, is more than just an improvement in economic and statistics. These things are important, but they can never convey the fullness of our story. Our mission is to improve our ways of life in a manner that nurtures our humanity, encourages compassion towards one another, and duly reward our collective effort to social evil that seek to divide us. Our Constitution gave us a nation on paper. We must work hard at bringing these noble documents to life by strengthening the bond of economic collaboration, social cohesion, and cultural understanding. Let us develop a shared sense of fairness and equality. South must not only seek good for itself, but must understand that interest has served when good come to the north. North must not see the south likewise. Whether from the winding creeks of Niger Delta, the vastness of northern Savannah, the boardroom of Lagos, the building bustling capital of Abuja, as busy market of Onitsha. You are all the people. As your president, I shall serve you with prejudice towards none, but compassion and amity towards all. In the coming days and weeks, my team will publicly detail the key aspects of our economic program. Today, permit me to outline in broad terms a few initiatives that divide our concept of progressive good governance and furtherance.
So this is probably going to be the most significant thing that he's going to say in the course of this broadcast. And by the way, apologies for the humming sound. That's coming from Channels TV. But pay attention now, as he's going to just in broad strokes describe a blueprint of his intentions.
Of the Nigerian idea. The principles that will guide our administration are very simple. Nigeria will be impartially governed according to the rule of law, Constitution. We shall defend the nation from terror and all forms of criminality that threaten the peace and stability of our country. We shall remodel our economy to bring our growth and develop the GDP much better, achieve the GDP much better than we have today. I assure you.
So it's quite instructive. Things that he's saying there that is going to frontally confront the insecurity of the space. And in the first phase of that speech, he was speaking the language of national unity, bringing people together. And he sort of borrowed from Buhari's original speech. I am going to be president of everybody and not any part. So he did all of that. But now in this phase now, he's giving us broad strokes of details of the thrust of his administration. So one of the first places he went to was, of course, the insecurity of the space, which is to acknowledge then that that insecurity over and above everything else is the primal thing that is to be tackled first before everything else comes after. But then very quickly, he then goes to the area of his strength. He's an economist, as you know, and a highly gifted one at that. When Prince Adebayo was here just a couple of days ago, he was telling us that this guy has a first-class brain in terms of economics and economy, having managed Mobile, and Deloitte and Touche and whatever. So it's a highly trained, very experienced, high-functioning economist. So he's now telling us now that it is giving the assurance that he is going to immediately impact on the GDP of the country. So those two spaces are quite important and instructive. Insecurity, and then subsequently security, and then growth in the economy. So let's listen on.
Do that through job creation, food security, and an end to extreme poverty. In our administration, women and youth will feature prominently. Our government will continue to take proactive steps, such as championing a credit culture, to discourage corruption while strengthening the effectiveness and efficiency of various anti-corruption agencies. That's to be a continued work in progress. Security shall be top priority of our administration, because neither prosperity nor justice can prevail amid insecurity and violence. To effectively tackle this, We shall reform both our security doctrine and its architecture. We shall invest more in our security personnel, and it means more than an increase in number.
Okay. So that is that. You know, that is not breaking news. What he's saying, because of course, in terms of the security architecture of the Nigerian space, a lot of people know that it is under-serviced and under-personneled and under-equipped. So a lot of people know that, and because that has been a known knowledge for such a long time, and because he has had such a slow build up to becoming president, then hopefully then he would have perfected an architectural structure map for the Nigerian security structure, because that there's a now immediacy to it. It's something that needs to happen momentarily, not in the course of, but momentarily. So that's not breaking news that he has come to that realization. But what will be more instructive and what should be more worthy of note is what plans he already has in place and how he kicks it off with immediacy and the level of devotion of resources, especially money to it, and also the personnel that he picks. Is he going to pick another round of people who are just looking to go and buy estates in Saudi Arabia and Dubai? Or is he going to pick a set of people that are actually looking to secure the lives of Nigerians? So a lot of where rather Tinubu now, we have to forget Buhari now and start remembering to mention Tinubu. A lot of the directional travel of Tinubu now is all embedded in the sort of personnel that he unfurls as his team.
We shall provide better training, equipment, pay, and power. On the economy, we target a GDP not less than 6% growth. We aim to accomplish all of this by taking the following steps: budgetary reform, stimulating the economy without engendering inflation, industrial policy to utilize the full range of domestic manufacturing and lessen import dependency. The electricity will become more accessible and affordable to businesses and homes alike.
So there are two things that he said there, just on that last comment, the electricity. So those two things, in fact, if you set aside everything else that he has said and he achieves that, he transforms Nigeria. If it becomes more accessible and more crucially, more affordable, then we have a new country. That's just it. And with that security also now being addressed as well. So those two things, insecurity to security, and then because it's making this promise now, if the electricity is both accessible, more accessible, and more reliable as well, because it didn't add reliable, because we need reliability. So accessible, reliable, and affordable. If we can achieve that, we have a new country. I think we do, and I think you all concur with that. But let's listen on.
Power generation should nearly double, and transmission and distribution network must improve significantly. We will encourage various state governments to continue to participate in this effort. Power generation and distribution of their own. have a message for our investors, local and foreign. Our government shall review all the complaints about multiple taxation. And review various anti-investment inhibitions. We shall ensure that investors and foreign businesses repatriate their hard-earned dividends and profits home. My administration of 1 million jobs and the digital economy. Our government also shall work with the National Assembly to fashion an omnibus job and prosperity bill. This will give our administration the policy space to embark on labor-intensive infrastructural development, improvement, and encourage light industry, provide improved social services for the poor, elderly, and vulnerable. On agriculture, rural income shall be secured by commodity exchange board, guaranteeing minimum prices for certain crops. Animal products, a nationwide program for the storage and facilities to reduce spoilage and waste. All of that will be undertaken. Agricultural hubs will be created throughout the nation to increase production and engage in credit, promote credit, engage in value-added processing. The livestock will introduce the best modern practices and steps taken to minimize the perennial conflict. Through this, food will be made more abundant, yet less costly. Farmers shall earn more while the average Nigerians pay less. On infrastructure, we shall continue the effort of the Buhari administration on infrastructure development there, and know how many railroad and water construction are. On fuel subsidy, unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assumed office and what I've heard is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
And there it is. So there it is. So we must document that then. Fuel subsidy, you heard from the man, your president, fuel subsidy is gone. And a lot of people, I think people like Kulata, Avatai, all of the talking heads that will come here, that they've always insisted that as a matter of immediacy, that is something that that he must address. So he's telling us that fuel subsidy is gone. So it is not budgeted for beyond the cycle of the budget that runs out maybe at the end of this month, maybe next month. So immediately then he's not going to budget for any more fuel subsidy is what he's saying. But how does that then impact on all of these lofty ideals and lofty projects that he has just elucidated? So let's listen on to see if he gives an answer to that.
Subsidy can no longer justify a ever increasing cost and the weight of dry resources. We shall instead the channel whoever to fund to better investment and public infrastructure, education, healthcare, and jobs that will materially improve life for people. Monetary policy, though house cleaning, thorough house cleaning, is necessary. The central bank must work towards a unified exchange rate. This will direct the fund from arbitrage to minimal investment and the plant and equipment. Jobs that are powered, that will power the real economy. Interest rate needs to come down. Currently too high. Anti-people, anti-business. We have to work on all of them. To me, I know I've taken you through a winding time, a long time today. I will end this speech by assuring that the mandate you have given me is not misplaced. The confidence is there. Hope is back for Nigeria. Just let us be united. Thank you. God bless Nigeria. God bless Federal Republic of Ghana.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the inaugural address by the new president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. Please, may we put our hands together once more for His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic.
Excellence, invité distingué, mesdames et messieurs.
All right. So all right. So there it is. So we'll have that playing on in the background as we now take the samplings of the people that have that have gathered. So we kick it off with Ajanle Koko to see if he is ready. So Ajanle Koko. So there it is. So there it is. We've gone through the whole day. We woke up in this morning to Buhari administration, and now by midday, early evening, we have a new president. So there is Bola Tinubu. The whole world gathered at Eagle Square, Abuja, to witness this momentous occasion within the Nigerian state, the transiting of power from one man to another. So Tinubu then goes on to then describe the sort of Nigeria that we are to look forward to. So your thoughts, your first thoughts are for what transpired today, Ajan Lekoko.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. It is a remarkable historical day in our political evolution. Nigerians should be celebrating that finally the worst of the worst administration in the history of our country has gone forever. We should not pray for the kind of Buhari administration to come back in that country, because it's an administration that brought pains, suffering, hardship on Nigerian people. Every promises that he made, almost all, he failed to fulfill. He promised us better security. Security was off under him. He promised us better economy. Economy was off under him. He promised us anti-corruption, anti-corruption. How do I describe it? Effort. Corruption became the worst under his watch. So, poverty turned to, went a different dimension from what we used to know, abject poverty, turned to be multi-dimensional poverty. And 133 Nigerians were put in that multi-dimensional poverty. What of people that are killed? Preventable death. What should have been prevented? 68,000 Nigerians were mercilessly, terminated. Then over 3 million Nigerians were put into, what do you call it? IDP camp under him. A lot of Nigerians japa through the desert that couldn't make it to Europe, that died in the sea. You see, this kind of crisis that we went through under this man, we have to thank God that finally living, another man is coming in. We just have to wish this new man well. We have to pray for him to succeed, because when you succeed, we all succeed as a country. So, having said that, we let me come back one man.
All right. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So we wait for Ajan Lekoko to rejoin us as we hear the words of UFC superfan. So UFC superfan, it's been a long and grueling process to land us at the spot. A lot of laughters, a lot of shouting. There were tears several times before bedtime. A lot of people cried to sleep. But hopefully they wake up to the cheery news that they have a new president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But certainly when we woke up, we were still under the dark clouds of the Mala from the north. But now, the swearing in of Tinubu and the signing of the documents that transits him into the Nigerian president, is that now that ray of light breaking through the darkness that Buhari took us through? Your sentiments for what's going on today, UFC superfan?
Uh, no matter how you look at it, it's a great day for Nigeria in general because at least power was transit peacefully. There were no fighting or anything. There were no chaos. So for that, we should be thankful. However, all of us need to pray for the guy and give him a chance at least in the next 6 months or 1 year and see what he's going to do. So that's just what I have to say. We just need to give him a chance. We only have one country, Nigeria. So anyone that wish him bad, if he fail, then it will affect all of us. So I think we should pray for him. And also, I like the speech and the things is like he's straightforward. He just hit to the point. So I think it's going. Let's. But I don't want to comment yet, really, because I don't want to raise my hope yet. I want to see the cabinet, the people who appoint. That will give me the idea and where the direction of the country is going with the appointment. For now, I would just uh, I will just lower my expectation. Yeah, I'll just lower my expectation.
Yes, just in terms of the appointments, so some names are already coming through in terms of the names that we're going to be contending with in the course of Tinubu's administration. So I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but we were debating who will end up being the spokesperson for the administration. And the person that was at the front to take that seat was a guy called Bayo Ononuga. But then he made a faux pas. He made a misspeak when he was making some ethnophobic
Yeah,
remarks about yes. So now the name that has now come through, presidential spokesperson Dele Alake.
I
So
think
that's
that
already so that's already
that's a
in place.
perfect, that's a good appointment. Yeah, that guy is good. I do watch him on TV whenever I defend the Tinubu's campaign. So the guy is good. The other one is just too no, it's just too brash. You don't say at least you have to be the way you stand for your principle. You have to think whatever you want to say. You know the way the country is. You just go there and type anything you want. No.
Another name that has come through, Ambassador Kunle Adeleke, State Chief of Protocol. So State Chief of Protocol. That is different from the Chief of Staff, of course, which is what everybody is looking to hear who that person will be. Breaking President Tinubu appoints Victor Adekunle Adeleke as a State Chief of Protocol. The newly appointed who is from Oyo State officially began his assignment today. So hit the ground running appointment. So that name has come through as well.
What about
Olusegun
what about the Chief
Olusegun
of Staff?
Dada. No, that's not come through yet. Olusegun Dada, special assistant digital media. So those are the names coming through so
Yes,
far.
I know the guy. I know that Lucia Gundada.
So what are you making of those as names coming through?
Well, those are low level cabinet member. I need the real ones, like the chief of staff, like the secretary of the federal government, and other stuff, like the ministers. Those are the key people I want to see. So
And
those
what will that tell you? What would that tell you in terms of direction of travel?
at least I want to see the kind of caliber of people they are. If they then I'll go through the screening during the screening to see to weigh their capacity. Because for me, I already know like someone like Fashola is sure for me. Someone like what you call Erufa is sure. Then the former Ekiti State Governor Fayemi good. Those those three people are sure for me. Any ministry they take them, I'll believe, okay, they will do something. Apart from those three, I don't have any idea of any other person because those are the only ones I can pick for now.
Right. So the names that are coming through so far, they are names that are known within the Nigerian space, but they are not the traditional, usual government functionaries. So is this indicative of the direction of travel of the Tinubu administration that is going to pick from outside of people that have traditionally straddled the seats of power? So what are you making then of those outside names coming in?
I think it is good. You have to mix it. You have to bring people from outside and people within the party. You have to mix the cabinet instead of just putting like people within the party. No, you have to bring people from outside.
So in the course of his speech, Tinubu told us many things. He spoke to, and by the way, we have through experience learned not to place too much hope on the inauguration speeches of presidents because, of course, Buhari talked a good game in 2015, but then we saw what happened. But one of the things that he did say, Tinubu, in his inauguration speech, is that we have now seen the end of the fuel subsidy because it's not captured in the budget and he has no intentions of budgeting for it. So how do you feel that this will impact on the lives of day-to-day Nigerians?
I think
Or the day-to-day lives of
yes, I
Nigerians,
think
I should say.
for the issue of subsidy, we need to remove it and face it head on. Let it go because we are just making few people multi-billionaires. They don't really. It's like we are subsidizing the whole West Africa. No, it should be cancelled. Let's bear the cost and invest that money in other areas of the economy. To me.
All right. And what do you make of the overall presentation of the whole event? Ignoring the very poor transmission by virtually all of the media houses, but in terms of the spectacle of it all, did you feel a sense of pride in nationhood?
Yes, I did. It was great, except one time they were it's like people were trying like they were fighting, so they quickly pull out the camera. I think I saw it on Chinese TV. So they quickly pushed the camera to
They were
another.
fighting. Is it the
Yes,
obedience
like
again?
the
They managed to
security.
break through.
Yeah, I know, like the security officers. Like it's like they were having disagreement. Yeah.
Over dollars, Abby, sharing dollars.
No, I don't think it's dollars. No. No, I don't think it's dollars. But however, the whole thing went well, so I'm happy because the way because the
carry on.
way the obedience were promising, what they were saying, I thought there would be some certain like something bad will happen today, but at least it went well with no issue at all. I'm happy.
No, you don't know those obedience. They are all mouth, no action. Now it's always they talk. I'm not sure. Maybe you've not experienced them before, but anybody is all boost bars. They screaming and shouting. You think they'll bring the walls down, but they've never really. Nobody had any thought that they would do anything. Because because everybody knows the Nigerian security forces now. Everybody knows them. They're just itching to shoot somebody. So you present yourself and they will shoot you. And they know that. So
news just came in now that the owner of AIT just passed away.
Raymond Dokwesi?
Yes.
All right. I'll check that then and bring it. So I think Ajale Koko is ready for us again. I'll come back to you in a moment, but let's go back to Ajale Koko. But on our way to Ajale Koko, let's hear the words of Ibrahim Babangida, who speaks to events of the day.
First of all, I want to congratulate the country for going through this process of democratization, which is quite good. For the incoming administration, I like to congratulate the president and his vice president. I know that the president is a very skillful politician. He needs all his political skills to unite a polarized nation. He needs it, and I wish him well as far as that is concerned. Secondly, the country is rich with a lot of economic experts, economic advisors. They are so much that some of them are serving other countries. He should bring them together to help him manage the economy of this country. Thirdly, my advice also to him will be, as President and Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces, he needs to have a good look at the armed forces, to reorient them, retrain them, and reorganize them for this, because he is the Commander-in-Chief. He has to do that because the armed forces had undergone a lot of processes that needs to be put together and make it an efficient, well-led armed forces. His fourth area that I believe he should pay attention to in the public service, it needs reorganization, reorientation, and so on. First of all, I want to congratulate.
Sorry, yeah. So, all right. So that was Ibrahim Babangida speaking. Then, good luck to the incoming and his words of advice. So, Adan Lekoko. So, from where you were, it looks as though now the world and the country, they are now gathering behind this guy, because the room for mistakes and failure, I don't think is any longer available to the Nigerian space. So whether you like this guy or not, now everybody should be vested and invested in his success, because really that must happen. I think it's the last opportunity space for us to have the country that we know we can have, but as eluded us for a while. So Ajan Lekoko, you were saying about Tinubu.
Yes. So we should, like I was saying, we should be thankful to God that Tinubu stood up to fight hard in the same party with Buhari that have gone to kick Buhari out of power. If this guy have not stood up, Buhari would have been able to impose his 2G that will continue his surplus rule on the people of Nigeria. So Tinubu stood up, he fought his way, he made an outburst in Abeokuta to people. This is what I have done to this man, even though it could be interpreted, by some quarter, it was interpreted by some quarter as selfie. But when it was time to fight, he fought, he made statement, and before the primary of the party, all effort by Buhari or some quarters within the party to stop him, he fought them to the ground. He got the ticket. After getting the ticket, Buhari tried again to stop him by coming up with redesigning of notes, by coming up with this exchange nonsense of Naira. First time in the history of our country, we are spending Naira to buy Naira under the disastrous administration of Buhari. Nigeria was spending Naira to buy Naira. A lot of Nigerians died during that time because of scarcity of fund. They have money in the bank, but they can't have access to their money. So he did all these things in order to turn Nigerian people against their party and the nominee of their party, Tinubu, so that they can vote for another party. So, but this guy put up that time against him. He spoke against Buhari administration. A lot of people were scared to death that, oh, he'll be brought down. This is a very bad statement that he made. I salute his courage then on this platform. I saluted his courage. He went ahead, going to the election. He defeated others, and where we are today. The day has come, and it is time for Nigerian people to appreciate what this man has done. You might not like him. I don't want him to be president as well. My candidate is Omoyele Sowore, but when it's time to acknowledge what somebody have done good for the generality of all of us, this guy have done good for us, for standing up, for mobilizing, using all his political skill, political sagacity to kick Buhari and his cabal out of power. A lot of us doesn't know what happened behind the scene, what he went through, a lot of effort made to stop him. Others that competed with him didn't have that capacity, enough capacity to fight Buhari to the ground politically. But this guy did it. So where we are today is now the president of Nigeria. Nigeria cannot afford the misgovernance, mismanagement of our resources that we had for the past 8 years. We cannot afford it this time around. Any failure by Tinubu will take Nigeria down completely. So if you love Nigeria, if you don't want Nigeria to fail, it is time to give him all the necessary support. At the same time, we have to take account of all the promises he has made. We have to take account of them, and then start to use them, to hold him responsible on the way forward. So let us take account of his promises and start to use it to hold him responsible on the way forward. So it's a good day for Nigeria. Congratulations for Nigeria. Let's be hopeful. Let's be, thankful to this man and people that are involved in this process to make it to where we are today. And he's a very lucky man, whether we like it or not. This man is a lucky man. Maybe under his watch, we will begin to see new direction as far as democracy is concerned, new direction, supremacy of the law, and good governance. And why I say so is that looking at the new names he released now, that one man mentioned to us some few minutes ago, person that's going to manage this communication and the presidential spokesperson and other this thing, they are not people that we have seen among past, how do I say? They've not been in power in the last 8 years, or at the corridors of power. So it's beginning to show to us that he wants to bring a new team, new faces, and possibly maybe he wants to take us on a new direction that will be good for us as a country. So that is number one. Then number two, he's a lucky man and is making history as well as the first president that have the first lady as a politician as well, like him. So this is an history. One man, his wife is a politician. This man is a politician. The first time to have a first lady who is a politician with the president in office. So the lady is not only a politician, he is as well a pastor. So we have a woman in the White Army in Aso Rock, the first lady, that by the virtue of his experience and experiences, he'll be able to manage women affairs politically. He'll be able to manage them religiously. I'm able to manage them maybe economically as well and socially. So he's lucky that he has by his side a wife who is who is grounded politically too, who knows well about women, where shoe pinches them, what they are going through. Maybe this call for women to have what do you call it? To have what I can't remember what's the real word. This a woman to have position, considerable percentage in governance. Maybe the wife will be able to influence him, to push for women to have considerable amount of position in government. So it's lucky, it's making history on that side. A president who is a grounded politician and a wife who is a grounded politician as well. So what we have to be looking forward to now to tell us if this man is really committed to betterment of the country and all of us, is the list of his ministers. We wait for him, we patiently wait for him to come out with that list, and that will tell us the direction he wants to take us. In his speech today, he has promised us that he will have position for the youth, he will have position for youth under the age of 40s and people under the age between 40 and 50. He mentions some sort of things like that. So, and his promises on the direction is going to take the economy, what is going to do on the central bank, the fiscal policy, the monetary policy, all his promises on the way he's going to take our GDP, grow the GDP. Rather, let us take note of all these promises that he has made today, and we can begin, to we on the way forward, we can begin to hold him accountable if it's not doing right. But the most important thing that he said in the speech, one man, is that he will not rule Nigerian people. So for him to come out with that, it's because Buhari ruled us. Buhari did not govern us. He ruled Nigerian people. He said he's going to deviate from that. It's not going to rule Nigerian people. He will abide by the rule of law, meaning that the Constitution of Nigeria will prevail on every action that is going to take, every move that he's going to take. Every manner he wants to govern us is the constitution that will prevail. So that is a very good promises. And however, he said something that might invite trouble on his government from day one, which I think he shouldn't have said. He should have kept quiet. He should have walked, consult wide, and then see what he can do, to manage it well before he will, terminate it. And that is the issue of oil subsidy. The oil subsidy, according to him, is saying is gone. If the oil subsidy is gone, what do you want to replace the oil subsidy with now? The Dangote refinery that everybody is celebrating have not started operation. It's going to start operation next year. So the what do you call it? This subsidy, as he said now, if it's taken out, that means that the prices of petroleum will go up. And when the price go up, the adverse effect on every economic sphere of life in that country will be disastrous. And the response of the labor, the response of the trade union against his government might not be good. He doesn't want to start his administration with unpopular decision. I think that decision, to those of you that are educated, it might be very, very unpopular. It's the way forward. But to the labor union and the labor around the country, it's not going to be popular, because the moment the price of this petrol skyrocketed to the high heaven, they're going to jump out in demonstration. And you know what demonstration means. You know when the start demonstrating across the country, these will be invited. Some might be killed, and they want to hold him accountable for killing Nigerian people. So I think he should have be patient and consult widely, consult with the labor union, consult with everybody.
No, please, sorry
No,
to cut.
no, hold on. Let Ajanle Koko land, and then I want to sample everybody. Let him land.
So he should have be patient, consult with them, make arrangements with Dangote refinery, how they can make a regular supply, sufficient supply of this thing for us, so that when this product is available, if later they now remove the subsidy, as long as that is available, it might not have that serious effect. And it should work. It should have work on the repair of our refinery. I think he should have given himself like 6 months and then come out with his own budget next year to present the termination of, or what do you call this thing? Oil subsidy. So for now, I think that could be, to me, it might be a political blunder, but I know why he's trying to take this decision from day one. He's trying to show to Nigerian people what we are losing on oil subsidy. Let us see how we can, invest it on other, areas of life that matter to Nigerian people, and then save, and that can, and doing that can stimulate economic growth. Maybe that is what he's trying to do. But I think he should have been patient. He should have waited a little bit, have a wider concentration, wait till next year when he's preparing his budget, then present it to Nigeria, this thing is gone, and by that, Dangote refinery will have been supplying, sufficient petrol and
All right.
oil product to us, and and maybe by then our refinery will be back on stream, and but that is the only problem I think he might invite to himself this time. I think that is not enough to me as far as I'm concerned. One man, he shouldn't have made that announcement. People have been silent and work with stakeholder in that sector to see what they can do better on the way forward. That's my take. One.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So let's go on from you, Ajanle Koko, and then sample Oriola's opinion, who joins us. So Oriola, so now this is now that moment. And by the way, UFC superstar. When I mute you, stay muted. So Oriola, so you're up next. So now this is now that moment in time. The transiting of power. Really from one government to another. You say they are the same party, but really it's a transition of a government from one government to another, irrespective of whichever party it is. Because of course the tone and texture of Tinubu completely different from the tone and texture of Buhari. And so Tinubu now going to and is already charted us the course of travel that is going to be embarked upon. So what are you then making then of what the events of today, the way the process went through? And also there was an attempt actually to breach security by the obedient space. So let me actually show you the attempt to breach security by the obedient space.
At the end of the national anthem, the parade commander will now ride to take permission from the special guest of honor to march off the colors and the rest of the parade. Please, may I request we all rise as a mark of respect while officers and warrant officers uniform.
So we'll find out what happened there, but that looks like an attempt at a breach of the security. So you can address that in the course of your presentation. But really today, what does it mean to you? How impressed or not were you? How do you think Tinubu handled the occasion and all of that? Oriola, good to see you.
Same here. I will talk about the breach of security first. I don't agree with what you said. I think he's just a cameraman guy that's trying to take he's trying to take photo. And I think it usually happens at events like that. Yeah, there's a protocol, so you have to follow that. I don't think you follow the protocol. And because of the event that's going on, and because it's a high sort of caliber event, they wouldn't just let anybody to just intervene or feel like they can go wherever they want and then at any time. So I don't think that was someone trying to invade security. I think it was just someone that didn't properly understand the protocol that need to be followed. And the security, you can see the security services, servicemen, they have to be on their alert. So they can't just, there's a protocol to how you have to behave around them. So I just think he didn't follow the right protocol. That's why they had to just push him away. So I think he did well with the with his speech. I didn't see anything wrong with his speech. I feel like because I've listened to some of other analysts saying that it wasn't inspirational. He has to some of what he said. The thing is, everybody cannot like you. You have to he has a goal and he has something that he has to deliver. So I don't expect him to be like trying to beg other people and I to favor him or to be on his side. And I actually like the fact that he has oppositions. He has many people that probably didn't vote for him and they don't like him. I like that because he has to put him on his toes. That he has to do what he has to do. So that's always good. I mean, you can never have 100% of people coming for being 100% for you, which I think the fact that he has opposition, I actually like that. That means that has to tell him that whatever I promise, which I know in the past a lot of people promise, it's politics. A politician make promises and they don't live up to the to expectations. But I actually like the fact that now everybody is actually with them. So we need that. We need for him to be on his toes. We need to have him on his toes. And also, I think there was. So I already have some bullet points, so don't mind me if I just go different angles.
Yeah,
So
go for it.
another thing that has to do with people talking about the people that is appointed. To be honest with you, I care less about who he appoints. What I care about is whoever come on board, um, how is that person able to follow his vision? Because remember during his campaign, he has what he is expected of him. So today he mentioned some of stuff that we should expect of him. I'm looking for whoever he appointed to be able to carry out all his goals and able to bring him to life. So that's what I really care about. I don't care if he put a thief or he put someone that is already in government before. Are they able to actually meet his goal, do the job right? I think that's what we should care about. If you put, he, well, what what if we put all the new people there, but they don't they want to get the job done, but because there's some other people, because you have to remember, majority of the department that they will be working on are like the ministers, they're not political appointed. They're just people that work like regular civil service people. And remember, there might be some people that they're there to sabotage. They want to sabotage whatever the incoming minister or the leader that he appoints to any department wants to do. So if they don't know their way or how to maneuver, so that's a problem. So I would like for him to put someone that can get the job done. And if that person is not performing, you should replace them. At least I need him to show that leadership where I have a goal. Can you meet the goal? And if the person say I can meet the goal, I can do this. And the person start
Yeah,
doing the
but that's all. Sorry, Oriola, but that's all wrapped around who he appoints, isn't it? Really, you say you don't care, but for whoever he appoints, it has to be somebody that is of a known quantity in terms of achievement, and then fits the portfolio. Because one of the things that led to the failure of the Buhari administration was that nobody that he appointed actually fitted any portfolio. When he appointed Rotimi Amechi as Minister of Transportation, and that already told you that that space was going to fail. And then Adamu. We have the appointment will tell us then just how successful or not the administration is likely to be.
I actually disagree with you. So let's look. I'll go back to this, but let's look at place of work, like big companies, for example. The managers, they probably maybe they have MBA or manage or they have managerial skills. They will manage. They will manage maybe engineer. If you go to hospital, they have their manager. Their manager know nothing about medicine, but they manage the doctors. Their managers know nothing about if you go to maybe hedge funds or big financial institutions. They are managers, project managers. They probably some of them don't know anything about um, money or anything about finance, but they have the managerial skills where they have a goal. if you don't meet my goal, I can terminate you and replace you with somebody else. That's all we need. Fashola, for example.
All right. Let's not get too bogged down on that. To go back to your list, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I don't want us to labor it.
All right. I just wanted to say one more thing. Like Fashola, for example, Fashola was a governor. Okay, so we know he can actually manage people, but he was a lawyer. And he was a lawyer, he was Minister of Works and Housing. Imagine what he did. I mean, he was able to get that done because he have that capacity to actually manage people. I just think that he's way more than just, I mean, I agree with you. It would be good to have somebody that have the technical ability to do something. But if you have a goal, you can get the right people to do the job for you. So based on what I said, like I'm expecting him, whoever he put in place, to be able to hold them accountable. If they don't do what he wanted, I would like to see him actually enforce the leadership where he can say, I replace you, because that's what we need. Within 6 months, if they're not going in line, it doesn't matter who he put in the minister position or any other positions. If they're not doing the right way, I would like to see him where he says, I would like for you to step aside, let me put somebody else. If he can do that, because that is not something that we usually see, just like we mentioned, like the previous administration, there's some people that they don't know what they're doing, they're not getting the job done. But we didn't see him terminate them. So we would like to see that. Also, there's also a mention about who he put in his cabinet. I think he also mentioned that we put under, I think, 30s, we will put maybe about, is it 2 or 4? They will put 40s, people in their 40 years and 50s. I just like I said, and I think someone also mentioned women in his cabinet, or to be honest, I really don't care. I want him to put people that will do the job. This is not the time that we should be caring about, oh, we need men, we need women. If women can get the job done, occupy your own space with women. If men can get the job done, occupy the space. As long as the person that you're putting in that position is able to do it, that's what he needs to do. And we also, one thing that I also saw during the inauguration was more like a lot of people that you think they were friend of him, or the high caliber people in the society that you would think will be in around them during inauguration, just like the VIP area in the box. So, some of them were turned away. They had to tell them to go seek. So you can tell that looking at him and in his antecedent, like in Lagos, he have that leadership skills where he doesn't mind being friends with you, but when it's time to do work, I need people that I know they're good enough to tell me the right thing. And just like I said, Ganduje and the other governor, they had to turn them away to go see somewhere else. So that's because probably that's not the right time to be friendly and all of that. I need this is the time for me to do things. Also, you mentioned I think we have to be critical and look at this very critically. He mentioned he will create a digital economy, at least 1 million jobs in digital economy every year. Please, what does that mean? I think that we have to look at the fine print of everything.
When he's saying that, I don't think he's necessarily talking about coding and everything. I think the facilitation for that would be to put the infrastructures in place, both in terms of because somebody was saying that in Tanzania it is almost free to use the internet in a place like Tanzania, which then facilitates them to be able to hop onto that space, the creative young people or even older people, whoever they are, to then use that world facilitation to create an economic base for themselves. So I think what it means is that he will put in place structures, both in terms of the price points of the internet access, the reliability of it, the expansiveness of it, the new generation of it, all of those structures will be put in place to free. And as soon as that is put in place, we all saw what happened when the internet came in, and we all had all this now digital millionaires, our content creators, and all of that. So I think that's the facilitation he's talking about.
Right. If what you're saying where
Oriola.
he's able to put in infrastructure like let's say more network internet capability where he empower like the other internet service that we already have, like the mobile network is, for example, like MTN and other ones. If he makes
there's a lot of background coming from you, Oriola.
Sorry, that's my daughter. Sorry.
Well done. How old is she?
She's 22 months.
You have to think about how old your daughter is. You don't look at this guy. You have to think about it. Carry on.
I didn't think about.
All right.
So
All right, carry on.
So what? If you're saying what he meant is sorry about that. So
No, that's all right.
If you are saying about infrastructure in place, having all of those things, yes, I think that's a great idea if he does that. And probably whoever contractors is planning to use, or they will be given these jobs, they will enforce as well that they should hire more Nigerians. So it won't just be that we're just hiring foreign people to do the job, but I would like him to actually explain that. The reason why I say that is this: if you look at the people that do skit online, that's also a digital job. If you look at like Nigeria, for example, look at Twitter, they have people that would what would I call them? Like it's more like a PR where if you need a job, I just want to make sure that maybe 3 or 4 years from now, they won't be holding us to that at least more people were able to get some job done, or they are able to have work using internet, like social media. That's not what we are looking for. But if what you just said, having that platform available, having feeding, like for example, the website in Nigeria, they can be hosted in Nigeria. That means that more service people have service in place in Nigeria. I just want to make sure that everything that he mentioned is not just for the book. It's not just like you just saying it for saying sake. It's actually something that we can look up to that will make sense for us. Yeah. So in totality, I think the speech. I'm not looking for someone to be welcoming everybody. He said what he has to say, which I'm glad that he mentioned. He didn't win everybody's hearts, but he doesn't have to. Nobody would be 100%. Nobody will favor you 100%. You won't get favor 100%, which is good. And that should keep him on his toes that we are watching him. A lot of people don't like you. Get the job done so you can make them happy. I mean, if you create more jobs, people will care less that they lost the election. It will matter more like, at least I can put food on the tables for my family. So I believe that what he said, and he explained to us what he would be doing for the next, which I already mentioned some of them. Great. Subsidy, well, at least I would also like him to be accountable. For example, how much is being spent, and if they can review what was being spent previously on what the amount that subsidy was, and what do they plan to do with that money that they would not be using for subsidy anymore. We would like the fine print for him to actually be able to communicate to us exactly what they're doing. I would like for him to also
He did say in his in that speech that what he was giving us was a broad outline of the thrust of his administration, and that in the coming days and weeks, his team will now add more details as to how these broad strokes will work. So So those are the broad ideas. But bring it home, Oriola. There's still one more topic that I want to ask you about. Dr. C, who passed away today. But I'll round off on that space. Let me take this particular topic round, and then in the rounds I'll come back to you, Dr. C, who passed away.
Right. I'll bring it up now. So just like I said, and you just also said, you already mentioned that it would give us like the more detail. Yeah, I would like that. I would also like for him to maybe every 2 weeks or monthly, at least have a press conference. If he's not there, he doesn't have to be there. He can have, I think he just have a spokesperson for him. They should be speaking on a daily basis. We need communication. We need that. At least be telling us, I did, this is what I did this week or last week or in monthly basis. Let us know where you stand, what you're looking forward to do. If we appointing any minister, what they go, what is expected, and what they expected to be they need to be doing. Let us know as well. So I just think communication issue should be a little bit different this time around. That would be great for us if it's done. So I think overall, it's a great day for Nigeria, and I hope I hope that it can live up to expectation. Yeah, so that's what I think. Thank you.
All right. Stay there. Like I said, I'll come to you in the rounds. There's still one specific thing I want to ask you about, but let me go to Ade, who's been waiting for quite a while. So Ade, are you there?
Yeah, thanks, one man. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, Ade, I'm going to pay you a 5-second clip, and in this 5-second clip, this is Buhari telling himself that it is over. So you have to watch attentively, so you don't miss it. But in this 5-second clip, this is a conversation that Buhari has with himself to tell himself that it is over. So, like I said, it's only 5 seconds.
President.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So it is over, is what Buhari says there. So watch it again.
President.
So there it is. So good of you to stay with us, Ade. So of course, no other topic apart from the moment in time in Nigeria's history, the transiting of power from one octogenarian to another. So now the walking stick still remains in Aso Rock, but it's going to be leaning in the southwest direction rather than the direction of the Sahels. So Tinubu now, after that long journey, finally that destination, only now to embark on a different journey. So the occasion, and particularly the inauguration speech of Tinubu, were you inspired and filled with a sense of national pride, or are you a bit skeptical? Ade?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Thank you, and thanks to everyone that has spoken before me. I think it was a very good speech. I was actually very excited by what he did, and that was true to type. I remember telling us on this platform some time ago that Tinubu is not a man that will shy from making difficult decisions. And I was quite impressed about what he said about fuel subsidy, and that is vintage Tinubu. I remember so many years ago, Lagos State Civil Service, towards an election time, he did away with lots of civil servants, which, would have made anybody to lose his seat. But that's Tinubu for you. And that sort of reinforces my faith in him, if that's the correct word, in terms of what he can do. That means he hasn't lost that ability. And I think we need that. I know Ajanle Koko was saying that probably that's something he ought not to have mentioned, but the truth is that we have to face the fact. He's still going to work out the fine details. He's going to have the economic team. They are going to do lots of things, and I'm sure they would have been talking about these things. But as a leader, you have to set direction. You have to show right from day one that you are courageous. and other people will be infected by that, and things go. So I think, it did very well with regards to everything he said. Of course, he's never been an orator, so we are not going to talk so much about that, unlike Shetima.
Were you impressed though? Because there was just 1 microsecond that he almost, but he did not. It was almost a faultless performance by him. Obviously heavily rehearsed, but were you impressed by his stamina and delivery just for that speech?
I was impressed in terms of the overall performance. It was there for, I think, about 4 hours or more, and he stood for a long time. And considering concerns about his health, so I think I was very impressed by that. In terms of the speech, I wasn't expecting too much, so I won't say I was disappointed, because, like I said, he's never been very gifted with words. So, but then, so I wasn't really disappointed. If it had been somebody like Shetima, another person, then I probably would have been disappointed. So, but at the end of the day, I think he was able to communicate in terms of the major issues. So, but if you talk about speech giving generally, we'll probably score him low. But I think what was important was the communication, which he did. So, yeah, that's what I would say about that.
And how quickly are you expecting then him to seize charge of power and us to start seeing activities? He's made just a couple of appointments almost immediately, which are necessary just for the functions of state. But how quickly do you expect him now to start showing us the direction of travel in terms of actual activities of governance? How immediate are you expecting him to start acting?
That might be a bit difficult to say. What I'm saying is that Tinubu has never been one that can be stampeded into doing things he doesn't want to do. At the end of the day, the results will bear him out. We remember during the electioneering campaign, people were giving him various ideas. You need to appear before TV, even if it's not a rise. Why don't you go to TVC or channels or something? Even if it's 5 minutes,
Sorry, Ade. What I'm actually saying is, because he's had this length of time to prepare, and it's not new to governance. He's governed Lagos State before, so he knows the rudiments of our governance. So, really, effectively, even in the course of today, certainly by tomorrow, I think a lot of people, because people have been waiting in anticipation of this, I think really people are looking to start to see some sort of activity in terms of direction of travel almost immediately.
I get your point, one man. And what I'm still saying is that don't be surprised. All of us would want to see something. But assuming we expect him to make an announcement tomorrow, don't be surprised that Tinubu might decide to make the announcement next week. That doesn't mean that they are not working or doing things. And it's because sometimes it doesn't just fit into the normal narrative that people think. So, but ordinarily, I would expect him to really hit the ground running and start, telling us things. The last speaker suggested that we need to be having weekly briefing and all those other things. But one thing I'm sure about Tinubu is that he will still get things done, but he might not do it in the conventional way. So I won't be disappointed if, for instance, he doesn't make an announcement about his chief of staff until weekend. Many people are thinking tomorrow, but that doesn't mean that they are not governing. That doesn't mean that they are not doing things. But he might just choose another style.
Sorry, Ade, would that not indicate to you his level of preparedness? Because what more does he have to think about in terms of, he should already have those names ready now to be announced either today or tomorrow. So the longer he delays anything, the more people will query his level of preparedness.
I agree with you, one man, but Tinubu is a different person. I clearly understand what you've said, but I will just give you an example so that we don't belabor that point. When he went to Chatham House, he did something very unconventional. They were asking him question. He was saying, Rufai, answer this one, answer this. But his team still defended him that that was his style. At the end of the day, Tinubu is a man that will still want to do things his way and still achieve the result. Because remember the Chatham House incident or something, at the end of the day, they still answer the question, but people are saying you are the one that is going to be the president. Why don't you answer? So if, for instance, he doesn't announce chief of staff tomorrow, he decides to announce it day after tomorrow, it still doesn't mean that they are not doing things. So I know perception, it's a big thing in politics and in Nigeria. But I don't think Tinubu will always subscribe to what people think or how things. I think at the end of the day, it's just what he and his team thinks. But one thing I can be sure of is that they are still going to get things done. And I'm just saying that based on what is done, especially in the past 1 or 2 years, based on, the way he ran his campaign and some other things. So, but having said so, I think I will agree with you. Perception is very important. You need him to, the fact that he doesn't announce it tomorrow doesn't mean that he doesn't have the list. In fact, Tinubu, I'm sure, would have had that list on his hand. But sometimes he just wants to do things a bit differently, which might be a bit disappointing at times. But at the end of the day, let's get things done. That is just the warning I want. So don't say because he doesn't make a speech tomorrow or day after tomorrow, oh, this man is failing. No. I believe he's going to succeed, might do some things differently. He knows what he wants to do. And he started very well today by telling us that no fuel subsidy, nothing. And I think that's the right way to start. Yeah, that's the way I will put it. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So apologies to everybody else waiting. Alexander Gomez joins us, and as you know, as soon as Alexander turns up, we immediately go to him. But Alexander, the convention in Nigeria is that as soon as somebody leaves Aso Rock Villa, they also then go on and leave the Abuja space. Only really because the ego are at play. Does not want them in situation, and they don't want egos bouncing and clashing within that small metropolis. So, in line with that tradition, Ileya for our man from Daura, watch this. So that was Malam Buhari returning to the dusty backwaters of Daura State. So what are you then making then of how the process, especially how we mock him, we call him Mala and all of that, and we know that Tinubu was not especially his first choice, but the moment decisions were made, a lot of people felt that Buhari handled the whole process elegantly. Alexander Gomez. Alexander, on mute. Can you hear me?
Hold on.
Alexander. All right. There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Carry on.
It's a public holiday here. I had to go take care of some patients. So.
It is here as well. Actually, it's
really?
summer. Yeah, it's here as well.
Okay. So I wrote on your platform yesterday that I was kind of emotional when I saw him, when I knew for a fact that this man, this rejected. Now I'm going to be speaking in abstracts, but I know what I'm talking about. More if you were sort of like my mother would say. This rejected stone has now turned out to be the most powerful black man in the world. And I'm also excited that we have someone who has the corporate capacity to take us from a mediocre country into the first world. I'm looking forward to that. I totally subscribe, and I said it a year ago on your platform, that Tinubu is the most qualified person amongst the three to be president of Nigeria because of his background and because of what he's done in Lagos. What's his name? Alhaji Buhari is Alhaji Buhari is a patriot. yes, you're right to say that it wasn't necessarily his first choice, but when he came to the realization that this guy has actually he's going to actually win this election, he did what he had to do at the end of the day, and he's giving him full support. He's done what he's supposed to do, and you have to give him kudos for that. Moving forward, we can't have a worse president that we've had in Buhari, in my opinion. He did a lot of infrastructural marvels under my able baby brother Tinubu, who is a Fashola, who is a workaholic, looking like a 70-year-old man when he's just barely 60. But at what cost, like someone would say, at what cost? The country's upside down. I was talking to my good friend and my brother, my junior brother, Jale Koko, and I was telling him now that I knew bread when it was 100 naira, and that same bread is 1,000 naira now. And he corrected me immediately. I said, you know something? I think you meant 10 naira. That's the kind of poverty, the kind of how expensive things are in Nigeria. Is this man capable does he have the capacity to alleviate the sufferings of the average Nigerian? Absolutely, it does have it. My only concern is, and we shouldn't fool ourselves because we try to be, in our heart of hearts, tribalistic. This man is not very well, but let me quote someone said on this platform, his ailment has not affected his brain, so he's still highly functional. I'm hoping that he hires the most competent people around to govern the space, to govern and manage the portfolios. We have an amazing country. It's a pride, it's a thing of pride to call Nigeria my country, because we have the human capacity, we have everything it takes to be one of the greatest countries in the world. But we're lacking in leadership. And once we can get the right people in place, hopefully, fingers crossed, this man will do it. The sky's the limit. I'm excited. I'm very excited. Would I say that he would readily be my first choice as president of Nigeria? No. But amongst the three leading candidates, Buhari, Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi, I would say he has what it takes to take our country out of the doldrums we find ourselves today, man. So that's my position on that.
All right, brilliant. So we always start with optimism whenever a new person becomes the president of Nigeria. And when Buhari came in, we were also, I wasn't in that excitement, but there was a lot of excitement around him based on the fact that they thought he was a Spartan man, a disciplinarian, an anti-corruption man, and all of that. So they knew what his strengths were and what his weaknesses were, and they thought that those strengths were what was needed for that moment in time. A monumental disaster, the verdict, the scorecard on the Buhari administration. So here we are, investing our hope again in another champion. Should we be a bit more reticent and hold steady and not invest emotionally until we see the color of this man?
Well, man, you know, I've only had in my lifetime a standing ovation, and it was when I was at Maryland Comprehensive High School, and I wrote about the Oyo Empire. And when my teacher read it, she told the class to stand up for me, and she gave me an A1 plus an asterisk next to it. You see, this Buhari thing was a fallacy from the get-go. Why? Because it's what my brother Ajale Koko calls political naivete. Under Buhari, and I was way out of Nigeria under Buhari, so I don't know nothing about the Buhari administration. I don't know nothing. My last president was Gawan, so I don't know nothing about any James Buhari. But I can tell you that the brain behind the 1983 administration was that Tunde Idiagbon guy. Buhari was just a figurehead. That's all it was. So I think he was overrated. I know that he's a seasoned administrator, but you have to understand that the brain behind the 1983-84 administration was what's his name? Today, Diagbo, it wasn't Buhari. So I wasn't expecting as much as the average Nigerians were. But with Tinubu, he turned a middle of the road economy into the fifth biggest economy in Africa. So if he can do that in Nigeria, believe me, the sky's the limit to what he can do in Lagos. Believe me, the sky's the limit to what he can do as a Nigerian president. It's an exciting time. I'm excited. I must tell you, I've got butterflies in my stomach because for the first time in my lifetime, I see someone who's capable, who is the president of Nigeria, who can take us where we're supposed to be.
If he achieves even a quarter of the things that he described just when he was making his speech there, if he achieves even a quarter of that, and if he achieves even a quarter of what our expectations are for what we feel his capacity is and what we feel that his mission is, that country, it could well be a top 15 economy, a destination of travel of choice, even for non-Nigerians.
Yeah, I think you're underestimated. If he does a quarter, let's say if he does 50% of what he claims he can do, and if he does 25% of what I know he can do, he'll take us to the top 10 easily. Easily. We have the capacity. Nigeria is a fabulously rich country. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Our problem is the level of corruption and the people that don't have the capacity to govern their portfolios or manage their portfolios the way it should be. All we need to do is bring foreign investors over here. We don't need to bring people and sit down with Nigerian administrators, like I was discussing with Ajay yesterday, who you would bring an investor who's willing to invest $5-6 billion into your economy to turn around your GDP and help create employment. And you as an administrator, all you're looking is what is my benefit in this? And you're not even looking at it from an equity standpoint. You're looking at it from being paid up front. That is going to be eradicated. We need to have people who could sit down with foreign investors, know what exactly they bring to the table, know exactly what the benefit is to the country and by extension its citizens, and be able to make that investor comfortable and rest assured that the economy will accommodate it. That is the bottom line. Those are the kind of people we want in Nigeria. And hopefully, and by God's grace, we would get that. One man, let me let you continue with your show because I'm going to get interrupted very soon and I don't want to be. Okay. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Alexander. So that was Alexander Gomez. So thank you, Alexander. So let's go on then from Alexander and let's go then to Joseph, who joins us. So Joseph, there is really only one conversation to be had here. And that conversation, of course, what you're seeing playing out on your screen, the now new president of the Nigerian state, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And it's quite funny, actually. Suddenly, all of the cameras that follows Buhari almost to the toilet, they've now abandoned him because, of course, the sparkle dust of stardom is now reflecting from a different being. So, Yemi Oshibanjo, bye-bye, Balam Buhari, Odabo, Ekabo, Bola Tinubu, and whatever the welcome is in Hausa land to Kashim Shettima. So the new champions then of the Nigerian state, what says you, Joseph?
Good afternoon, good evening to you all, depends on where you are watching from. I think the reality is being played out. Before now, everybody was thinking, could Could this be reality? Could this happen? Could this inauguration take place? But at that moment, when these two former leaders are not taking their leave, the reality not done on everyone that we now have a new leader. That is how life is. Life is not constant to anybody. Power don't remain forever. Even to dictators, they don't live in position forever. One day, if they cannot live there democratically, they will live there by the call of nature, by God. That's it. I don't see anything big over there. That is just the reality.
And did you listen to Tinubu's inauguration speech? And what did you get from it? Did you feel inspired by it? Are you a bit too cynical because we've heard all these inauguration speeches before? What did you make of his speech, and what does that signal to the future or for the future?
Yeah, as other speakers have spoken before, Tinubu as a person wouldn't have been a champion of his speech giving, but what you cannot take away from him is that capacity to do. I see him just like somebody who don't talk much, but he talk less and do much. He's not really good in talking publicly, but he's very good in strategizing and doing more. I think that's the kind of person we need. Not talking and talking at the end of 8 years or 4 years, we'll see nothing. Tinubu as a person, I see him as a person that will work for Nigeria. And in terms of whether he will perform, whether he will put the right thing into work, I think yes, he will. Because I see Tinubu from the perspective of a person who give a job and set a target. Not necessarily giving you a job, but giving you a target on what he wants from you, on what he wants you to deliver on, and he give you a time and target. Before now, I've watched him while he was speaking about the NNPC. When he spoke about it, he talked about him as a person. If he become a president, this was before election when he was interviewed. He will rather take 40% from the NNPC than to take 60%, to have an agreement on 60% that will never come. He will rather take 40% and allow the NNPC take 60%. If that 40% will come, that is a target. To me, that speak of competence. You understand? It is better to take a rat and be comfortable than to take an elephant and be uncomfortable on the rest of your life. You understand? He know what he's going for. His capacity is not in that, and he's very capable of doing what we want from him. I've watched Oshomole spoke about Tinubu before now, when he talked about his 2 terms in Edo State as a governor. He said when he became a governor, he went to Tinubu to ask him how is he going to do concerning the political giant that we were having in Edo State then, like the Atunia Nene and the life of Isama of Benin Kingdom and others. He said, Tinubu told him the only way you can outsmart these people is for you to work. I think that is the era Tinubu is now in Nigeria. The only way he can outsmart the almighty Obidien and the almighty Atiku is to work. He know it himself and he can do it. I believe in him. And Oshomole really work in Edo State. He's the eye-opener of Edo State politics and is the eye-opener of Edo State development. So I I think Oshomole copied that from Tinubu himself. And Tinubu himself have done it before in Lagos. I believe he will do it again in Nigeria.
All right, brilliant to upload. Brilliant to upload. So stay there. I'll come back to you in the round. So let me go on from you then to the Prime Dot, who is also with us. So the Prime, you're up next. So Tinubu sworn in. What says you, the Prime Dot?
Hello.
Yeah, good day.
I think it was a great day, and we are glad we've witnessed this. I'm happy the country dodged a bullet, although the bullet landed in Sudan, but at least we are okay. You see, a few things you've asked me, you've been asking previous speakers. It's my take on those things has to do with like the National Assembly. I think Tinubu is not going to announce any ministerial position for now until after the National Assembly issue is sorted out, because there are some states he has to use ministerial or executive position to beat them into quiet as a kind of negotiating with them. So I think he might just bring a few want to start the job, but he might have to hold on to that card. That is my opinion on that. And, obviously we all know Tinubu is different from Buhari. Tinubu is a socialist capitalist. He gives people some things, but however, in the administrative sense of things, is a capitalist. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Nigerians should be ready to pay tax. Tinubu is going to tax them, And concerning the fuel subsidy, I think his decision to announce it from day one is a kind of strategic way of trying to put the vested interest in the oil importation business on the defensive before they start, if he allows them to come close, then they start painting the image of, oh, if you do this, the world will collapse, this will do this. Now the vested interests, they now understand that, okay, this is done. What can we mop from what is on the ground? And I think their reaction to him being offensive will be like minimal. And also, why I have the disposition that he might do well is like Tinubu has less political debt right about now. He used Buhari's government to pay off most of his political debts in terms of people like Saraki, Oji, Fashola. He has paid those people off. So he has a more freer, like, okay, for example, like the vice president, people like that cannot lobby around him. Those are people that were with him for long. So I think he has less political debt to pay. So he has the leverage or the maneuver of bringing new and more innovative people in, especially based on the fact that most of those people that has been with him on this journey of political struggle, they now have grown kids that he can also test. So, but if he had come maybe years earlier, those sharks around and vultures might probably want to take position. But I think he has used Buhari's regime to settle that. And also, I think in the real sense of it, Tinubu is the first civilian president since 1999. Because as at 1999, PDP was having 100 generals, over 100 army generals were in PDP.
What about Yaradua and Jonathan? Are they not civilian?
And Jonathan.
President?
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. It was a case of, if you checked on this private, you see a Twitter link I pasted. It just gave me that in what has been happening before now. People that does removed. If a political party has about 100 generals, It's obvious. It's just some people in military mentality just putting on agbada for the fun of it. He is the first person, probably without that. Yaradua death did not allow us, him and Jonathan, and we understood how they were being manipulated and maneuvered.
A general is handing over to him, and a general, you know.
In the case of a general handing over to him, I think we all know that APC is an amalgamation of AD, CPC, APGA, and some other eminent parties.
Sorry, the Prime. Can I ask you to speak up a bit? Your voice is a bit low. Can you speak up a bit? Yeah.
Is it better now?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. We all know that APC was an amalgamation of AD, CPC, APGA. These are parties with different ideology. Tinubu has always been a socialist capitalist, just like some of the Scandinavia kind of country, where they give the poorest among you, they take care of them, but the few one of you working, they're gonna squeeze you guys. So it's gonna expand the tax nets for the country. That's one I'm very sure of. And back to the general, the PDP structure back then, most people that understood the inner workings of PDP can agree with me that at a point in 1999, they had over 100 generals. So they were more of this military kind of old boys club. So their approach and mentality to governance was a bit different. He is the first one to me that is going to be real democratic, that has, gone through the process. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, but that's your personal opinion, but that's not fact. That was pointing you. Good luck, Jonathan. He has no military backdrop. Maybe you say, yeah, through his brother, but good luck, Jonathan, completely devoid of anything government. So where do you put him in then what you just described?
Okay, if we really look at Goodluck Jonathan, obviously we all know he was really picked, and if the president of circumstances that brought him up. Jonathan was never prepared to be the president of Nigeria.
Yeah, no, but that's a different matter now. If you're talking about if you are saying civilian with no military backdrop, good luck Jonathan has no military backdrop.
Yeah, but what I'm really trying to say is, to me, someone that has been part of the struggle for democracy that is not military tainted, that is just what I'm saying. Maybe, yeah, I'll give in like, okay, Jonathan doesn't have that. But at the end of the day, he is just one of those that has been consistent for over 30 years in the struggle for democracy. So
can I interject one man?
Okay.
Like what is Joseph?
Oh, go on.
Just a little light. Like what my brother is trying to say is this: Jonathan was a civilian president in military agbada. How Obasanjo was his boss in terms of Jonathan become president. He was not there at his own will. He was not there on his own power to do things. He was being manipulated by Obasanjo. When he fall out with Obasanjo, that's when he lose election. That's it. That's what my brother was saying. He was trying to tell you Jonathan was not there to do things the way he ought to be personally with his power. He was being manipulated undergroundly by a military person. So that's what he's trying to say.
Hold on. How long did Obasanjo manipulated him? For how long?
When Jonathan refuses his manipulation, that was when he lose the election. If you are conversant with Nigeria politics,
Jonathan was there for like 6 years. The first 2 years was to complete
No. It's a lie. The
How?
only thing hold on. I mean, it's not accurate. Let me not say it's a lie. What you're saying is not accurate.
Can you please give me the fact?
Hold on. when after Jonathan completed Yar'Adua's tenure, at least the election that brought Jonathan in was the only time that I know that Obasanjo had something to do, had hands in it, in the emergence of Jonathan as the president for the first time, that he contested and he won. But subsequently, not even barely a few months after then, that he fell out with Obasanjo and the rest of his administration. He governed, he led that country without the input of Obasanjo. So Obasanjo's influence was just getting him elected, and he falling out just barely a few months after that. So I don't know what you're talking about, saying that for like 6 years.
How long was Jonathan's regime?
Besides the 2 years or so that he did it for remaining what's his name? Yar'Adua, completing Yar'Adua's 1.5 or 2 years tenure remaining. His own 4 years.
Yeah, so when I said 6 years,
was without Obasanjo's influence.
What was the wrong thing in what I said earlier? I said it was there for about 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
So he completed Yar'Adua.
All right, the prime. That's somewhat of a side issue. If you go back to the main point, you were talking about the inauguration. Yeah.
Now, so in the inauguration kind of thing, I appreciate the fact that he was able to go through the event because it was a high stake event. There has been complaint about his health, and obviously we all know he has new issue. So I saw him when he was like trying to, like this time reggae kind of thing. So I'm like, okay, Baba, don't done with it, that kind of thing. However, his stamina pulled through. Obviously, it must have been pumped, but I think it's more of
hold on. Is that not a low bar though? That the president, anytime he stands up, anytime he attempts to speak, the whole country is anxious that he doesn't misspeak or fall over. Is that now the future for the country, that we are all on tenterhooks?
Okay, when I was actually looking,
anytime
I was so scared.
This guy makes a pop.
The issue is this: Nigeria did not recruit him because of his fitness. There is this aura around this man that he is unique.
No, I'm not talking about the aura. Hold on about the aura. You have just said now that he went through that process and his stamina held and he did not falter.
Yes.
So and I'm asking you then that going forward, is this what we are going to be doing and looking at? That anytime he makes a public, we are all anxious about his stamina and his himself. Is this the next 4 years for Nigeria?
I think we are hiring him more on his strengths, which are probably intellectual capacity, bravery, ability to envisage what is not, to turn threats into opportunity. I think that is what we are him for. And we are also not in denial of his limitation in terms of personal health. So that's what I see about it. I think Nigerians we are not naive of his personal health. So that's just what I see.
All right. Thank you, the Prime. So thank you, the Prime. So the Prime, let's go on from you and let's go to Gideon, who has not been with us for a while. But then when this whole process started, Gideon told us that she saw it in the water that Tinubu was going to be president, and we all joked and laughed. But Gideon, it be like say the thing where you talk, say you see for water, now we they see for telly. So Gideon, are you there?
Let's talk.
Gideon or mute, Abi, you don't go sleep. All right. We don't appear to. There she is. You have to speak up. Why is everybody so low today? We there, but we know they too hear you. Are you far away from your system?
No, I'm not carrying. I'm with my phone.
All right, we're waiting to hear from you.
Waiting to hear from you that Tinubu is not our president, Abby. No, we are happy.
And I will the what for tell you so now.
We are all celebrating. We are happy. Okay, thank you, people.
So what is Edo State like? How are they responding where you are?
Everybody is in now. I don't even know.
We can barely hear you. All right, Gideon, we'll come back to you. We can barely hear a word. Let's try Zach. So Zach, you're up next. Zach, let's hear from you.
Yeah, well, man, thank you. Wow. Brand
Now,
new
so if you
government.
look at your
Brand new
former vice
government.
president, now if they tell you,
Brand new government, brand new president. I mean, what can I say? Bola Ahmed Tinubu is our president right now, whether we like it or not. I know there's a lot of tension in the country. A lot of people are not happy. Like for me personally, I didn't support him, but the fact is, he's our president right now. We all just have to like wish him all the best. Even though we have all our differences, and at the end of the day, we all want a better Nigeria. So because of that, we just have to support him, and anybody that can do the job, we should just support the person. And today I was a little bit, I tried to look at the whole issue in another perspective today, because I was like, Nigeria, for the fact that we are going through a lot, our democracy has actually, survived, and, I could kind of see, little improvement. Like the whole inauguration went well. There are a lot of people that say today will not happen. A lot of pastors are saying they've seen this, they've seen people will protest. And at the end of the day, it was peaceful. And, Tinubu's team, kudos to them, because, they were able to kind of, manage the guy. They managed him pretty good. And he was able to stand and give a speech, and good speech and all that. So I really, really appreciate that, and I like that Tinubu, for the fact that we all know he's going through some things, and was able to give a speech, and everything went well. So with that being said, I just hope that all these career politicians that are around Tinubu, I just hope that Tinubu can just pay them off, just pay them off and just let them go, and bring in, the real people that can really, do the job for him. Because he said that he believes in teamwork and teamship. And I believe that politicians, all these career politicians, cannot, actually deliver for Tinubu. I don't see all this Ganduje around him, all these Apabios. I don't think they can actually, deliver for Tinubu, because they are career politicians and they are not professionals. They cannot build anything. They don't know what's going on in today's world. And I believe that he can just pay them off and let them go, and just thank them for all they've done for him and all that. And, bring in, young people that know what they are doing, and let them set the country straight, and just let everybody be happy. That's what I wish him. I wish him all the best, and I just hope that Nigerians will just use this opportunity right now to kind of support him, because people are actually waiting for him, because everybody have this kind of there's this thing around Tinubu that is corrupt, is this, is that. I wish he would be able to change that narrative and let Nigerians know that, hey, I'm not for that, this is it, and let people actually, appreciate him. And that's what I have to say concerning the inauguration. I just wish him all the best.
And the speech, I know that. How did you digest that? What was embedded in that speech? Yeah.
if you listen to the speech, it didn't really. I mean, the way the speech, everything, when he didn't really drop anything that will make some people or some ethnic groups or some space or some people to feel like it didn't really say anything about us. It was just like a general speech that it talks about the economy, talk about fuel subsidy, talk about that he would like every state to generate their own electricity, which are it just points basic issues and just let it go. There's no kind of bombshell or anything that he dropped that anybody can, hold him for and talk about. He went straight to the issue that is, that's affecting Nigeria right now. He talks about it, and that's it. That's what I observe about that. About the speech.
So what level of optimism do you have, or even pessimism do you have for the Tinubu administration? Because we always start with great hope for these people, but in this instance, are you apprehensive that he would disappoint like Buhari, or do you think there's a bit more substance to him for the job?
Well, well, one man. That's everybody can write a good speech. Talk is cheap. At the end of the day, what we want is action. Remember when Buhari came, he said, "It's for everybody, it's for nobody." He said the military headquarters, whatever, should be, they should transfer it to some state and all that. And everybody think that the security issue will be kind of resolved. By the end of the day, nothing happened. So, like Tinubu, what I'm trying to say, Tinubu, everybody kept saying that this guy is a strategist, he knows how to do his things. And see, we all want to see that. I actually, everything I've said about Tinubu, I want Tinubu to kind of prove people like us wrong. I want Tinubu to just people like us to feel like, oh man, this guy is really working. And if Tinubu performed today, I would.
Are you there? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, all right. I think we lost
Yes,
Zach.
I can hear you very well.
All right. I think we lost Zach. So let's try Gideon, because I'm really keen to hear from Gideon. She has been championing Tinubu all the way through, and she has never for one moment wavered. She's come here quite often to take abuse, but now she's come to take victory. So the victorious Gideon are on mute. Gideon, let's hear from you. Gideon. All right, let's come to you, Rational Mind. I think Gideon is in Edo State, so that's where she's joining us from. So I think there must be system issues there. So so you've always said, Rational Mind, that that is if the swearing in will ever take place. That is if, and that is if. So that is if, and that is if. But now this is it. So it's happened now. So now Tinubu is your president. So as we're speaking now, the president of your country, Rational Mind, is Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Yeah, I will take that last part of your sentence. The president of Nigeria. Yeah. But not my
Which
president.
is your country. Which is your country,
Oh,
yes.
Oh yeah, it's okay. Maybe I like it. Okay, I can accept it that way.
So therefore, your president is Tinubu. Accept it now. Say my president is Tinubu. Tinubu is my president
of my country. Yeah.
Yes.
The INEC declared president and who was sworn in. No problem. I accept that. And I was trying to reply to your question that you were asking me in private. I was typing actually, but anyway, so maybe
go on.
So anyway,
yes.
That would be something we have to discuss private anyway. So yeah.
I
think I watched it. I watched the before I went to bed, but like I said to you, when it's summer like this, summertime, I don't get long sleep. As soon as the sun comes up like this, I just can't sleep anymore because my window here, it faces the way we build our houses here. We face the sun, so when it starts shining through the window curtain like this, everywhere's bright. I can't sleep. I get this energy. So anyway, yeah. So I'm here to sleep, get enough sleep. So anyway, just to answer your question, I have been watching the inauguration and all of that. Well, everything went well. I think everything went as against some people's wish, perhaps, that there's going to be a problem. And then some people are saying he's going to be arrested. Yeah, I don't even know where that is coming from. I knew he was going to be sworn in, but when I said, then that was when I was even typing to you, trying to answer some of the questions you asked me in private. But let me just say one of them here. I think we had a little bit of skirmish on your platform when some people were just attacking me for expressing a view, and we're trying to read more meaning to it than what I've said. Um, if I do not see eye on eye with Tinubu, does not mean I wish him dead. That is that I just believe something can happen. Something can happen, but not that I wish that he would die, but that something would just happen. He would not be sworn in. That's what I hope for. But of course, I know the reality is that.
Well, so are you still hoping for that, rational mind?
Yeah, well,
Eh? Eh?
one man, he has been
Eh?
sworn in. I've seen it, and I've come to that reality that yes, at least he's going to be the president for the next few, who knows, however it takes.
Are you
But
accepting that he's not going to die? Eh? Or
well,
are you still in that space? Eh?
one
Eh?
man, one man.
Are you
I
still
don't wish him. I don't wish death upon him. I don't wish
eh?
death upon him. But
Look
but
at that.
death is something that is in him. Did you know that? I've heard that Raymond Deposit is dead.
Oh yeah, no, I was going to bring that up. That's one of the
So
things that
Raymond
in fact that's why
Deposit
I held Oriola back. It's one of the headlines we're looking at.
yeah.
So
So
there it is.
Raymond Deposit
Raymond Deposit. They say the land needs blood. They often say that, and when I saw this headline of Raymond Deposit dying, I just had the way we are superstitiously or thinking on everything in Nigeria. I thought that was the Ogun prize of the inauguration.
what man?
No, now you know
So
now.
Ogun ti fẹjẹ nìkan wẹ̀ ní àbí báwo?
Ogun láti
All
fẹ̀jẹ̀
right.
èèyàn kan wẹ̀ now, you know.
So the point I'm trying to
wọ́n ti fi ṣètùtù.
Wọ́n ti fi rúbọ.
What if you rally? What if you rally? Anyway, yeah.
May so rest in peace. So, by the way, somebody's
Yeah.
just dead, and we're even laughing. But
We just hope he rests easy. Yeah. So
yes.
you see, my point is that why I brought Dr. C was that we do not have. We're just, we're nothing but just like air. We blow, we're off we go. So we don't have this life. We can be here today and tomorrow we're not gone. We're gone. How much so when somebody's getting near to his grave, or when somebody is like 70, it is sure bank out the day. They will look at Dr. C now. Just why that was why I brought Dr. C. Was he 70? Is he 71?
71.
Yeah, I'm on like Tinubu's age mate. If really Tinubu is 71, like he claims.
Oh right.
So you can imagine. So we need somebody who is vibrant, younger. Do I believe that Tinubu can live longer than me, who is younger than him? Yeah, he might. He might outlive me. But the point I'm trying to say is that Nigeria cannot afford to be having leaders that are senile looking. Do I believe he can walk?
All right, but we have what we have now, and there's every likelihood that almost really this is us now for the next 4 years at least.
Okay.
So how are you digesting that in terms of hope for the future?
Yeah, I listened to his speech, his address to the nation. The same, somewhat similar kind of well, what's it called? I'm for everybody, but I'm for nobody. But his own was different, quite different. He says, I will be prejudiced to none, and I'll be equal to all, something like that.
Yes.
I took that word from me. I had to play that place. I had to play it and replay it just to be sure I heard what I heard from him. So it's somewhat like something similar to what Buhari said. I'm for all and for none. So, but somewhat different in his. But then I had his speech. I had he said he talks about his plan for Nigeria in a more broad, like on quote, in a more broad term. That's what he said. and he talks about having to work with people, or work with people, not dictate, and he won't rule over them.
Was that a commentary against the Buhari administration? Was that an acerbic remark
I saw
towards
that too. I think it
Buhari?
was a jab. I think it was a jab. He was taking a jab at. I think so. Maybe that's what it is. But when he went on saying that we'll continue from Buhari's infrastructure, I was like, my goodness.
Yeah, but that's a strength. That's a strength point for the Buhari administration, isn't it? So he has to say that because what a lot of people concede is that Buhari made an effort in terms of infrastructure. When Prince Adebayo even came here, he told us that from 1999 till date, all of them combined, Buhari did them in infrastructure.
Well, I'm not on ground in Nigeria just for me to be able to know to what extent. But what I've seen is not commensurate with the money that was borrowed. But that's another thing for another time. We shall find out how well this Tinubu or whoever gets the administration will be able to show to Nigerians the massive corruption or whatever money that was stolen and the tokenness that was given to the Nigerians. We shall see how that plays out. But then my point is that some of the things he highlighted in his speech, talking about not being dictator, he wants an all-inclusive government. His oppositions are not because they were in the opposition does not mean that they are less patriotic than him or that they are patriotic. He knows they are feeling how patriotic they are, blah blah blah. And he went on talking about. I will talk about this first subsidy last verse, but he went on talking about wanting to work with everybody and working for everybody, and he will listen to people. And I think I've often heard him use that word, use that line in some of his earlier speeches too. That I think maybe in his acceptance speech, so he said something like that. That he's going to work for. He's going to listen to people. He will take other people's uh, uh, views into consideration on an issue of investors. He wants investors to come to Nigeria, that they will review the multiple, take note of what I'm trying to say here, the multiple taxation, that they will review it, which I think is a good area to look into, because you cannot have a company coming to Nigerian investors and this will tax, that will tax. Agberu will collect their own, this one will collect their own. That's why you need to unify the taxes. If we're going by VAT, let it be VAT strictly. If it has to be like business tax or property tax or whatever, then you have to remove VAT. You cannot expect them to be paying tax, business tax and other tax, and then they'll be paying VAT on every transfer they do from their account to other account or whatever. Cannot be doing that. This is multiple taxation. So you need to streamline your tax. So whether federal tax and then state has their own taxes. And then if you're bringing in product from outside.
He also said that it was going to make it easier for them to repatriate their profits, which I thought, I had to pause for a moment when I heard him say that, because we don't really want people repatriating money too easy, readily from the Nigerian economy, So I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he just needs to say that.
That's to the multinationals. That's multinationals.
But he just has to say that so that way it guarantees them that, look, we're not going to stifle you. So as for them to bring in that money. The thing is this: you need to create you see, like one man, you were not here when we were having that a few hours ago. I was challenging Lagos State investment into rice mill and all of that. You see, Lagos State has a lot of potentials that is even beyond agriculture or those mediocre kind of things that they're doing. What I'm trying to say is this: that he's trying to say that to guarantee them that, look, there is we will make you bring your money in here, and you'll be free to take your money out if you so decide to want to move out of Nigeria. But the thing is this: if you create an enabling environment, that's what I'm using to talk. I'm trying to talk about Lagos State. If Lagos State can urbanize in a real sense of urbanization, the real estate alone in itself, it's a different thing. It's a different will of its own, that you will not even have to bring in agricultural products agricultural processing center within Lagos metropolises. All the lands in Lagos will be so exposed.
Rational mind. I'm not sure how much of what Prince Adebayo was saying you heard when he was speaking to that space.
I only listened to a few of it, and I slept off when I was gone.
Yeah, he was speaking to that space. That guy is quite knowledgeable. Actually, I keep referencing him. He was speaking to that space in the course.
Rational mind should speak up.
Oh, are you saying well, maybe
you sound somewhat tired, and you sound like
I'm still, like I said, I was still sleeping. I've not been able to sleep much, but then go on. I mean, can you hear me better now?
Yes, they want more energy in your voice. But what the prince was saying, just to what you're saying, he was saying that it wasn't really even the best idea to cite the Dangote refinery in Lagos, because Lagos does not have the land space to give at 7 times Victoria Island size to some company that wants to be. That place is better cited in maybe Ogun State or that kind of thing. So he was speaking to that space, and to further that, Lagos State really, it should be all about real estate and finance. It shouldn't really be about industry. Agriculture has no place in Lagos State. Lagos State should just be about real estate and finance. And then all of these are Ibadan, Ogun, Ekiti. They can be the agricultural hubs, the industrial hubs, and all of that. So that's what Prince Adebayo was saying.
You see, for your, I know you might know, probably you don't know. So for some of our listeners here, you see, on this your platform, I've been a champion of I don't know if you're here when we're discussing that sometime, but I said, what does Lagos State have to do with that citing Dangote refinery within a metropolis of Lekki, where we have residential quarters? Even the environmental impact on the people living. In fact, I can't even have a property around that area. People say, no, your property will be worth billions. Forget it. That's not the issue. You see, I've often championed that on this your platform, that Lagos State has no business bringing industries into Lagos as such. Just create an urbanized city. The land properties will be worth billions, because, like you said, I don't even know that Adewale even said something like that. When I was even arguing that with some of the friends, some of the talkheads here early this morning, that Lagos State has no business in those kind of business. Just make Lagos State and real, like New York, like I was citing the example, whereby it does not have agricultural processing center within the city of New York. It's all about just financial buildings and all of that, residential buildings of billions or millions of dollars. A condo in Brooklyn or say Manhattan, you know how much it costs? Those kind of things. Just make Lagos a very urbanized city. The real estate property there will be worth more than even having to cite like a factory. It will be worth more than that. But then you see, when we have mediocres as leaders who doesn't even see anything they can really do, how they can even transform a state, all they do is give us this tokenism and think that they've done something that's. Somebody was telling me. Ola was saying that, oh, do you know how much job they? Yes, they create job that way. But that is not the fact. That is not the issue. Lagos State should not be seen as a factory or a place where people come and you'll be doing agro processing things, or the property alone there should be worth something. Just urbanize it, design it, create parks, create attraction for people to come and invest in there. The real estate properties in North or the zone. Some people will be even selling their land. Like those kind of Ajegunle areas there. People will sell those land worth billions of naira, or even not even millions of naira. And then there'll be, real developers will come there and transform that place. You just have vision, leaders with vision. But when we have this tokenism, thinking that they're helping Lagosians by bringing in the agro processing center so that they can tax them, and say what kind of myopic kind of but then let's leave that. But I'm even glad that this guy Adebayo was even thinking in line of what I was saying earlier, that I've often said here. Dangote has no reason to cite that what's it called, that refinery there. Number one, the environmental impact on the resident around that area.
May I add to what May I add to what you just said?
Yeah,
Yes, add to it. Give a rational mind a moment to go and get coffee. Maybe he'll be a bit more energized. He needs
Yeah, I
energy. Go
actually
and get
disagree
coffee.
with him. I disagree with him. There's nothing wrong with the refinery, I don't agree with that, but the rice mill and other manufacturer that won't pollute the river or they will have an economic factor like air pollution. I kind of disagree with that, but saying there's no need for manufacturing in Lagos, I don't agree with that. And what you said about New York is wrong.
No. Sorry. Why don't you agree with that? Because I
Yeah,
agree with it. Why
I
don't
will.
you agree with it?
Yeah, I will mention that. So, New York that you cited, the only city in New York is just the New York City area. Every other county in New York, they're regular. They have chemical facility. They have manufacturer. Even Tesla is in New York. I think Buffalo. They have different manufacturing companies. So you're saying they should only focus on housing, just real estate? There's no fact to that. I think that you already have a city like, let's say, VI or Ikoyi, for example. Yeah, if you want to build, focus on real estate, build skyscrapers in that major area as your main city. I think we already have Marina. Yeah, focus on Marina. Make it a big.
Lagos is one of the 7 mega cities in the world, and a mega city is really where you have a huge concentration of people in a defined landmass. So Lagos is oversaturated in terms of people, and it's such a small geographical
That is the
space
point.
that the
Wait, don't
mass
say Lagos.
it doesn't have the land space for industrialization, because Lagos is more about finances and a cultural projection.
Yeah, but
there's countless land in your state, which is just an hour away from Lagos. So why don't they have all the factories there?
but the point I'm trying to make is that's not entire Lagos. Lagos has like a main city, which would be like I just
we
mentioned,
understand this.
VI and Marina. You're putting the entire
It's Babati
Lagos
now. It's Babati
together.
pretending to be.
You're putting the entire Lagos together as its main city. The entire Lagos state is not a city.
What's the size of? Hold on.
Lagos.
What's the size of Marina? Can I say something to you? What's the size of Lagos Island as a whole? Do you know the size of Lagos Island?
I don't know the size, but
So
they have.
it's smaller
majority
than
of
the
the
whole of Manhattan.
financial stuff in Nigeria is located in either VI or Marina.
The point we're saying is this: Lagos does not have that land mass to be allowing for those kind of things you're talking about, this kind of industries.
Do you know? So apologies, rational mind. Do you know how much land mass the Dangote refinery consumes?
I have no idea.
We spoke about that, I know.
Yeah, it's 7 times. It's 7 times the size of Victoria Island. All for that one industry. When you can just put it in
that one. Yeah.
Yes,
I don't agree with the refinery.
No,
and that's prime land, by the way. That's prime land. That's not even in some.
I don't agree with that.
That's prime land.
No.
Plus, there's other environmental factor that will go in, because I don't think they do like the engineering diligent, and they have scientists actually make sure that there's no impact in the society.
I only feel sorry for all of these people rushing to buy land there. They will be having
water
the third
pollution,
arms and whatnot.
Noise pollution. Those things are very critical. I don't think they look into those.
You see, that particular area, before Dangote started his refinery there, is not that developed. Because my sister in 2019 was telling me I should come and buy some acres of land for as low as 600,000 naira in that particular area. So it has been a place that was earmarked for that industrial area. And some of those lands were landfilled. The land Dangote is occupying, it was farm field. Some of those areas. So
Um, Lagos State missed money. Oyo State, Ogun State, they couldn't get their asses together. So Lagos State snatched the stuff from them. Like, okay, there is this secluded part of our state. Because if you really look at Lagos, you will understand that from a axis, if not for Ambode, that had lots of infrastructure to Ekpe. When you get to Ekpe, you start to think you are in Ijebu Ode. The last time I was there many years ago, somebody,
Yeah, but
one
that
tower.
still doesn't mean they should build it there. That's what people are saying. Just
No,
because you look
but
like a
it has,
village does not
has
mean
that
they need you to build
what
refinery in that location.
no, that
So
has
that's the point we're
that place,
making.
no, what I'm saying is that place was marked in the 70s as industrial area. It has been there in the
No, no,
design of
we're not talking about
Yes, I
earmarking
agree
now.
with you. They can build
Where the
industries.
conversation is should industry be in Lagos at all? Is that a misuse of the very limited scarce land in
uh,
Lagos, which is
I
already
think
overpopulated? But let Rational Man pick it up from there.
okay.
Yeah. So I hope you guys can hear me better now. Can you guys
Yeah,
hear
much
me
better.
better? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, you see, like everybody, because that was how Tinubu Bola rode on to become this
Bola,
Bola
is
now.
it your drinking body? Eddie Omotini? Look, are you?
Well,
Huh?
man, let me refer.
Where's
If I can
where's
call,
your GCFR? Where's your GCFR? Do you have a
hold on now.
GCFR?
If I could be
Eh?
calling Biden, I call him Biden. Despite his at that
You
age.
call him Biden or Sleepy Joe? Sleepy Joe.
I won't call him Sleepy Joe. That's Trump's terminology. Anyways, yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is that we do not have leaders with vision. Their visions is the vision of leaders that current leader, even like Bola himself, who they call him the father of Lagos or father of modern Lagos. I mean, that's to tell you, is that the kind of person is you? I mean, but I hear, but if I'm going to hear from you now, one man, you will say, we're a third world now. Listen, we should think ahead. We should think because the time will come when Dangote is occupying that kind of places there, and land in Lagos is becoming like $1 billion, like a small property, a small space. You'll be paying like millions of dollars just to get a small space within Lagos. Because when Lagos gets to the peak of its potential, I tell you, a lot of people, like those Babasikira that has a house in Ajegunle, those swampy areas, they'll be selling those areas, they'll be selling those lands, sampling them, and be selling them for millions of dollars because of the potentials of, the strategic position of Lagos. So why should you be citing those kind of, I've seen cities whereby, because I'm into urbanization and all of that. I've seen cities whereby factories are being sold, they go out of business, or maybe they just buy them. Real estate property owners just buy them and convert them to residential quarters. I've seen that in some cities. They're chasing out all this manufacturing within the cities. I've seen some cities like that where I've been to. They have to close down. I mean, some real estate moguls just have to come and buy the whole property and convert it into residential quarters. Not because they don't need the industry, but they felt that there's no need for industry within town or within that main metropolis. They move them out into city, into a town-like area, or into like countryside area. So the point is that we need to start thinking like that, thinking long term. Dangote has no business bringing that refinery within that area, the residential area. We need to site it very close, away from. But you see, when we have myopic and mediocres ruling us, but it's okay. But then I think he has found himself into the presidency. Let's see what he's going to do. But my point is just that what he said, some of the things he mentioned is in his speech, that he's going to work with everybody who doesn't want. He's not going to treat anybody as lesser than himself. And just let me allow other people talk more. I just want to say this last issue of subsidy. The other day I think Fatai here, we were all debating it here when Fatai had a point. Some other people were like saying no. But then he has a point. Which is what Tinubu alluded to today. Alluded to in his speech. He said, "Well, there's no subsidy anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the bearer. I'm sorry." Instead of fortunately, that's what he said. Unfortunately, there's no money to spend because it's not even made. There's no provision for it in the project. The budget does not cover the. So my question is, now that the subsidy there's no subsidy removal automatically because money was not budgeted for it. So what will be the impact on the Nigerians now going forward now? Would that not mean hardship? How is he going to cushion that aspect? But like he said, in the next few days, he's going to unveil his economic team or whatever. Just see how they're going to walk around it so that Nigerians, because what Tinubu doesn't want to do at this point, because if he wants to win the hearts of, like I said, was it yesterday or this early morning? I said, for people like myself, skeptics like myself, if you want to win skeptics like myself, let him work for the people. But when he's inheriting this huge amount of debt that Buhari is living in, and this issue of fuel subsidy, which perhaps is the only thing that Nigerians are benefiting. I don't really see that they are benefiting because they deserve it, because it's their country, they own the oil, so they should not be paying more for oil, but because of the corruption we see around it. So now, are you going to deny Nigerians that, which is probably the only thing they benefit from the government? And now the gas, what's it called, petrol that they buy maybe at a subsidized rate. Now you're going to make them to be paying $1,000 naira for per liter. Oh my goodness, that's going to be a real hardship. So you better not go that route. Find a way around it, which I don't know how he's going to do it. Before he's going to ask the Nigerian National Assembly to budget or print out money for him to be able to pay this importance of.
I'm sure he's got a plan for that, rational mind. But
do you know the plan? Do you know the plan?
Well, I don't know the plan, but certainly, and by the way, if he's going to make these difficult decisions, the window for difficult decisions is really these first 6 months,
exactly.
where it's unlikely that anything will significantly happen to him in terms of and I'm not talking about the P2B, whatever. So the window to make difficult decisions now is the first 6 months. So he will take the hit because, of course, he still has that honeymoon period of that 6 months. So
Doesn't have honeymoon, woman. Don't paint that picture. This is now. He needs to get to work right now. But I'm not saying now, like what I mean right now. I mean, because this fuel subsidy, it doesn't want to aggravate Nigerians right now, because Nigerians are already tired. The economy is really biting on people right now. So now you want to now compound it with this fuel subsidy thing that is being removed, and now all this transportation and everything, production now goes up because of people who don't afford to buy cheaper petroleum product anymore. They have to pay more for it. I mean, you don't want to do that to Nigerians. So I think he just needs to start getting himself into work and bringing up his economic teams. But like you said, I trust he has maybe the best team, perhaps, probably, likely. But the point is, he needs to start getting to work, because this thing he doesn't want this thing to escalate. I'm not trying to be a doomsday sayer or whatever, but I see that as a real problem, real challenge, because if you can't pay importers and people that bring in petroleum products into Nigeria, pay them money or whatever subsidized way they do it, and that has to now increase the fuel products.
Oh, all right.
It's going to be an issue, yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So have a look at your phone as we welcome Zita in. So Zita, so Zita. Oh, sorry. Did you want to come in, Ajale Koko?
Yeah. Can I say something?
Yeah. Carry on.
This is what I said earlier. I said this petroleum subsidy that is announcing an end to it will surely invite a very serious economic economic implication of it, and political implication of it could be used by his political opponent and the labor and trade unions to push for his some narrative against him, because surely this measure, an end to petroleum subsidy, will surely bring hardship, and that will help fuel a very serious campaign against him, demonstration against him. And it is not good for him at this point because it will be regarded as a measure against the interests of the people. Interest of the people, anything that will bring hardship, people will call it, it doesn't have the, it's not in tune. It's not in tune with the hardship that people are facing. That is the way it will be interpreted. I think he should have been patient a little bit, or maybe push for some little more time to pay this. I mean, it's been paid for over 8 years. It's been paid for over 8 years. We never die. So allow some few more times, few more months, and get the labor on board on this thing, because he promised that I'm going to negotiate with people. I'm going to dialogue. But on this decision, it's not negotiation, it's not dialoguing, it's not do this. So importers of this product, we have to import this in on how much, at the rate of how much. So the landing costs and other expenses, the price of this thing will be so unbearable. So I don't know the way he wants. Maybe you have a plan somehow, but I don't know any other way out of this because we don't have our refinery working. Dangote is not working yet. It's going to start working in July. So are we going to start going through economic hardship again as a result of removal of this thing from day one? It could even invite Buhari to be more popular because people will now say Buhari is very sensitive. Buhari did not remove it. He knew the economic effect of it, but this guy, he doesn't understand anything. Political opponents will fuel it up, and it will start becoming unpopular from day one to Nigerian people. So I think he fired a shot against himself by making this announcement. It's a big shot against himself. So
I also
Can I ask you a question? Oh.
Yes, you can ask, but I'm keen to bring Zita's voice in, but just have that conversation for a micro moment and then we bring Zita in. Yeah.
If you look at it, was he the one that removed it? All he said was they didn't make a room for, there's no room in the budget that was passed. There's no room for subsidy. So I think he's trying to play it right, where you can't really blame him. It was just the fact that, I mean, if we have to blame anyone, let's blame the previous people in charge or the people, the senators or the House of Rep, the people that actually passed the budget, because they didn't make room. After 6 months of 2023, there's nothing for subsidy. Don't you look at it that way? Because he didn't come out right and say, I removed it. He was just saying, looking at the budget.
Supplementary budget to cover it for some months. He can push for supplementary budget. It's not the president. He can push for supplementary budget to cover that subsidy for the next 3 months or so, or next 6 months. And by next year, he can come up with his own budget. And by that time, he will have a wider dialogue with people in petroleum sector, with the labor, with every stakeholder on this thing, and everybody will have by then have everybody on board to kick off his termination of the petroleum. But from the day one, he's inviting. Buhari has set that trap for him. Now he's entering the trap. And that's going to make him unpopular from day one because the labor will fight him. Because you are going to increase. I mean, the price of this product will go up. Price of everything will go up. And what of the salary of workers? Are you increasing the salary of workers right away? You see, when you bring pains on people and you don't have anything to cushion that pain, it's going to be problem. So I don't know why he's inviting problem from day one to himself. I mean, that decision is not good enough this time. That announcement, rather, the statement he make, I think is a miscalculation, as far as it's a political miscalculation right there. And his political opponent will jump into that space and start to hit hard on him. Forget about what every one of them have said in the past. All of them said this thing should be removed. But when they see an opportunity to hit hard on him, they will hit hard on him. Everybody should remember that arithmetically, on arithmetical figure,
wasn't it removed?
It's not popular to Nigerian people. On arithmetical figure, it's not popular. It's only on political figure. It's popular. He won the election on a political figure, but arithmetically, more Nigerians did not vote for him. He has to be mindful of that. I don't know why he's taking this decision from day one. Thank you, Omar.
Yeah, but I heard that at one point, was it 2015, they removed the subsidy for a little bit, and before they put it back, and the economy kind of adjusts itself to it. I think there might be something that he knows.
Why did they put it back? Why did they put it back if
know.
the economy adjusted?
I guess it did probably get harder, but I think he probably, I mean, he just started. I mean, I'm definitely sure he knows some things. They might play some tricks that will make it work, but I'm not gonna, I'll let him do what he needs to do, but I don't know, to be honest.
Maybe it's already got a deal with Dangote to hasten up the supply.
Right, there might be a lot of things that we don't know that makes him feel like this is a good thing for us to stay with.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring Zita up, who's been waiting patiently. So Zita, all of the conversations that we've been having for all of the weeks and really all of the months lands now in that fortuitously image on your screen now. So that's the man straddling then the motorcade of power, waving to his adoring fans and followers as now the president of the country. So this is Tinubu now. The journey of 30 years lands him at the back of that Jeep. Zita, what are you making of what you're saying?
One man. Hey, good day, everyone.
Good day.
Lucky for us, today is Wheat Monday, so it's public holidays here. So I've been at home. I slept off, I didn't work the moment. But I will say congratulations to Nigerians and to more, and to everybody who want Nigeria to stand for a peaceful transition from one power administration to another. I believe for those that believe in Nigeria, all they can say now is, may this administration benefit me and my family. May this administration work for Nigerians. May this administration bring a new dawn. May this administration make Nigeria and Nigerians shine. Well, all said and done, all the promotion and negative words and everything is gone. Now we are faced with the reality that Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. Whether we like it or not, we should wish him luck. Because if he does good, it's good for everybody. One man, I don't know, he did not drop dead. And I must commend his speech. I don't know if he has a teleprompter, as people used to say, but he
did not look he wasn't looking down like though he was reading.
He used teleprompter. He used teleprompter.
Yes, there was a teleprompter.
He used, but the thing is, he didn't follow the teleprompter for the most 100%. I think some of the.
No, I think he followed it. You just didn't realize it. He was reading.
No, hold on.
He was reading.
I saw him looking at the teleprompter, talking, But some of it's some part of his
You
speech.
know,
That was
often
just
instances when people hold on, sorry, Zita. Often instances when people use teleprompters, they are not reading word for word something from a teleprompter, so that it will just give you the next line of because it's already prepared and rehearsed. So it's like a snapshot reminders that this, and then you build your narrative around that. So, but nevertheless, an impressive
That's
speech,
correct, right?
Zita.
One man.
Yes.
I don't think there was an issue in any speaker or any president or any public official using a teleprompter. I think there was an issue in his voice and his health and how he's going to stumble and bumble and tumble in his words. That's why I said it was a perfect speech and it was very eloquent.
But you
I'm
just
not
said to
talking
us that
about
you didn't
whether
listen. Hold
somebody
on.
is
You said you
standing.
didn't listen. How can you be saying this when you did not even listen to it? You say you
I
slept
did
through
not
all
listen
through.
to what? Who told you I did not listen to what?
You say you slept. Hold on. I
I
heard you
said I
now.
did not watch the moment. I'm talking about live. I slept
Okay.
off. I have to go back and watch it all over again. That's what I'm saying. I
But then
didn't say I did not listen.
how come you did not see him use teleprompter if you watch it?
I said
No,
I
you're not
don't
listening
care.
to what she's saying. She's not saying he did not use a teleprompter. She's saying that he held steady and he did not have any faux pas. That's more the wider
No,
point she's
I know
making.
she said that, but she said that was why we all had to vote in and said he used
I said
teleprompter.
I don't think.
All right, let her carry on. Carry on, Zita.
Please, when I talk, try to listen. I said I don't
God.
think there is any president, public speaker. Most of them use teleprompters. So I don't have issue with that. And that's not where we have issue anyway. Where we have issue is that he's going to stumble and bumble and tumble in his words. So that's why I said he had a perfect speech. And
So
it was
it
eloquent
didn't do
enough.
blah, 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 blue, blue.
My brother. We didn't hear the blah, blah, blah that everybody was expecting. So that's what I'm talking about. It was eloquent. And it was sound. And it was a perfect speech. So, one man, everything went well. So let's look forward to the next few days, what he's going to come up with. I like the fact that everything has. Come on, anyway. Let's just say it has happened. And we should look forward for a good Nigeria. That's all I have to say.
There is no chance of this ceremony repeating again anytime outside of 4 years. So Nigeria has elected a new president. He has been sworn in, and he has made an inspirational inaugural speech, itemizing some of the items that he's going to focus on. And I paid attention. I'm not sure if you did to his speech. But then, of course, an inauguration speech is an inauguration speech. But when Alexander was here, Gomez, I was just saying then that if he lives even up to a quarter of the things that he was describing in that speech, we can well see the country transformed in rapid time. So did you identify within his speech anything to invest hope on?
You see, I was discussing, I don't know who I spoke with earlier in the day. And when, I don't know how much time I have to talk anyway. When you talk about...
No, carry on.
When in economics, you talk about human capital development, and then that is the first economic growth, which is the trend. And an economist will ask you, how can you be talking about human capital development without infrastructure? As I said before, and people are not believing me, Tinubu is going into plug and play. I know what I'm talking about. A lot of foundations have been laid, and he's a smart guy. I give it to him. Where he did his pre-education before he went to CSU, that's where I did my own daily. I've been privy to see what his his brain looks like. He's a very smart guy. So I am sure he's going to
Even
make
Prince Adebayo
appropriate.
told us that when he came 2 days ago, that is an exceptionally brilliant man.
And I concur, because as at the time in CSU, when this rumble was going on, we have to PPP somewhere. He's smart. He's very brilliant. And I am sure he's going to make appropriate use of it. This thing he's saying that he has no excuse. From the record I see of him, I don't think he's joking. Let's just watch. But a lot of foundations have been laid, I must say. And I'm sure he's going to make appropriate use of that. I used to say, not even Tinubu, anybody that takes over from Buhari wants to run, the person will run in a way that at least Nigerians will see it to an extent. If the person wants to run, he will run. Not only Tinubu, unless the person doesn't want to do anything at all. A lot has been put in place. That thing he's saying, I don't think he's joking, because I know that I think he has looked into what went on in Buhari's
Can we interject? Can we interject?
Of course, but be consistent with where she is. Carry on.
All right. So, what are the lots, Madam Zita? It doesn't mean you. I mean, you're one of your critics here. I will always criticize you. No hard feeling, please. There's no. I don't take
no hard feeling. So you can criticize me for all I care. You say, what
are you still waking up, rational mind? Are you still waking up?
I'm still in bed. My wife is complaining about me not sleeping out. So anyway, yeah. So don't see me as I'm your critic. One of those skeptics here. Not as if I have anything personal with you. I always so what do you mean by a lot has been put in place? So what are this lot of things that have been put in place?
Yeah, let me give you an example. If you will give me time to explain. I talk in map.
Yeah, carry on.
And I listen in map. If you look at the security apparatus, a lot has been done. He did a lot. The synergy, the synchronization of a lot of things. All the new person need is to set up 1 or 2 applications. And you can they can even do it the way they do it here. The moment you enter boundaries of Nigeria, your network will be knocked off. Automatically, you'll be using Nigeria network so that they can see. I think they can do it now from what he has done. They can do it. In this place, there are some areas they call restricted areas. The moment you drive, go there, your data, everything will knock off. It will go into their own network. It's either you switch it off or you use it because they want to know what the hell you are doing. It's as simple as that. So they can do it. I'm talking about security. Then in terms of economy, I said it before. I thought, how can you talk about human?
Sorry, Zita. I'm not breaking your stride. Only really padding just to enhance what you're saying. When you're talking about it is being given a good base to build on. If we go back to what we were discussing yesterday, and Charles Soludo was identifying 5 marquee things that needs to transform in the southeast. So Buhari has removed one, which is the second Niger bridge, which is something now that Tinubu does not have to worry about. So he can, off the back of that, build even more in the southeast. So is that where you are in your narrative, Zita?
Yes. And take into consideration the second Niger bridge, the design. They designed it in a way that a railroad can pass. As they were building it, they didn't knock it off. They gave room for that. So all these things are like connectors. He has already said the connectors. All you need to do is to bring out what they call the detailed designs in engineering and look at it and know where you have to close up and where you have to follow through. I don't want to start calling like somebody who is in Anambra this is supposed to be done. In a Bini, he has done this, so connect it to this. I think Bishop is very good at that. I don't speak that way. Bishop will go elaborate to do that. I don't speak that way.
Zita, in the course of his speech, he was itemizing items, specifics that he was going to address, and he was speaking about building silos to ensure food security. So this was some of the things that he spoke on in the course of the campaign. These food silos to guarantee a minimum baseline of profit for the agricultural sector, and to have a predictable price point for food within the Nigerian space. And then he was also speaking to them creating a credit facilitation system, because it's going to then, in all the geographical zones, put some sort of satellite credit facilitation, especially for agriculture. So with that sort of structure, because it's always nice on paper, but if it's able to actualize that, and what he spoke about electricity as well, if it's able to actualize that, and the security as well, because when he was speaking about security, he was saying that, look, the security I'm speaking of is not so much an increment in personnel, which has already been identified, but a recalibration of the security architecture of the country. But before you respond to that, I want you to hear from Babangida, whose welcome address to Tinubu tilts towards that. But this is just 2 minutes. Here it is.
First of all, I want to congratulate the country for going through this process of democratization, which is quite good. For the incoming administration, I like to congratulate the president and his vice president. I know that the president is a very skillful politician. He needs all his political skills to unite a polarized nation. He needs it, and I wish him well as far as that is concerned. Secondly, the country is rich with a lot of economic experts, economic advisors. They are so much that some of them are serving other countries. He should bring them together to help him manage the economy of this country. Thirdly, my advice also to him will be, as President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, he needs to have a good look at the armed forces, to reorient them, retrain them, and reorganize them for this, because he is the Commander-in-Chief. He has to do that because the armed forces had undergone a lot of processes that needs to be put together and make it an efficient, well-led armed forces. His fourth area that I believe he should pay attention to in the public service, it needs reorganization, reorientation, and so on.
Babangida there, I only really brought him in really to that space that Tinubu was when he was making his inaugural speech. And Babangida then, who of course a long-serving Nigerian president, he is saying that above everything else, that should be the central focus, primary focus first, to the recalibration of all of that. So what do they make of Babangida's input, marrying with Tinubu's inauguration speech, and then hopes for the future?
What he means is that they know his capability. If I may say this, I think the guy is desperate to succeed. I saw somebody put it in the comment section. I think that person is 100% right. Because I don't know if you people notice what happened when they gave him the flag and he returned the flag. Did you see that he put his hands on it? Maybe you people don't understand what that means, but I do. Anyway, Babangida is saying what I think is the obvious. There are a lot of things that need to be. It's not about empowering the security. The apparatus is already there. It's to recalibrate it, as Babangida said. But the personnel, in short, Nigerians need reorientation. Or one man, don't you think so?
Yes, no, I've always felt that there should be a national orientation ministry that describes what a Nigerian is, what the obligation of the government is, and what your obligation is to them. I've always thought we needed a ministry of orientation.
That's what I call the shatter.
We have an
I've
agency
always been
already.
saying that.
National Orientation Agency. We have it. There's an
Well,
agency.
they're not doing their work, then are they?
Well, of course,
Yeah.
when Malam Abubakar is the head of it, what do you expect?
Yeah, Dan Ladiabi.
Yeah, actually, I don't think we need that. Just
why don't you think we need
so
it?
here, so you take social study or whatever up-to-date subject they take in school, right from elementary school, make it a part of the subject that they would teach our constitution. Part of our constitution tell us what will make you in Nigeria. Just teach it. This is the first 1 to 19 of our constitution.
No, but that's sorry, Oriola, but that's part of a broader framework, is it not? And you say
it's not.
You'll be so. How many Nigerians? What percentage of Nigerians do you actually think access the educational system?
Okay, at least those of us that actually have access to education, we need to know it. I don't know a lot of stuff about Nigeria constitution, and we need to know it. So if you go to school, your elementary school, you're being taught. You go to secondary school as well. They teach you.
What about the people outside of school?
Yeah, that's why we need every Nigerian need to have at least some sort of education in Nigeria.
Civic education.
Huh?
I mean, people outside need to be taught civic education.
Yeah, that civic education is national orientation, is it
Yeah,
not?
That's what we're saying now.
Yeah, but in order for that to work, don't they need some sort of education?
Yeah, but they don't have to go back to primary school now.
It's you are thinking of one narrow field. So the education is part of it, but then the people outside of education is also part of it. So there needs to be a broad mix of something, because the relationship of the citizenship with the country, it differs right across the geographical mix of the country. Everybody has a different understanding of what their relationship is with the Nigerian state. So that needs to be condensed into one uniformity, which is then brought to the people as an expression of what a Nigerian is. So, but let Zita carry on just really so she doesn't lose her
Well, I think it's just going to be a waste of money if they just implement it in their education system.
All right.
No,
Zita.
that I don't think what the speaker is saying, that they don't need it. I think they need it, but it's not all about telling them to go there to be educated. I want the national orientation to be imbibed in everything that Nigerian citizens are doing. In the marketplace, in your banks, as a civil servant, as a private employee, as the government, in schools, in classes, at home. If they can put it in that's why I called it a charter. If they can make sure it goes in every sector in Nigeria, whereby you operate in a way that you do something like carrot and sticks, there must be consequences for every action. Even if you don't want to put people in prison, make sure they pay fine. And until they pay that fine, they cannot access anything. Yeah, it might hurt, but that's going to change a lot. People might cry, they might abuse you, but that's going to change a lot. If you remember in those days while we were coming up, While in Port Harcourt, I used to see people lining up and I asked them. They used to say that it was long during the military regime that started lining up to join the bus. And they kept it after the people have left for so many years. People still line up in a bus stop in Port Harcourt in those days. So it's something you put into some people, it becomes a kind of their habit and their character. Because when you remember you are going to waste 300 naira or 500 naira for just weighing on the road, and that 500 naira, you're not going to pay it to an individual. They will give you a ticket, and then you have to go and pay it before you can even access a bus. So when you see it that way, you know that you don't need to do it. That's what I'm talking about, orientation. Orientation doesn't really mean going to the class to tell people to go or hire people to go going to the street to.
All right, let's get back to Tinubu's inaugural speech before we deviate too sharply from it. So back to that space. The outtakes from there, Zita. What you heard and was impressed by, and what you did not hear and you thought should have been there. Zita.
Hello. Okay, it's like I muted myself. Can you hear me now?
Yes, carry on.
As I said, it was eloquent and it was good. It was a speech. But I am somebody who uses virtues and vices all the time. I will not dwell in what he did not say. Rather, I will dwell with what he said. There's something he said. And when he said it, look at his face, you can see a smile. He hammered on the infrastructural development of Buhari. And his countenance, as he said that, speaks volume to somebody like me. It goes back to what I have been saying. That's what brings about human capital development. And I'm happy he recognized that. And I'm happy that he said it. And I'm happy that he said he's going to work on other things, even the rice mill. All this one he's saying, food bank and all those things, it has already been there. Buhari has made a big, giant strides towards that. And those are the infrastructure we are talking about. So I'm not looking at what he did not say. For me, he said what I want to hear. So far, if he can stick to what he said, Nigeria is going to be a good country.
All right, brilliant. So Zita, I'm going to play you two very short clips to that space, and then I'll invite your commentaries on that, and then we'll go on from there to Kulata. But this first clip that I'm about to play you, when I saw it, I thought this was the moment that Buhari said Buhari said a mental goodbye to himself and to his office. So watch it. It's only about 5 seconds. So pay attention, or otherwise you'll miss it. But this moment is where I thought Buhari said a mental goodbye to his position.
President.
And there it is right there. Did you see that? So that was the seat of power. Odabo.
President. Oh, one man, you're funny.
so that's it right there. What do you make of that?
Well, exactly what you make of it. The other one I noticed was when they went to the stage with him, he went with his family and his son, and then Tinubu went with his own family and his son, and they are close friends or close family members. And then when the guy put the dotted line, look at Buhari's face. He smiled and nodded and then clapped his hands. That was the moment I said, like he said, it is done. I'm out of here.
You know, I saw that moment too. Actually, I paused it in the streaming just for that moment. So a couple of things struck me. It struck me that he actually took his, because that was Tinubu's moment. When Kashim Shettima went, he went with his wife, and I think it was even just him and his wife. I didn't say his son there, but he just went with his own immediate family and just his nuclear family. to that rostrum and did his bit. But when Tinubu went, Buhari also rolled out his accoutrements to follow him. And like you just said, what especially struck me was just the big smile on his face. So I was trying to figure out what that smile is. Was it a smile of release, an escape that, yes, I don't escape them? Or was it a smile that, yes, my friend and brother, now it's your turn? Or is it a mixture of all of that? But a man that always wears a scowl on his face, not often you saw Buhari smile, but I noticed that smile. But did you think I was,
Yeah.
am I reading too much into it?
I look, one man is not only you. I read too many things into it. But what made me start thinking positively about it is, if you watch closely, he nodded his head like in agreement. Go back to it again. You will see that he nodded his head in agreement. So when I saw that, it was like, it's positive.
All right, but it looks as though the obedient tried to interfere with affairs. There was an attempt to breach security, which a lot of people felt this somewhat the obedience at play.
At the end of the national anthem, the parade commander will now ride to take permission from the special guest of honor to march off the colors and the rest of the parade. Please, may I request we all...
So what did you make of that man attempting to breach security? Some people are trying to excuse it as a cameraman, but people feel that was somebody disguised, part of the obedient movement.
He was walking so fast. I think that was why I don't think I don't want to say who he was, but the security in places like this, if you are not a dignitary and you're making a quick step, they usually intervene. I think that was what happened. I don't know who he is. I don't know whether he's a cameraman, but if you watch it again, you will see that his steps were fast. And you can see that the guy shoved him away. You don't make such fast steps if you are not a dignitary. You don't walk that fast. If you do it,
yes, but did you also think that the security operatives, they were too heavy-handed? Once they've cordoned him off, they could have ushered him off gently and then taken him behind the thing and given him a beating up. But they cannot be beating him up on the stage in front of the public world.
You think they beat him up somewhere? Is that what
did you see how the guy threw him? That's the beginnings of a beating now.
Well, man, I don't know if they beat me up. We'll find out. We'll find out as the day passes by. Because if they beat him up, we shall know.
All right, Zita, let me take you to a different space now. Let me take you instead to not far away from where the Rational Mind is. Let me take you to the White House and to the reactions from that space. And then from there, I'll go on to Kulata. But the White House now responds to the goings on in Nigeria. So this is from the White House then. So you can see, of course, this is their official space. A statement from President Joe Biden sending warm wishes on the occasion of President Tinubu's inauguration in Nigeria. So there it is. On behalf of the people of the United States, I send, on behalf of the people of the United States, I send warm wishes to the government and people of Nigeria as they inaugurate a new president. My administration has worked to strengthen ties between the United States and Nigeria, and I look forward to continuing this work with President Tinubu to support economic growth, advance security, and promote respect for human rights. The people-to-people connection between our two countries runs particularly deep, nurtured by a vibrant Nigeria diaspora in the United States. As we further deepen our partnership with Nigeria, I look forward to drawing even more on the ideas and energy of this dynamic connection between our countries. As Africa's largest democracy and economy, Nigeria's success is the world's success. Elected leaders owe it to their people to show that democracy can deliver for their needs. And the United States will continue to work closely with Nigeria as a friend and partner to deliver a more peaceful and prosperous future for our world. So that is Joe Biden then, just as expected. So, what do you make of that? Respond to that, Zita.
One man, it means he did not get the letter. Thank you, one man. Go to Kulata.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. Thank you, Zita. So to you then, Kulata. So this is it. A moment that was never meant to happen, but always certainly going to happen. A moment of history. A man of destiny. A city boy, he calls himself. Now, what does it transmute into now? Tinubu now inaugurated the now president of Nigeria, Buhari, the ex-president of Nigeria now, all these seismic events within a few hours. So what do you then make then of the inauguration and the entire what's just gone on today? Kulata?
Okay. Unfortunately, I've been doing some DIY work. I did not watch the inauguration, but I'm sure it was a good inauguration. I did not. I've been busy. I did read part of the speech, and I think it's a bold speech. Like from day one, this man is going to be a transformative leader, because he's telling you, sticking it to you that we are removing subsidy. Subsidy is gone. Subsidy is already gone. So subsidy is gone. And is also on day one committing to a unified exchange rate. That is big. And is also talking about like streamlining tax. So tax reforms. Do you know what this guy is communicating with those three things? He's calling investors. Come and be merry. Bring your money. Nigeria is investor friendly. Nigeria wants your money. Because those are the three impediments to foreign direct investments in the country. And those are two of them. In fact, all of them are the biggest albatross on a lot of politicians. Because most of our presidents have been accidental presidents or someone that they just handpicked like Obasanjo. But this is the only intentional president that we've had that this is what I want to do, and he worked for it. Buhari was similar, like was an intentional president, but intentional as in intentional on ambition, but fell short on a plan. But this guy is articulating and laying out his bold plan, and I repeat, bold plans on day one. These are not easy decisions to make. These are areas that are producing billionaires in the country. Producing billionaires by rent seeking, and this guy is attacking it day one. So he is calling out to foreign investors that Nigeria is ready to do business. So I'm happy with that. Like, it's going to be bold. It's not hiding. And he went day one. Fuel subsidy is gone. Monetary policy, they're going to do it. It's going to work towards reducing interest rates. How they're going to do that, we need to find out. But they need to reduce interest rates for this loan thing that he wants to do for it to work. Because we can't have expensive money and you expect people to borrow. People will not borrow. And then the security, that's the number one priority. It's just not playing, it's not just adding more bodies and adding equipment. It's going to rejig the security posture. So, and its focus is on West Africa. Because, you can't ignore all the insecurity across our region, our geographic region. If you solve that, a bunch of insecurity that comes into Nigeria will be fixed. So I really appreciate that speech. When I read it, I was like, whoa, did he really go this far on day one? Like, this guy has, call him whatever it is, the guy has brass balls. And is going for it on day one. So this is the kind of president, if he implements these things the way he's saying it, and if God provides him with good health, I think he's going to be successful. And the reason I think he's going to be successful is he's a good administrator. We know that. But he has big ambitions. So he has something to prove. He doesn't need the money. He already has the money. I think he has a legacy to prove. I think he sees himself as Action Group finally getting into the center. It took so long. It took 60 years, perhaps. Is it 60 or 50? Let's just say 60 to 50 years, 5 to 6 decades for what he thinks. That's what I'm saying it out of what I think he thinks. Like Action Group finally getting into the center. And for those that don't know Action Group, that's the Awolowo party. That's the Awolowo party. By extension, Disco, you say that. And I'm saying that because I know Rational Mind is on the platform. We go Taylor. Ajale Koko too. Well done, nice one. So both of them.
Action Group, Action Group.
So
to be fair though, he models himself after Awo with the glasses.
He models himself after Awo now. So that's what I said. That's what he thinks.
He's a fake Awo.
Okay.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
We'll find out. So he sees himself as Action Group finally getting into central politics. We played regional politics. We modeled our politics after Awolowo. We played regional politics. I mean, when I say we, it's not even we. I wasn't there. But they played regional politics all the time. So this is the first time that someone that came out of that that upbringing, that came out of that leaning, that political ideology, is making it to the center. So I wish him luck. If he succeeds, it's to my own benefit. If he fails, that's going to affect me, because Nigeria belongs to all of us. If Tinubu is successful, Nigeria is successful. If he can grow the Nigerian economy to double-digit GDP growth, I mean, we'll all be better off for it. I can maybe abandon.
He promised 6%. He promised a 6% growth in the course of his speech.
It's not good enough. 6% is not good enough. 6% maybe for the first 2 to 3 years.
Over what period of time, though? Maybe over the course of the first 12 months. But it said 6%. In fact, I thought maybe it said, hopefully it said 60. But I thought I had 60%.
60. Yeah. If it's 60, I mean, no. 60 to more now. Like, I mean, if you can get us to double digits, I think for our population growth, we need double digits for people to feel the impact of our GDP growth. If we're still doing all these stupid numbers like 2%, 3%, 4%, it's not. It's going to be net. I mean, it's not.
Well, Kulata, do you think he can make this? Can I interject?
Yeah. Why not?
Do you think he can make 60% in 4 years?
60? No, it's impossible now. How can you make 60?
Okay.
No, that's ridiculous. In 4 years, maybe we can look at 9 to 10%, and that means he's performing. I mean, that's even almost unrealistic, because if it does 8 years, then we can get to double digits easily. But I think 4 years, because it still needs to kind of like define the policy. Our process is slow. This is why sometimes I wish we had a dictatorship.
Okay, let's
so
watch.
You can speak things.
He's going to make
whatever is going to pass.
13%.
He can't do that in 4 years, though. That would be hard.
He will.
In 4 years.
We'll come back here and discuss
But I mean, also Zita, you just can't tie him to that, because if the prevailing world economy kind of like it gets ugly, you can't.
No, if you build up the micro in Nigeria, even if the world economy, he will still make it.
Yeah, but there's some fundamentals. Like, I personally believe that we just started our industrialization drive this year. It's not like we've not tried to industrialize before, but I think this is the first time we're taking a product that belongs to us, that we have comparative and competitive advantage with, and then we're adding value to that product. And what I mean is the refinery and the other refineries coming down the stream. So those are sustainable outputs for us that we can compete or outcompete a lot of countries. So if that drive is going on, the other micro areas that he has to do, like financing, micro financing, has to be massively transformed. But how do we get that? We need to get our interest rates low. So borrowing is cheap. And to make borrowing cheap, if you make our interest rate low, then what about the people that are buying our bonds? That means their own returns is going to be less. So there's so many things to balance, to really balance. But I mean, Tinubu is worked in Deloitte. He worked in Mobile. Not just him. He's not even supposed to be the egghead, really. He's supposed to be the people he hires. So the low-hanging fruits. The first one, insecurity. If we can seize all this security situation, if we can grind it to a halt, that will come with its own natural GDP growth without doing any other thing. Just make the country secure. People can go wherever, farmers can go wherever without doing anything. That adds a lot to our GDP growth. Then, if he now brings in all this stuff he promises, silos, agro processing, like if we start doing it in scale that it deserves, like the fact that we produce the highest cassava, but we eat every freaking thing, that doesn't help us. If we produce the highest cassava and then we start being amongst the people that produce the highest amount of ethanol, the highest amount of what's the name of this baking flour that they use in Western countries, all this non-GMO baking powder. A lot of that comes from tapioca starch. Where is tapioca from? From cassava. If we start doing all those things, like doing all sorts of processing, there's so many things we can do with our cassava. There's so many products we can do with our cassava. If they can extend that, but all those will not happen overnight. It's going to take a while. That's why I think 8 years is a more realistic time when you know that.
Kulata, all of that wraps around electricity generation, and he spoke to that space. That is one of the spaces that he will pay immediate attention to.
So the electricity generation, Buhari has started a lot. Like our transmission is very handicapped, but that is where Buhari started addressing with all the transformers they were bringing from Germany. They have to ramp that up. And then, sorry guys, they have to increase the cost that they sell power in Nigeria. Our power is one of the cheapest in the world, and it's still not reliable. You have to make investors make it worth their while to invest in Nigeria power sector. And for that means we have to bump up the price. Let's not kid ourselves. The price is ridiculous.
He actually said, Kulata, maybe when you have a moment, go and listen to his speech. He actually said the opposite. He said he was going to increase accessibility. This is for electricity. He's going to increase it, so he's going to ramp it up. But he was also going to improve affordability. So better power supply at a lower price is what he's saying.
How do you get it at a lower price without massive scale? Because if you can get that's why I said without massive scale. But to get that scale he's talking about, that has to be significant chunk of investment, a ton of investment. And I mean, it will happen like the way all these cell phone companies happen. Initially they were not affordable. And then when there were more investments, competition, economies of scale, things brought prices down, especially competition. So all I'm thinking is, I don't think it's a 4-year plan. I'm leaning more on an 8-year plan where people can really feel the benefit. Because initially, it's like giving us an injection. Because first, it's going to hurt. Because once you remove fuel subsidy, then petrol shoots up to whatever the crude oil price dictates. Let's say maybe now, who knows, if the landing cost is $500, then it's $500. But the thing is, the good part of it is petrol will be available. It's not going to be $500. Official price is about $160, but it's $500 in the black market, and then it's not available, and people are still forced to buy that $500. So if that $500 is $500, and you can get it in every nook and cranny, then prices will temporarily go up, find its new balance, and people will change their habits. That means I'd rather call you than start driving to your house like we do in Nigeria, where you just say, I did your area, then you go and see that person. You will have to change your habits. You will have to maybe plan your trip. You will have to do things. You just don't. I mean, we'll maybe end up being more Western in our habits than the way we currently do things. We won't be doing things on just emotions like, hey, let me go and see Mama Shikira and Mama Chioma and Ngozi. You just will just randomly be doing things. You'll have to put some thought process to it because it costs money. So it's fine. It's gonna hurt initially. It's gonna drive up some inflation, but on the long run, it's gonna be better for us because the leakages that the wealth that goes from our country to our neighbors by people taking petrol in all these tanks, that goes away because it's going to be the prevailing price. Maybe Nigeria may be slightly cheaper, slightly, but it's not going to, the slight difference in price is not going to worth risking your risking your business flying petrol across the border. I mean, at the end of the day, we'll find our new medium and I think people will be fine. Then we will remove that immediate revenue. I mean, not revenue, the immediate cash crunch that we have, because then you don't have to deploy cash or money for subsidy. So that's going to be good.
Yeah, in that subsidy space, Kulata, Ajale Koko and Rational Mind, they were a bit somewhat reticent about just telling us it's gone and that's the end of it. Because there's a gap period between, because Dangote told us he'll start supplying in July. And of course there is still that bridge period between now and then. Yes, so the Ajale Koko was expressing concerns that if he immediately ends the fuel subsidy, a nation that is a populace that is already on edge, that might well just tip them against his administration.
They may try and subsidize for 1 or 2 more months, even 3 months, not the end of the world. But it needs to go. It needs to go in less than 3 months. And the way he spoke, it looks like he's not going to add a dime to further subsidize it. So if he follows through with his rhetoric, then June is going to be tough, an adjustment period till we get to July. But like I said, the Dangote refinery is still plagued with supply chain issues. After I said it on this platform, I saw one guy that went to my school. He's an energy specialist that was also saying it on the Rise TV. I was like, oops. This guy is saying essentially the same thing I said, that there's still some supply chain issues to resolve to distribute that Dangote, that massive supply chain issues. So let's just say next 6 months is going to be rough.
Can I interject, Kulata?
Yes, ma'am.
If there is constant electricity in Nigeria, what percentage of the fuel do you think that we need?
It will go low. It will drop. It will drop.
So he knows what he's talking about. All he needs to do is...
but he's not able to improve the electricity immediately now.
He can.
He can't improve the electricity in 3 years.
Yes.
You think
in
so?
3 years.
No, they have to build it now. They have to build these things and do work.
I told you people that in Port Harcourt, unless they destroyed it, River State is supposed to have constant power supply. It has already been built. I said it here, but nobody believed me.
You were still going through 2 of that statement. I don't know if it's phase 1 or phase 2. I can't remember whatever phase. Where they're supplying transformers and all those things. Those things are coming into the country. They just started coming into the country maybe for the past 6 months or so. I may not be accurate.
No, I'm talking about River State.
Yeah, no, but we're talking about Nigeria, the whole of the country.
River State
let's be realistic here. If we're gonna build the electricity infrastructure, well, first of all, we have an ongoing deal. If they need to renegotiate the deal, they will renegotiate the deal. But we have an ongoing deal. So based on the premise that we already have an ongoing deal, for that ongoing deal, which is Siemens building capacity with the transformers, they will first have to prioritize like big. If I was the one planning it, but I'm not them, I'll first have to prioritize the big cities, the Lagoses, the Port Harcourts, the Kanos, the Kadunas, the Ilorins, the Ibadans, the Onitshas, the Aba, the other south places. Make sure those areas have enough transformers. So we can achieve that in a year plus. So if that is what they get, and our economic centers, reggae now. So if our economic centers
That was Folly
can,
B announcing his presence with Bob Marley. But carry on.
if our economic centers can have reliable power, then we can now maybe let's call those maybe phase A, meaning target big economic center. Then phase B will be going to the likes of Ile-Ife, Ikere Ekiti, maybe I don't know, other smaller cities. So I think for Nigeria to get the scale that we need is for the areas that need it the most. I'll give it 3-4 years. For the wider country, maybe 8 to 10 years for the wider country, because it's an infrastructure, it's physical infrastructure in a lot of cases. To ramp up physical infrastructure across a country as big as Nigeria with insecurity issues, it's going to take us some time. It's going to take us some time. But the most pressing areas, if they can address that in 2-3 years, I think they will be fine. But then, if they remove subsidy now, between now and then, there will be some pain. It's inevitable. But your habits have to change. Your habits have to change.
Kulata, I was saying to Ajande Koko earlier that if there's going to be any big decisions at this window of the first 6 months, which I said was the honeymoon period, which Ajande Koko disagreed with, this is where if it's going to make any pain decisions for the Nigerian state, it is really within these first 6 months that he has the window to make the pain decisions.
Yes. He should not delay any of these decisions any further. He needs to do it now. Because if you do it early, people can still, people will be upset too, but they'll still eventually pardon him, like, oh, you're just coming in, you can blame it on Buhari, you can do all sorts of shenanigans. But the also advantage of doing that is whatever relief you put in place will have time to bake in. Because if you do it later, then your relief will be coming even further later. So why don't you do it now? Let your relief start coming in 6 months. By the time people start to grumble, then your relief is coming in. So it should be decisive and do it now. And I think that's what he's going to do, because I think he's bold. I think he's going to have to do it now. He should not listen to, because if we start listening to people there, most of our billionaires in Nigeria, this is where they make their money. And if he doesn't do something immediately, the interest will entrench. That's when they will now start bribing labor union, bribing this place, bribing that place. And then the entire country will go into chaos. People will start rioting, they will start fomenting trouble. And then it becomes political hot potato. And by your second term, people are used to you not releasing it. Then you're screwed. That means you will have wasted another 8 years, like Buhari wasted 8 years. So he shouldn't listen to the likes of Ajani Koko. If I was him, I would do it now. Let the pain happen now, and then the relief will come in 6 months.
Can I, Oman, can I add to what Kid just said right now?
Of course, carry on.
Even though it's still my idea, but it's fine. But so the whole idea is this: like it has to be demand for based when it comes to a power. So you just ask yourself 2 questions: what are they most likely to pay, and where do you have the most demand? If I'm an investor, I want Lagos. That is, you're going to get your money back, and the demand will always increase. And also, you want to anchor it to manufacturing. So if you want Lagos, okay, I'm going to give you Lagos, okay, plus Ogun State, because if anything spills from Lagos in terms of manufacturing and industry, it's going to be your Songo, your Ifos, those areas. So you just combine together. That would be an investor's dream. So Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, take them off.
Sorry, Babati. Rational mind, check your phone. Sorry, carry on.
So those areas where there's high demand for electricity will be where investors will want to invest. So you take them off. That releases some pressure off what we currently have right now, because I know some states cannot afford, like Kay was saying earlier, it's going to be more expensive, of course. So while we are investing in these major cities, major towns, you still leave up whatever we have for now to cater for those states that cannot afford to integrate. So you bring them in later on, maybe in the phase B or phase C or phase D. But the main focus should be high demand areas like Lagos, because that is where I want to invest my money if I'm an investor, and I'll get my money back. So that would be what I would just to chime into what Keith said earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly the same formula that the telecoms company did. They prioritized big cities. The service was there. I mean, I was still in Nigeria back then. 2000, 2001. And then throughout, they kept on investing.
But okay, you know that they still kept Nitel in terms of, they call it Airtel, that catered for the poorer, population. Like, so you still had your Airtel.
Nitel died, and Nitel got privatized.
No, they had Airtel. Airtel was still partly owned by, it wasn't complete. I remember back then, because they still had Airtel.
They still had all this CDMA technology, Mobitel, Intercellular, and all those things that existed at that point in time. Also, Nitel got 3G, 2G license, was 2G back then. Got GSM, GSM 2G, same thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying that we just don't, like you said about is demand focus, like you rightly said. But we should not just scrap this entirely, because we still have poorer state that might not be able to afford.
Poorer, look, all fingers are not equal. Look, and it's economy. If I'm an investor, if I'm taking my money to Nigeria for the single purpose of making money, I don't care about the poor. I don't care about you live in a poor state or what. That's not my business. I'm there to make money and to make returns for my shareholders. People are entrusting their money in me to deliver returns. So if that's the case, I will go to the population centers that can afford my fees, and that's where I'm going to invest. And once I can maximize there, then I'll look at, okay, we now need to expand this market, and that's when I start looking at other areas that are not my phase one.
That's where government comes in to kind of put incentives. Say, okay, we know you want Lagos, but can you add Ogun to, they have
they can come up with incentives, maybe tax incentives or one incentive or the other to expand. That's government's role and regulators' role.
Quick question: how do you then think that ties into the Dawn agenda? They want to do their own power together, where they know Lagos is the big boy, but they know
Southwest has a natural advantage, and our natural advantage came before colonialism, and we still maintain that edge. Southwest naturally is structured around city-states. We've had city-states forever. So with city-states, we've had concentrated population in many, many cities. So it's a package deal already from a market perspective that you like Lagos, fine. But what about Ibadan? What about Abeokuta? What about Akure? What about Ondo? What about Ife, Elisha? This place. So it's easy to cover Southwest because of the natural advantage, the way we were organized even before white people came. And then the fact that we're we're the gateway to wherever you're coming from, whether you're coming from China or whatever, apart from if you're coming from the South, from South Africa up. But when you're coming from America or Europe, that's your gateway into the country. So, and they're already organized in a way that is just plug and play. So it's not, it won't be anybody's fault that they decide to maybe start with Lagos and then immediately add Abeokuta and Ibadan, because those are no-brainers. You'll do that immediately.
Right.
So even if they start with Lagos, it's not going to take them any time before they say, look at Ibadan there, look at Abeokuta there, look at Akure there, look at
and those that are already willing to partner with whoever is coming already. So
they're willing to work with you. So why won't that happen? That will happen, but it's just going to take time.
Essentially, Tinubu is about swagger, Southwest agenda, right?
It's not about Southwest agenda.
This again.
What's wrong with swagger?
No, it's too early for this.
Is that what you said?
Swagger. We're talking about
they began.
We're talking about Dawn agenda. Last time, do you know Dawn? Do you know Dawn?
It's not a Nigerian
do you know
agenda.
Dawn before you start talking?
No.
Do you know Dawn?
Swagger.
Do you know Dawn?
Hold on. Time out, please. The was talking about power as a whole. then I said, earlier on when I came on earlier, I said this Tinubu administration is going to depend on the kind of governor you have. If your governor is very innovative, you will benefit from this incoming government. So that's why I asked the question about Dawn, that some governors in that region are already planning ahead, that whatever is bringing to them is easier for them to implement in their own region. So we were not discussing like who has a swagger plan. No, you are the one that brought that up.
No. If you understand what I mean by swagger,
Can I add to this before you
swagger
actually
is Southwest
go off
agenda.
this
That
topic?
is what I'm talking about.
Sorry, hold on. Oriola, before you add to it, let's try and bring Folly B and Gideon into the conversation. They are joining us from Nigeria, so they have an on-the-ground now experience of what's going on. So, Folly, unmute yourself, but turn down the music so I don't get copyright struck. Unmute yourself, Folly, and tell us then what the experience of the day is where you are.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Woman.
Good evening.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think I can't really figure out what exactly is going on in the country presently, because this man actually came in today, and the first thing that he needs to tell us is like he is removing this subsidy, and actually justify actually praising him for doing that. I've been listening to what people have been saying on your program since I joined. So I don't know why people think by bringing hardship on Nigerian people is the only way to govern the country and to make Nigeria move forward. I don't know why a government is coming on board and is not considering what was the take home of the civil servants will look like, what the society will look like, and the first thing you think you need to do is to remove the subsidy so that people can be able to divert the money towards another developmental project, which I'm not sure that it's only petrol that we have using in Nigeria in the past. They've removed the subsidy on kerosene. They've removed on diesel. They remove on gas, and we are not seeing any impact that all those things have actually taken on Nigerian people. And I'm not sure even if this one they are removing will make any impact as well. But let's wait and see what the government will look like. Let's see how serious they are. We are here waiting for them, and I'm actually happy for what Nigerians actually or they want is what Nigeria actually want that we got. And by the time all of us were ready, we'll be able to do what is necessary and what we need to do for the country to move forward. One man, I can't lie
What
to you.
what signal are you looking for, Folly? What signal are you looking for to make up your mind then if you want to invest confidence in Tinubu or not? So because it's just a few hours so we cannot make any decisions or good or bad. But what are you looking to see from him for you then to make that decision that yes, this guy could be good, or no, this guy will be bad? So what are you looking to see over the next very few months to see what direction this guy is going to follow? You are not already impressed by the subsidy?
Okay. Actually, we are waiting for him to coming on board, try to address the main issue that is affecting the country, something like our constitution, coming on board, trying to bring people who actually have the country attacked to his government. We pray. We are thinking that you'll be coming on board to make one of species, some species that will actually make Nigeria to believe that for the first time we are having a president that actually know what the problem is. It sounds like he know what the problem is, but what he used to end his speech today is no for me, because it's going to bring more hardship on the country, and it's no for me. But we are waiting for him. We are still expecting something better from him as well. So we can't use this one to judge him yet. We are still waiting for him to bring more other things that will actually make Nigeria believe that maybe he actually ready to work for the progress of the country.
But Foley, it's not his fault now. Buhari did not make any provision for paying subsidy beyond his
Oga, please, don't let me say anything that will make me to don't talk Buhari. Buhari is not a person. Buhari is a disaster. So anybody that wants to talk about this country, you should not mention Buhari anymore. Buhari is a
But then
disaster
we have to talk
to this
about
country.
Buhari now because you come
No,
here,
it's a
you said
disaster. Let's forget about him. Let's move. Let's
we know. Don't
talk
go on,
about
calm
now.
down, Foley.
I'm not ready to talk about
See,
Buhari. Buhari is a disaster.
I'm
All
not
of us
talking
know.
about Buhari. Hold on, Foley. I understand how you people might feel back there in Nigeria because of what might come out from this, the fallout from this subsidy removal. But what I'm saying is that it is not Tinubu. It's not Tinubu that had it planned. Buhari planned this thing for Tinubu, so you just have to go with the flow for now. Depending when he's able to like assemble his team.
That's not true. Rational mind.
Also, how is it not true?
Yeah.
Was he the one that removed it? Was it Bola that removed it?
No, Bola is concurring. He can send a supplementary budget to still give him room for some months before he can do something. I mean, we don't have any alternative. You don't have, surplus of this thing, petroleum. You don't have it. You depend on importation. The Dangote refinery is yet on board. He has not started production. Our refinery have not started production. So people that are going to import this thing into the country, they're going to import it on high dollar price, and that will have economic effect on the life of Nigerian people. The price is going to shoot up. So
we know.
Yeah,
but you see, before you can settle down and get in this supplementary project, it's going to take a little bit of time because you need to understand some things first. What is he inherited on ground before you can start doing all of this? So, who is that person? Can you mute?
No, it's Foley. Carry on.
Foley. So the point what I'm trying to say is that it's not Bola's doing. He made this on ground for himself, but it sounds like himself is going with the flow. So if he's going with the flow, then we have to maybe that is when Nigerians have to rise and question.
He shouldn't have mentioned it in his speech. He should have kept quiet. But he's trying to show off in accordance to the campaign promises he made with others. Obi said the same thing too. Atiku said the same thing too. All of them are very insensitive to the right of people.
Koko, are you familiar with PIB, the PIB bill?
What did
PIB or PIP?
PIB, petroleum,
okay.
whatever. A PIB bill. Are you familiar? Do you know it is by law that since that bill was passed, it is by law that you have to remove fuel subsidy? So if you're not even removing it, you're going against the law that the country passed. PIB bill enforces you to remove fuel subsidy. So the longer you're waiting, the longer you're contravening the law.
So Buhari has been contravening the law all the while he has been there.
Yes, because they should have removed the fuel subsidy a long time ago since they passed the PIB.
When was that bill passed?
That was under Buhari now, about 2 years ago.
2 years ago or something.
2 years ago. So Buhari has been violating it for the past 2 years. So if he wants to violate it for 6 months before he now bring in his own budget next year, maybe by then, Dangote will have been functioning. We will be having regular source of supply, and maybe the refinery they said they are repairing will be back on board as well, producing, and the market forces will determine the price. The price will not be as high as it's going to be now because we are not importing this thing anymore. By then, by the next 6 months, we won't be importing it. It's going to be internally produced product, and maybe the price will not be. It's not going to be so high as Nigerian people are going to experience it now. That is what we are saying. Just be calm, sit down, look at the problem first. He doesn't even know anything that is going on in that sector yet, and he's just jumping into the ship. They set up a trap for him. and it's entering into the trap. And before you know it, Buhari be more popular than him. Nigerian people will start praising Buhari that, Buhari was very sensitive to the plight of Nigerian people and he did remove petroleum this thing. And his political opponent will jump into this thing and use it against him and rubbish his mandate and popularity. I mean, I think he shot himself in the foot by this statement that is removing subsidy. You should have keep it calm, let it flow for some time, and then do something, try to understand the nitty-gritty of the problem. He doesn't even understand it yet. He has
Wait,
not
he
even
didn't
sat
say
down.
he's removing it though. That's not what he said. He said they didn't have the last administration didn't make any opening for after 6 months. He's gone with. That's what he said. He didn't say I am removing it. They didn't put
He is
it
taking over the
after
baton.
6
He is
months.
taking over the baton. He can still reinstate it for some months.
Yeah,
So
he can do that, but
yeah,
we just
that is why
saying,
I'm saying
at this point in time,
what I'm saying
that's
that
what it is.
I can't even say anything about it. He should have kept quiet, read mention other things that he mentioned concerning how he want to grow the economy and all the measures he want to take on central bank and single exchange rate, all those very good side. Focus on good side. Don't focus on experience. Experience and history tells us that when they remove, what do you call that thing? The one for diesel. Diesel was $80. 80 naira when they removed that subsidy. How much is diesel today? Diesel is 800 or 900. All they were telling us back then.
Removing fuel subsidy is not supposed to make the product cheaper.
Hold on now. Hold on. When they were removing it that time, they were telling us all sort of economic jargons and languages that, the market forces, the price is going to fall down, it's going to be more this, it will be more available, the market force will determine the price, it's going to be cheaper for Nigeria. But is it within the reach of Nigerian people now? Even the kerosene is beyond the reach of Nigerian people. This was not what they told us some years back. They said it's going to be cheaper. Market forces will bring it cheaper, make it more available. It's not available to Nigerian people. Look,
Ajane Koko, please, before you go on, can you prove that our use and demand for kerosene and diesel has actually gone down since the price went up?
What do you say has actually gone down? Oh yes.
Can you prove?
Yes.
I did not say say it from what you think. Say it from data. Can you show me where it shows our demand for kerosene and diesel has gone down as a result of deregulation?
All right, let me tell you this. There were a lot of
show
people.
me. Don't tell me, show me.
Hold on. Number one, to show you the fact that the demand for them has gone down. The high cost of these products have forced people to looking for alternative source of product. A lot of people that used to use kerosene as nothing before, it was nothing to them. They can just buy it and just use it and and buy it again and continue using it. All of them, majority of people are falling into using charcoal or using wood and diesel. You see a lot of people cutting back on the use of diesel, even big corporations, banks. Because of cost of diesel, banks cut their operational hours. A lot of company cut their operational hours. Bread industry cannot produce bread the way they used to produce. They cut down, they increase their price and cut down hours. So what it brought on us was economic disaster and depression on productivity.
Ajane Koko, you just spoke. You did not show me Nigeria's demand for bread, Nigeria's demand for all these products dropped sharply to the point where it significantly disrupted consumption patterns. People will change their habits when price goes up, but the changing of habits, you're
So
not
it is
able to
good for
show
price
me
to
that
go up. Is that what you are telling me? Is that good for the people?
if
That good for the
a
economy?
price is artificially low in the first place, then what has to find is level. You have to let the market find where it needs to be. There are things the government can subsidize, but production should be where government should be subsidizing, not consumption.
Look, in this case of this fuel subsidy, what we are going to have, the economic depression, it's going to invite in economic depression, it's going to be inviting economic hardship. A lot of Nigerian people that are not well paid in the first place, how would they be able to survive the cost, the high cost of
Ajalekoko.
how would they be able to survive?
Sorry, rational mind. Let's bring Folly into the conversation.
Okay.
So when Ajan Lekoko lands, let her Folly
And
come in.
you can hear from a Nigerian Folly already.
Yeah.
That is the only point that he raised, because it's in Nigeria. He knows how Nigerian people, how the pains they are going through economically, the hardship they are going through, and that is what this man wants to take us through again. Let me leave the rest to Foley. Foley can continue.
Yeah, I think Nigerians are. I don't know the kind of person that I don't know how we are being wired the way we think at times. I don't know why you think people need to die, people need to starve to death before a country can be better. Before I don't know. Each time I listen to some people talking on this space, maybe because they are not living in the country, maybe because I'm sure if all of them were here, they will know exactly what the country is going through. But because they were where they are because of the country actually they escaped from the country, and many of us who have no privilege to escape, they escape. Most of them escape from Nigeria, so they can be where they are and be saying whatever they think is right for them to say. I'm sure if the country they are is running like the way Nigeria is being running, most of them will not be there. By now, they will be in Nigeria. But because they believe they have the privilege to be where they are, they can stand and talk anyhow. But I believe even if they are outside there, they have a lot of their families that are still inside Nigeria. And all of us we eat the breakfast together. I can't, Mr. Ajalegoko, I can't tell you what Nigeria is actually passing through. Nigerians are dying every day. People are dying in the hospital every day because of lack of finance to finance their health. People are dying. I don't know. Portals are killing people in Nigeria.
Holy, can I interject you for 30 seconds?
Please, I'm here.
Wait, just hold on. Have you considered the thought that the fact that we're using money to pay these subsidies is why we can invest in all these utilities and all these areas that you're saying is of concern? Have you given it a thought?
Are you telling me a country where we have crude oil, not like we don't have it. We have it that we're shipping outside the country before we can buy. Are you telling me the people in that government are doing fine? Are you telling me they have their sense upright?
What
in a country where we are blessed, where we are blessed with crude oil. Yes.
Listen.
In the first place, do we even need to buy fuel outside in the first place at all?
This is not Tinubu's matter now. This is not Tinubu's doing now. You need to understand that this is not Tinubu's doing. This is what he has inherited. Maybe it's part of the cabals. Well, that we are yet to see that. But what I'm saying is that you need to understand that there is no pain. They say there is no gain without pain. So the thing is this.
Okay, like the pain you are talking about, the pain is it until Nigerians died?
Oh, no.
Is it until we are all finished?
No.
We are dying here.
I understand.
I understand. Bros, let me tell you something. I have a brother that I just buried last week Friday. And this guy died of poverty. In fact, I'm telling you, this guy has just 4 kids and he cannot even take care of them. This guy needs to buy drugs. He can't even buy drugs. Just last week we buried him.
I'm so sorry for
a
that
level
loss,
14 officer. a level 14 officer that cannot even feed himself. I'm telling
That's
you
a
what we are
director.
facing.
That's a
This
director.
man worked for that. This man worked for 30 years. He worked for 30 years. He only
That's a
remained 3 days
director.
there. 27
The
years.
government
He remained 3
is
months for him to retire. Three years for him to retire. We have to be able to bury him in on his unfinished house. He doesn't have where he's staying. He doesn't have a house on his head for 27 years. For 27 years work. This is the country we are talking about here.
But that's a
And
bigger issue.
these are the same people who are living life as if we are not in the same country. Go and check how their
But
children are doing
look,
fine. Go and check their
I
life.
buried my uncle. I buried my uncle two weeks ago. His house wasn't finished. I just helped him do the windows and the roof in the house. He decided to live in his uncompleted house, so at least he has roof over his head. All these personal stories will always exist, but we're talking about opportunity cost. It's a simple economic discussion we're having here. There's always going to be a sub story. We all have sub stories. We're Nigerians for crying out loud. We all have sub stories. But there's economic and opportunity cost. The country doesn't have money, and we're using the money to subsidize a product that is
Which
not letting us
country?
invest.
Which country are you talking about? The same country
Nigeria.
that they are buying votes with. We are buying votes with billions.
That's
Is this not the same
Buying votes
country?
doesn't mean
What are
you
you
should
telling
not fix
us?
your economy. Like, what are you talking about? You're mixing issues, and I don't like it.
Kulata, hold on, Kulata. Foley, please understand something. The thing is this: if we have to move forward and get to where we're going, like what you're talking about, those hospitals that needs those drugs, those medical equipment to take care of Nigerians, we need to take off this fuel subsidy. That money can be channeled into that place. But I understand your point that even the kerosene, the gas, and other subsidy on those people things, where are the money going? We can't even see where those are going. So what's the difference this one's going to make?
Yeah, but what Foley is arguing is that Foley is arguing is that it should not be at the pain of the people, because there's sufficient enough money within the system to have both, not have this pain vested on the people. And he was citing the example of
man, if there's sufficient money, why are we borrowing like a drunken sailor if there's sufficient money?
Can I ask Foley a question?
Because they are siphoning it. They are siphoning the money. They are stealing it.
Foley, let me ask you a question, please. Since according to you,
all right. Sorry, Babati. Rational Mind, take over for a moment. Carry on.
Let me ask a question.
Can I speak? Can I quickly answer the guy?
Let Babati land, please. Whoever wants to speak, let Babati land, please.
That's a question. Since you said that whatever we were proposing, or what Tinubu is proposing, is not good for the poor people. Can you tell us a different route that they can take apart from what he's proposing that will be of a less burden to the poor people? Like, can you give us your own way that they could have solved that?
He didn't propose it though. Please, he didn't. Somebody else took it out.
Hold on. It's not
but to get my point though, he said that,
can I answer that question?
Oh God. Can we be more a little bit
can I answer the question?
Hold on. You will not. You will, but hold on. You will not. I think the question is directed to Foley, right, Babati?
Yes, Foley is the one. Yes. Can you
okay, so let Foley let Foley answer that question, and then you will come in later. I can't see that person because I'm using my phone from here. So yeah, Foley, can you answer that question that Babati just?
At least for the past how many months now we have been buying fuel at 195 naira, and Nigerians have been trying to manage it. I think what this man needs to do when he came in this morning was supposed to looking at the system that way. People are already buying fuel at the cost price. Don't even bring your own server or on board you are removing it. You don't make it public. Don't announce it. Because as I'm talking to you now, there is queue already at the filling stations because of the speech this man gave this morning. Okay? Adin is a kind of person that actually felt for people first. You come on board, you look at how are they living their life? What do you think you can do to make sure you soft the ground for them? Like when Obasanjo want to when you want to increase the fuel subsidy, fuel price in Nigeria, he actually increased the salary of workers, and by increasing the salary of workers, they were able to buy the fuel at any price that Obasanjo take it to. Okay, and in a situation whereby the 30,000 these people they said they have been paying for the past 3 or 4 years, If I tell you, many governors are not even paying up to that 30,000 naira, and yet you just came into a government and you think the first thing for you to do is just to bring a that no, nobody's saying you should not remove the subsidy. Fine, it's a good thing, it's a good plan, but we have to have a kind of alternative means for people, how people are going to felt to live their life without being that too harsh on them.
Tell us those. Can you please tell us those? You said there should be a different route. Can you
Yes,
please
yes,
those different routes?
yes,
Can
yes.
I
That
answer?
got
Okay, can I answer this question so that
You
we
will not.
can move
Hold
forward?
on, dude.
Because it's a
Guy.
simple answer.
Can we
If you
hold
guys,
on? Hold on. Who is that person talking? Can I? Please. I don't. I can't. I'm not able to meet anybody here because I'm using my phone. But let us have an order here, please. I just want us. You will talk. I know definitely. I know you are itching to talk. But let Babatil. I mean, let what's his name?
Foley,
please.
yeah.
I
Can you
think I
are
think
you
I
done
think I
answering that
just I
question?
think I just told you we have been buying
That
fuel at
okay.
195 naira. Okay, and nobody cries over it. We have been buying it. Okay, you coming here, you should have just entered the system, see what exactly is going on there, see how you can actually make it easy for people. Maybe you just try to increase their minimum wage to some level, and you bring your idea of removing of subsidy, and people can still complement that two together. And even I know all of us are not working, we are not working as a civil servant, but the money they were collecting will actually circulate, will actually come back to the society. And people people will still feel the increase in the salary. Okay? And by doing that, but when you are now, as we are doing that, you'll be planning on how to get our refinery works. Because I don't know why we need to buy this thing that we already have in our home space already. We don't need to buy it. Make sure you make sure you work on the abandoned refinery and make them work. And by the time they started working, for you to say you are not dealing with subsidy, you have your NNPC, you have other stations that will be competing with marketers. The one they were bringing, maybe they want to sell it at 300 naira. Your own that you are producing in your own local production, you can be selling it at 200 naira.
I'm
And
sorry. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm
Can I
lost
answer
here.
now? Can I answer?
You answer now. Dude, please. You answer. Let us have. Please, I know you. Hold on. Let me just handle this. Babati, from what I think he answered your question. Maybe not according to not as you want it. He said increase like what Babayabo did. Increase the workers' fee. I mean, take home pay, and then you can now increase it. But that it should have not even go outright like Agelikuku said earlier too. That it should not have even said anything about it. Just be silent. Go in there,
But
understand
a
what is
rational
going on.
mind.
Yeah.
Fully, they're increasing government salary. They're increasing it, I think, to 100,000 or something like that. And the refineries Foley is talking about, they're already fixing them. Port Harcourt will come on stream sometime later this year, maybe 50,000 barrels. Then the rest, starting from next year, and it will go up and up and up like that.
is
But
salary? Are they increase salary now?
they increase. I mean, they're going to increase it now. That needs to come
They
with
are
the
going
next.
to, or they've increased it.
It's not increased yet. They have to pass.
But the subsidy has already removed.
Rational
Come on.
mind. Rational mind.
Let's hear from the other person that's talking. Yeah, go on, please.
Okay,
Talk.
okay. Let me go on. You see, we don't pay attention to what is going on in our country. President Buhari removed subsidy in, I think, in November last year. They said it's going to take effect in, what they call it, in June. Then during the election, all the candidates, it was a campaign issue. They agree on removing subsidy. This is
No,
not a new.
my candidate did not agree.
No, he did. He did.
My candidate did not agree. Showore did
I
not
saw
agree.
some of his
My
Showore.
candidate did not agree. Yes, he never agreed.
No, Showore didn't agree. I mean the top three candidates. What they call it?
The same people, the same criminals. We're talking about the same people.
So they agreed that subsidy should go. So I don't see the argument. All he just did today, just refresh everyone's memory. That's all. This is not new. Because when I hear it from, I didn't shock or anything. I knew this was coming because go ahead.
Okay.
Because
on, land.
Buhari already said it will take effect in June this year because they did it last year. I think October or November or so. So I don't see the the issue here.
So
well, there's an
Foley,
issue.
so
There's an issue
Foley
because
wants no, so Foley wants a government-run refinery.
no, hold on.
No,
I
that's
think
what he's saying.
hold on. Maybe that's what he's saying, but
But have you
the
seen
point.
any sign that government can run a refinery in Nigeria effectively? Has you seen any sign in the last 40 years?
But I think the wider point he's making is that the whatever government, because as it stands now, government has always been the one running the oil sector in Nigeria, in the sense that we've always had government-owned refineries until this man came on board. What is his name? This man, Aliko Dangote.
Right.
So because of what has been in play for years, I get you, BT. It should be privately run sector. But the way the government has put their nose into this whole thing right from the beginning,
but that's what
has made it that way.
What he's proposing, that they should fix those refineries. Like we're going to be back to square one again. They cannot manage refineries. That's already been proven. They cannot manage these things. So why?
But in the immediate, what he's saying is in the immediate, people are feeling the hardship from it. Now, if you're going to increase it now, if you're going to remove subsidy, which means you have to sell it at higher premium, at higher price, at the same, almost the same, like the price we buy it here,
right.
And their wages there is not commensurate with what they can afford to pay for that for that petrol.
I know.
Shouldn't you just hold on, like Ajale Koko said, hold on, don't say anything about it. Go in there, understand what is going on there. Not like when Buhari came in there and before he came into, he was saying remove subsidy.
Right.
The same thing he said back in 2014. But when he got there, he found out that there was a real big rot there. He could not change it. This was the same Buhari that we saw that went to K2 or Ojota there. All of them, they were protesting with Adam Oshomole. All of them were protesting back then. That when Jonathan said want to remove subsidy, but then when he got in there, he found out he could not do it. So I think I concur with Ajale Koko and what's his name?
Foley.
Question. What if? Can I say this real quick? So what if he didn't say anything today, and let's say a month or a few months from now, you come out to say because the price was skyrocketed? What would you guys be saying? How come you didn't tell us at the beginning?
You see what I'm saying?
But then you see the panic already in the system now, because there's a panic. But like you said, there are people going on already queuing up in.
Rational mind. Whenever you announce to do something this drastic, there will be panic, but it will go away eventually. But you have to take the bull by the horn and do it.
Of course, I agree with you on that too. Yeah, but you see, the thing for me, I don't think we need to find a middle ground here, so that we don't really unnecessarily make the people, the populace, feel the hardship or see that the hardship is coming, even though we know the hardship is going to come. I'm for. I mean, like some people here, I'm for the removal of that subsidy, because without the removal of that subsidy, we are not. That is the only excuse the government is having to continue in this misery that we live in that country.
But Foley saying but Foley saying that they should fix refineries. These are long over. We are past all this government running any refinery. That one I can't agree on that one. I'm sorry. Government should not be running.
But don't we have those modular refineries? I think this is where like him saying is going to assist with credit to small businesses. I think this is where you can put all the modular ones, help them to be able to refine oil and supply it to Nigeria, because we already have those small ones already.
Let me ask you a question real quick. What is that capacity to combine together, those so-called modular refineries? What is that?
But it's still going to do something.
No, because there's the bigger issue here. For everybody, what is that total capacity?
I don't know, but I mean, what's the choice we have now? Well, what's the choice we have now? I mean, we have some that they're doing something.
I'm saying that if you want to question the effect of that, you have it that coming up. You can have palliatives in terms of, like, I remember months ago I was here talking about targeted subsidies for if you run like maybe this motor parks now. If you are registered with the union and you have this cabo or whatever in the motor parks, you should buy at a lesser rate than everybody else. That way, there's no need for you to increase fares on people. So if I'm going to subsidize people for now, I would target public buses where they buy cheaper. That way, there's no need for them to jack up the rates. That is where you can target.
Well, I actually think the modular one would be better, because when you do that for like Nigerians, we like to cut corners.
Modular refineries cannot satisfy our demands. What are we talking about?
But
I ask a question: what is the total capacity? If you know those modular refineries, do you know their total capacity?
It's less than 100,000.
So what's the? I don't.
But
What's the point?
Okay, even at 100,000, that is
still less than
something.
that.
But
even
though
something,
at
rational
100,000,
mind. It doesn't even. It's probably. I mean, honestly speaking, it's maybe even less than 50 a day. It's nothing.
Okay, fine, 50, but that's something. At least it's that's something.
It's nothing. They've been running. Have you felt the impact? They've been running.
The issue is the reason is that if you listen to what one of the presidential candidates said, is that they're not able to get petroleum product for refining.
Right. Thank you. Great point.
Yeah, they could not get it because they're not supplying them. NNPC is not giving them access to petrol for refining, so they are stifling them too. So there's a whole lot of sabotaging. You see that NNPC, that behemoth, that corporation, I think there should be an overhaul. All those northerners, sorry to say.
Don't call northerners now. That's not fair.
I mean, sorry to say. It makes me mad sometimes when these people, they run institutions in that country, and every institution they run is so
why are you encouraging
huge corruption
here? You see, do you know what I'm hearing from some people on this platform? They're like,
they want to perpetuate socialism.
Yeah, like Ajalikoko and Folia. I know they are socialists. They are just pretending to be. There are no socialists on this platform. I know that.
I don't support government run for anything. I don't support that. So you know.
It's a real big problem. I don't know how Tinubu or whoever gets in there is going to manage this problem.
The government has to hands off refining, or they have to get like you rightly said.
But it cannot be done with it cannot be. It doesn't solve. It's not an immediate solution.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that the more you remove the hands, you have to like to help people out doing that. It's going to be very painful, regardless of what you do. It's going to be painful. But
guys, another thing I'm looking at again is that I think Tinubu needs to start working real fast. He should not just go and sleep on that place, because there's a looming recession, a world recession that is looming in the horizon. And if it happens, oh my goodness, I can't even imagine what might happen. I mean, because you're talking about investors, because you were talking about refineries now. I mean, if you want people to come in and build more refineries, or you want our moribund refineries to be bought over or taken over by these investors,
yeah,
they have to bring money from richer countries like maybe.
I think you should focus on local investors.
Remember now. Wait. Remember that they once sold those refineries and they had to revert back. Remember when they sold it to, was it Femi that they sold the Kano one too, and
and Dangote.
Yeah. So we have local people in Nigeria that can actually buy that and make it work.
Thank you. Focus on us first.
So why are they not buying it?
They bought it and they took it back from them. This guy mentioned that. They bought it and they took it back.
Yeah, so just make sure they can actually afford it in Nigeria.
Listen, guys. Let's be straight with this topic here. I mean, why is it that most Nigerians, they carry their money abroad to go and invest?
What's the idea? I know. It's crazy.
You said what?
Yeah, I said that's a stupid idea. It's crazy that we do that,
because the environment is not conducive. They don't have the confidence in the system.
Because they stole it. A majority of those money outside was stolen.
They stole that money. We know, but the point is that
rational mind. What will make the environment conducive? Like Tinubu said today, the tax regime.
Double taxation.
They have to streamline. They have to streamline the tax regime. You have to be able to, as an investor, you have to be able to put money into the country and take it out. So that means unified exchange rate. Then the other thing is a country that cannot pay its bills and using the money that they have for this subsidy is one of those things that was not going to attract investors. Where our revenue to debt is terrible. So if we're using the money that we can be using to do many things to free up money, free up capital, we're using it to buy refined product that people will take that same tanker and take it to Cameroon, take it to Benin Republic, take it to Niger. Why do you want to perpetuate the nonsense that is not going to change? We've had these things for decades now. People are becoming rich on this subsidy. It's a scam. We know it. So
it is.
At the end of the day, the product is not even available for people to buy.
And they're subsidizing stuff that people are taking out of the country. Anytime you have arbitrage, there's people will always take advantage of arbitrage. Your neighbors cannot be selling fuel at an expensive rate. You are selling at a cheap rate. It's common sense. I will take it to the neighboring country and make my profits. Why should I sell it to Nigeria? So let's cut this thing and let it loose. Ghana is not subsidizing the petrol. Their what's it called GDP per head per capita is better than ours. There are tons of other African countries that are not subsidizing, and they're economically better off. Why do we think, oh, we're the special people that we must subsidize stuff for us to survive?
Okay.
Can I say to what you said? To what you said. So why don't they actually put more effort into those modular refineries and those people?
Forget modular refineries. We need to go big. We don't need all these modular stuff.
And those people that are interested in building refineries, why don't they put their energy in aiding them to have those refineries set up?
Can I reply you real quick? Okay, do you know what I've noticed that we will first find out? Once Dangote comes on board, the first thing that will shock Nigeria is the actual figure that we actually consume in a day. That we've been subsidizing figures all this while. Because I tell you,
and you think it will be just for you?
Wait. We don't consume up to what they've been subsidizing for all these years.
Thank you, Babati.
Yeah, that's true.
It's been a fraud. So we don't even need up to what they're consuming. So forget all this. No, trust me. Once you start to produce for Nigeria, we will actually see the figures.
You will produce for Nigeria only? You think?
No.
Let's wait.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Okay.
Let's listen to Bishop. Babati, let's hear Bishop.
Yeah. Good evening, gentlemen. Congratulations to Nigerians generally. I just want to contribute very quickly on this petroleum issue. Number one, modular refineries are not refining petrol. All they produce now is diesel. All of the modular refineries in Nigeria now, none of them produce 1 liter of petrol, just to set that record. Number two, the reason why it was difficult to have foreign investors to come and refine in producing, in setting up refineries in Nigeria. Remember in 2003, Obasanjo granted 18 licenses. None of them was able to come up because there was no law in place like the Petroleum Industry Act that we have now. And they said that their investment is not secured in as much as government will still be determining the price of the products. I remember, at least I was in the oil sector then, government was talking to Shell about, in fact, almost making it a must for them to set up refineries in Nigeria in the days of, minister that worked with Obasanjo, the petroleum. So that's number two. It was not attractive because of the over interference of government in that sector. Number three, today, if there was a decision that me personally, that I'm happy about with the new president, is the definite statement on the subsidy and the exchange rate. And I will talk about the subsidy briefly. The problem we have had over the years is every government kicking the can down the road. As much as I really admired and I loved Buhari, I said he failed woefully in that aspect. Even if it had been gradual, 20%, 5% at a time, in the past 6, 7 years or 8 years, we will have gotten at least more than 50 or 60% of the subsidy out. It is not profitable what we are doing now. The first time I had the experience of people smuggling petrol was in the north. I queued up behind somebody to buy fuel one day, and the guy was buying fuel, a small car like a pickup kind of a thing, 404 pickup, and the guy kept pumping fuel for almost, not knowing that everything under the car they have converted to a tank. If you go to Benin, our border with those neighboring countries, some people with some of these big Vespa, they can carry up to 100 liters, 200 liters of petrol. So they will go to filling stations, they will fill it up, just drive across, they will empty it. So a good portion of our fuel was actually going to the neighboring countries. And there is a little they can do to stop these people, except we want to man every inch. Even if you man every inch, you cannot ask people not to buy fuel in their cars. So people have extra tank that they have connected in the trunk, in the boot, or the one we call boots in Nigeria, in the trunk of their car. Some people under their car, some people will build false, tanks somewhere. So the number we are smuggling out after subsidizing it, it is until we now begin to produce locally and the subsidy is not there that we will know. But it would have been a disaster if Tinubu had joined in kicking the can down the road the way other government had done. I think it was one tough, difficult, but necessary decision that must be taken. And the earlier he took that decision, the better for himself, the better for Nigeria, the better for every one of us. At least on that petroleum. So it might be difficult, it might be rough. Look, I drive car, my car is a Port Harcourt. I use generator. A lot of time, many times, they will just cause an artificial scarcity, and we end up buying petrol for as much as 300 naira. And this is 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago. In Aba, filling station owners, they will go and meet in somebody's house, and they will just decide that, okay, on this road, this area road, only you, Tony Mas sell, this one sell, this other will shut down, so that they will create artificial scarcity, so that people will rush. And immediately people see queue at the filling station, they know that, so everybody will start buying panicking. So the thing that you're supposed to buy for 100 naira, I'll be eating 19 naira or 18 naira, as the case may be, you'll be buying for 200 naira, you even be begging. You buy for 300 naira, some of them will even ask you to pay before you can drive into the filling station. And it depends on how bad the scarcity is. Fuel go for as much as 500 naira per liter when they cause this artificial scarcity. So if we can bury this demon once and for all, honestly speaking, it's going to be in the best interest of Nigerians going down, because the amount of money we are using to subsidize our neighbors is crazy, it's unacceptable. So it's a difficult decision, it's a tough one, but it's a very necessary decision.
Yeah, I concur with you on that. But one thing I just want to say again is that if you look at it, even if we start getting our refineries working, what is the guarantee, like you said, that Nigerians will not still smuggle those? Because if it's cheaper to make in Nigeria, to refine in Nigeria, will this same cabals or this same criminals not be smuggling this thing across the border to sell into other neighboring countries?
That's
another thing I'm looking at too.
No, that's not going to happen. I will tell you why. Diesel is already deregulated. Nobody smuggles diesel.
No, I'm not talking about diesel. I'm talking about petrol. And
they deregulate the petrol too, and the price is competitive. If you can still carry from Nigeria and take it to Ghana and make like maybe 5 naira per liter, I mean, it's okay. If you want to go through that trouble, go and make. But it's crazy to come and buy in Nigeria for 160 naira and go and sell at 400 naira. That alone is an incentive for somebody to want to take risk to take it there. Because diesel has been deregulated. Kerosene has been deregulated.
No, Bishop. The point I'm trying to say, we're talking about petrol.
I know.
Yeah. So if let's say, for example, we have refineries working in Nigeria, like Dangote, other refineries are working, and they're supplying the Nigerian market. But then they see the enticement in the neighboring countries whereby they sell at a higher price.
Yes.
Say like in Nigeria, would buy, let's say, they start refining it in Nigeria, petrol drops to like 19 naira per liter because it's refined in Nigeria. Now, and in neighboring countries, they sell it for like 400, 500, or 300.
Okay.
And then would they not take those same products and go and sell it there rather than even sell it in Nigeria market?
Okay, let me answer that question. Now, the fact that those people can come and buy from government and they ship it, which is going to be cheaper, and they have indicated interest that they are going to, at least in the West African sub-region, all of their leaders have indicated that instead of going to buy.
Apologies, Bishop. I'm only here for a microsecond, but I think Prince Adebayo is adding this to the conversation. This is a tweet he's put out. He says, I don't want to seem impatient or trigger happy in criticism of brand new at official BAT, but it is not a neat way to announce a cost-driving macroeconomic policy like fuel subsidy removal by just dropping it in an inaugural address. We need shock absorbers first, renewed hope, and it ends that with a question mark. So carry on.
Yeah,
The truth of the matter is,
what is saying that is in line with what I said earlier.
let me finish. That is his own way. That is the pattern he would have adopted. We have given somebody a mandate. He has weighed his options. He did not want to raise false hope. He wants to send the message gradually.
Bishop. Yeah. I mean, can we at some point at least criticize our own? If we need to criticize it.
I don't understand.
You say what?
See, I say I don't understand. What I'm saying in the sense is that he wants to remove it. He has said it the way he wants to do it. That we can criticize him, but you can see it in one way. I can see it in the other way. That it is better. He is not raising a false hope. He does not.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what the prince said?
Bishop,
he said,
can I quickly add 5 seconds to what you're saying? There's a difference between
shock absorber right now. We don't need all this, like look at what somebody on ground said already. There's a queue already. There's a queue.
Yes, there will always be a queue.
Oh yeah,
Bishop. Bishop, let me add 5. Bishop, let me interject for 5 seconds. There's a big difference between the Prince and Tinubu. Tinubu has been giving handover notes. He's closer to the details. Adewale is looking at it from an outside perspective, an outside view. Tinubu has seen the picture. They've spent months looking at the picture. So Tinubu is more well informed and knows maybe we have to take the pill.
It's not accurate that he's giving months. No, they gave him handover notes.
They've been transitioning for months now. Like 2 months at the minimum.
I think if we think we are expecting, I said this a few days ago, right on this platform. If we think it's going to be a roller coaster, like a stroll in the park, some decisions are going to be very painful. That is what we need now. It's like somebody is sick of malaria in those days. You don't want to drink Agbo. You don't want to drink Nivaquine or Chloroquine or Dagaquine. You don't want to take Novocaine injection. What do you want to do? None of them is sweet. None of them, no medicine that they can give to cure our economy, whatever now, that is palatable. None. Everything we must have to endure.
But then you've not answered that question when I ask you that. What's the guarantee that they will not still take this thing out to other countries to go and sell?
That's what I was answering. If it is deregulated, if they want to move it, let them move it. It's not going to affect.
We're not shutting our own ration within the Nigerian space.
The fact that government is not regulating it anymore, we attract people to come and more people will now invest in it. We have a Dangote already at the rate at which it is going, we will not have any crude for export. Dangote is 650, Bua is 200, that's 850. NNPC in Port Harcourt is 250. 850 plus 250, that's already 1.1 million. Then if we add all the modular refineries, the one in Kwale, the one in Delta, Nedo, the one in Akwa Ibom, apart from that, Bua, already we are thinking of about 1.5 million. We cannot consume 1.5 million barrels. So that is why, if we continue in this trajectory and we make it work, Nigeria will become the hub of petroleum product.
The bigger picture I'm giving here is this. Agreed. Yeah. We might end up having surplus to supply to the market. But what I'm saying is this: that number one, Nigeria doesn't have reservoir like here in America. They have gas reservoir. When we say gas, I mean petrol and all of that. They have reservoir that they've stored up for if there's no even petrol anywhere for 20 years, they will be pumping petrol out and be selling to Americans. We do not have that.
We have it. We have.
Where is it? Where do we have? Even we don't have it. Okay. Come. I mean, listen, Bishop, we do not have it. The tank farms are privately owned. Why is it that when they bring in fuel, and the next thing we hear is that the fuel is gone?
Okay, hold on.
Tank farm.
Give me a minute, please. How many days do you think we actually need? How many days reserve?
I don't think we even have up to 5 days.
No, we have more than 20 days at any point in time. We have capacity to store more than 20 days reserve. If you are consuming 1 million, 100 million liter today, I can tell you that for free. You can do your research yourself, but I can tell you that for free. We have more than 20 days reserve at any point in time. So if we supply stops,
where is it located? Where are they located?
I don't even know, because if you go to Apapa there, where is it located?
Where is the location for those
they're scattered everywhere. They're scattered everywhere. Do you know how many liters? How many liters can Mosini hold? How many liters can Ariara? Not Ariara. What's this? Depot in on Abaro when you are going towards Owerri by the left. How many liters can you hold? How many liters can Ibadan hold? How many liters can Apapa hold? Without even moving to the north. So I am saying NNPC has a reserve that can hold 20 days. That's about 2 billion liters. I know that because I've seen it in document and they are functional. And it's not just what they just built today. It's been there. You can do research on that and hold me responsible. So we have up to that. So if we are saying that what they claim we are consuming and we are not consuming it, that literally means that 20 days reserve can actually be extended to 30 days reserve. That's if anything goes wrong. And check the record. I don't want to quote any figure. Even Dangote, the holding tank that he has built, because Dangote himself want to go into retail, into petrol retailing, building filling station. They say he wants to build like 16,500 filling station, and he has a place they will be lifting from. So we have. It might not be enough. There might be a need to build more, but to say we don't have now, no, it's not correct. So we have. But the most important thing is that there is no decision that is going to cure where we are presently that is going to be palatable. There must be some degree of discomfort. The only problem we have with Nigeria, with ourselves, is that we always want to take advantage of the situation, and by so doing, inflicting more pain on already paid, pauperized people. We don't care. Like somebody was mentioning a few minutes ago that they should set up a place that's only government, only public transport. Hey, the same people will go and be buying, they will come and buy because they have license to buy. They will go and siphon it. They will go and siphon it and resell. They will go and buy, they will turn it into a business. So we take advantage, irrespective of how criminal it makes us to look. So no decision. We've looked at it left, right, and center. No decision that will be taken. Yeah, there might be a way to see how can we cushion it. Like we were debating on the $800 million loan for the palliative. Somebody suggested that. I was thinking that if that one is even invested in CNG run buses, this compressed natural gas, the buses that are not electrical, maybe that's going to be a better option instead of just sharing 5,000, 10,000. Let it be for workers, people that want to do mass transit. Let them use it like they did in the early 80s, in the days of Babangida, when they introduced all these mass transit buses. But it is a decision that must be taken. We have prepared for that decision for too long that kicking the can down the road by Tinubu now would have been very disastrous. So to the rational mind question, if it is plenty, if you want to smuggle it, keep smuggling it, you are only helping them to sell. At the end of the day, it will not even be profitable. It is you that will now drop the business because the people of Ghana.
It will be profitable. It will be profitable because when they smuggle it, they will sell it more. They will sell it to like 3 times the amount they sell it in Nigeria. And that will cut out of our ration. I mean, our own supply.
I will tell you why it will not be profitable. You see, where Dangote is what do you call it? Free trade zone, right? If Ghana is coming to buy, they are buying at the manufacturer. Every lifter that is lifting in Nigeria is not buying from Dangote. You are buying at X depot price. So already you are buying at more price than Dangote is selling. So if Ghana buy or a company from Ghana comes to buy from Nigeria and ship to Ghana by ship, is likely to be able to match the price of Nigeria. But you that is just buying, whether in jerrycan or you go and buy from filling station, and you will not transport it, you will make profit, but it will be so marginal. That profit will be, and if you run into 3 times and you realize you are running into problem, you just abandon the business. It will naturally just die away.
So what you're saying is, if Ghana, other countries come and buy within West Africa, our neighbors come to buy from Dangote or from Boa, other refiners here within Nigeria, and they take it to their country to sell, it's going to be cheaper. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Hello, Bishop, are you there? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we're here, man. Go ahead, man.
I think Bishop dropped. Maybe he dropped.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so who wants to Kulata, you want to say something, or BT, or who wants to say something?
Oh, no. I was just going to say, Bishop, I can still hear you. But no, I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, but the point I was just making earlier before Bishop came in is just that is one thing I was looking forward to. Number one, the real figures. What are we actually consuming? And to Ade's concern about
it's now cheaper than you that you are going to buy at X depot price. That's your
hold on, Bishop. Bishop, can you hear me?
I'm listening.
You dipped out. We didn't hear you for some time because we couldn't hear you. That was why we moved on. We moved on. So can you take it back? Can you take us back now, real quick? Babati, you come in later. Bishop, right?
I don't know where I got lost from.
Okay, let's take you back to this place. Are you saying that if Ghana and other countries come to buy from Dangote and from our refiners within Nigerian shore, and they take it to their country to sell, it's going to cut down their own price over there, the amount they sell it there? Is that what you're saying?
It might not be cheaper than Nigeria, but what I'm saying is that the Ghana that is coming to buy is buying from Dangote. You, as a petrol station owner in Nigeria, you are not buying from Dangote. You are buying at an X depot price. Somebody would have bought it from Dangote, add some little markup before you now buy from him. So the profit you are going to be making will not be too much. It's not going to be that attractive for you to go through the problem of having how to load and take to Ghana again. If you were making like 100 naira or 200 naira per liter before, now probably you'll be making like 10 naira or 20 naira. So if that small margin is enough for you, okay. But if you are expecting the kind of wide margin people are making now, it's not going to be there anymore. That is the disincentive to stop people from the smuggling. So it's not going to be there. So provided Ghana has, and they can buy from the refinery, the difference between what you are going to sell to them and what they will be buying is not going to be a lot. I don't know, economists can explain it better.
Well, we shall wait and see how that plays out, because that sounds like something that is from some fairy tale. We shall see.
Right.
We shall see. So thank you, Bishop, for that. Babati, you want to say something?
Yeah, so I was going to address this concern about us getting enough from Dangote. Remember, Nigeria actually owns 20% of that refinery, about $2.3 billion that we invested, and they have a deal. He has to supply what we need for local consumption. If there's more than your so-called modular refineries or whatever they have, the one in Akwa Ibom, I believe, is coming up as well, can supplement that. And it has to sell to us in Naira. So don't worry about that. He is obligated to sell to you for local consumption. What I am looking forward to is when those numbers that we actually consume come out. That will be something that we have to address, because the question will now be, we have to then persecute people that have been robbing the country blind, because they've not been, at least if you are supplying something from abroad is one thing, but to literally rob the country blind, bringing, because there was remember during good last time, they will literally bring sand in a ship or water. remember at those times, they literally bring water.
Yeah, we do hear that. Yeah.
And they will charge for bringing water and sand in a boat and get subsidy money. So we need to then go back and say, guys, what is the real figure? Who stole from us? Who needs to go to jail? Some people have to go to jail. Tinubu comes from that sector, right? He's worked in the oil sector, so he should know one thing or two. And hopefully he gets good advisors around him, experienced enough to fish out all these criminals. So that's what I am looking forward to. We need to solve this problem. It's not that difficult. It's not that complicated. Some people just
It is complicated. You make it sound like it's not complicated. If it's not complicated, so why are we in this quagmire for over 30, 40 years now?
No,
being
because
this quagmire.
Because
It's not as simple as you're saying it. It's a very complex.
It's not complex. They just don't want to do it.
That's my point.
Or they don't know what they're doing.
People robbing that sector made it that way to rob you. If you because it's supposed to be simple. If they made it simple, they cannot rob you.
The very thing at the core of this whole thing is NNPC. That NNPC needs to be the whole hierarchy there, the whole rank and files there needs to be totally overhauled. I mean, take them out, bring in new people to come and manage that thing. I don't, because the very core of this whole shenanigans and corruption within that oil sector lies with NNPC.
Yeah, see what you're calling for. What you're calling for. I actually think the right word to say is bring the right people that want to actually do something instead of saying just bring new people. We want the right. If you know how to do stuff, then put that person in charge. Don't just say bring new people. That's why I don't think that just saying we need new faces, we change and just put no. Whoever can do it you interview the person and you know this person can do it, or this person have investment. They want to invest and make sure they put their money where their mouth is. Put that. Don't just say bring new people. They might bring new people that has no idea what's going on. And
yeah, what I meant, yeah, I agree with you. Oriola. I mean, that's Oriola speaking. I agree with you. But what I mean by new people is I don't just mean bringing it dumb and people who doesn't know anything about it. But what I mean in bring new people is bring people
that's
who
how
are.
Nigeria does though.
Yeah, but I get you. I totally.
Should we separate? Should we for at least the first time have an actual like Minister of Petroleum? You know, it's always been the president. Also acting as minister.
I just hope people does not do that mistake, because if you go and put it under himself, or that tells you that we're going down.
That needs to stop. That needs to stop. The president should not be always acting also as the petroleum minister.
No, it's because of this, because of what comes out from that portfolio, because it's so. In fact, you know, that's the bulk of our earnings. It's from our export is from there. It's from that. So they believe that if they have it under their control, they can oversee everything and get juicy. I don't know, whatever. I mean, you see, this guy that just left, Buhari. People telling me that if you find out that guy does not have more than $1 million in his account, or
it's a lie.
That guy, he must have stolen money through proxies, either his sons or daughters. They should go and take out the account, or his wife. If they say he has 450 cows, that's the same thing he still has it now. It's a lie.
Cows,
So
to be honest with you, I see nothing wrong with people actually doing a little stealing if they're actually doing the job. If you're doing the job, you put the right thing in place. If you take little, we don't care. Just do the job. Do what we want. If you're doing that, even if you pocket some little money, we don't care. They steal everywhere. No government that doesn't steal in this world. They all steal, but they still do the job. So if you do the job, okay, we like you for that. If you pack some change, okay, but just do the job.
Yeah, it's a problem. But then Nigeria is just so too convoluted.
You know what's funny? I was reading about that so-called Nigerian air. This guy literally just rented the plane, put it in Nigerian air. This plane, I'm like, what the bloody hell is this?
There's no website. I mean, you can't even book a ticket. You can't even book a ticket. So what's the point of?
It's ridiculous. Like what?
You see what I'm saying? You see when I was saying that this northerners need. Don't get me wrong. When I mean northerners, I mean this northern.
Rational mind. Stop saying northerners.
Hold on now. Let me talk now.
You say cabal or something.
I'm saying these northern politicians that are just clueless. And not all of them, though. Don't get me wrong.
Southern politicians will do the same thing too. We had Jonathan. Remember, don't stereotype. It's not fair.
Oh yeah, we go again. I should not stereotype, right? So I mean, look at Sirica. Look at that.
That was that display of that.
Hold on now. I did not say it. I'm sorry.
No, not you.
You said?
I was saying that the Nigeria air thing was just ridiculous. It was just
No,
come
it's
on.
ridiculous now, but like, don't make it like a northern thing. It's just a corrupt
But
thing.
then, let me give you an example now. The Minister of Education is a northerner. What did he say? Say he knows nothing about education. And in fact, he's a professor. He's not a professor. And then,
But
good goodness.
there's southern people
It's
too
so
that have been
ridiculous.
appointed in places that they know nothing about.
No.
It's not a northern thing now. Don't make it. Don't
But
make
do
it.
you have to know anything about stuff to run it? You don't really, if you have a managerial skills, you're already, as a project manager, you just need to get the right head in the place. Just get the right people to do it. This is my goal. This is my vision. Then you have people that they're competent to do it.
But you guys just said it now, Babati and Kulaka. You people just said it's a swagger now. It's not swagger, you call it.
No,
Southwest agenda.
No. Why
No.
like this now?
At least I was listening. I was sleeping when you I just heard
Dawn
when you were talking
agenda,
about.
not swagger. Nobody says swagger. Dawn agenda is not. What are you doing now?
It's not the meaning of swagger. Southwest agenda. That was how Tinubu began. Now people were saying here that Lagos is the gateway, Southwest is the gateway. Southwest should be the whatever Ogun State or your state. They should industrialize those places. What happened to the rest of Nigeria? So if people are banking on Tinubu to come and do swagger, people started with.
Let me explain so you know where we're coming from. The whole idea is that each region has their area of strength and weaknesses, right? So if you have commissions like Dawn agenda for your, like case in point now, the Southwest, you can focus on your strength. What can you work this economic, and I always talk about economic integration of regions. We have states now. We can't go back. We might not be able to go back to the regional system of government, but there are things that we can partner, like Ogun and Lagos can partner with, or with Ekiti. So if you promote economic integration within the regions, then you can, I think the growth will be more rapid. You can do more things together as opposed to going it alone by yourself. Now, Southwest is very peculiar because they have Lagos. They have more funding. So how do you then work with Lagos? So once Buhari passed whatever he passed, they want to work on rail lines together. They want to work in power together and a few more things. So I'm saying that other regions should also replicate those things. K now came up with the idea that there's this peculiarity with the Southwest, and he went into details explaining that. Nobody was referring to swagger as some kind of we are the gateway to everything in Nigeria. No, we're just discussing that region. Nobody was saying that they need them to.
I was only trying to remind you of how you people started Tinubu's campaign now. That was how they started it now.
No, that's
swagger
a different
now,
topic. That was swagger. No, but we're discussing that. That's a different. Yeah,
and if you go to Abuja now, let me give you one thing maybe you don't understand about Nigeria politics. Every time anybody comes in, like when Jonathan was there, everybody, if you go to virtually all the old ministries, even contractors that are coming to ministries to come and look for contracts, they all dress like Niger Delta people. They wear this Niger Delta attire. Now, if you go to Abuja when Buhari was there, everybody like to have done this. Buhari's renowned this is hat that he usually puts on. This is cap. They will go to. What are we talking about now? You go to Abuja now. You see everybody now wears this Tinubu's what's it called, hat everywhere now. Everybody wears it like I said. We know all this thing. We know how Nigerian politics.
No, we don't. No, we don't know all these things.
The most ridiculous.
No, we don't know.
I've ever seen on that.
No, we don't know all these things. Have you seen any sign
that's what
Tinubu's going to behave the same way? Have you seen any inclination, any sign that tells you that's going to behave the way?
He's going to do what?
It's going to be a tribal. Have you seen any sign that's going to be a tribal president?
Well, the sign that I'm saying so far is that his minions, those people who are
because they wear hats. No, wait. Because they wear hats, that is enough.
Hold on now. At least one man here has played up so many of them now. Many of those videos of people going to Abuja and dancing and Yoruba women and all of that. I mean, they say it's our turn now. Our local, it's our turn now, right? It's our turn to come and chop, right? We shall see how it plays out, right? Let's just see how it plays out.
But study Tinubu's presidency. Remember when they were? It's always avoided appearing as being tribal or being ethnic. Even when his own people calls him out, if you notice, he shies away from being labeled as a Yoruba candidate or a Yoruba leader. He doesn't really do that. So I don't see him then after winning the presidency, he will now revert back to some kind of I mean, low key, he might do that, but it will not be open to where it's obvious. You're not gonna see that kind of Buhari or good luck. So I don't know what.
Yeah, but you can't win the presidency by being tribal. You need everyone. You need to go. You need vote from every corner of Nigeria. So if he get vote from every corner of Nigeria, so that means he's not tribal because he has to go beg them for votes.
No. He was talking about him being the president now. How is he going to govern? Is he going to be a sectional leader where he
He
favors?
can't be that. If he for him to be a president, first of all, he has to go over there and tell them, "I need your vote." So that means already, I don't think it's tribal that way. Because if you're tribal, you'll just stick to your own people.
These are two different things. Ariola, he has gotten there. We know the process that got him there. He needs the vote from everywhere. But now that he has gotten it now, is he going to be fair to every part of Nigeria? He said it in his speech.
Well, that means he won't get that in the next 4 years. If he wants 8 years, he better be fair to everybody.
Let me address that. Based on what I've seen with the Tinubu manifesto, that thing is going to favor 3 regions. It's going to favor the North Central, the South, and the Southwest. Everybody else will still benefit, but any region that has been clamoring for some kind of resource control, regional government, and having more autonomy is going to benefit because they are ready to go. They have a blueprint that they want to implement. Why do you think Akpabio is there? Akpabio is really there to help promote this regional integration or having to do your own thing. So they're going to offload more responsibility from the federal government to the states. So if you already believe that as a region, you will benefit from this incoming administration. I think that's where he's heading towards. So North Central, South, Southwest, they're going to be the key regions to watch out for in the Tinubu government.
Yeah, you go again. Now swagger now. I mean,
what is swagger in Northwest now? What do you keep doing this? Why is it doing this guy now?
It's okay. I'm just only pulling your leg. It's okay. I mean, I still even though I'm just messing with you, it's still what I believe that it's still swagger because that's how they started.
But
it's Southwest agenda.
Rational mind. Assuming it's even swagger. If swagger enlightens the country of what is possible and gives them a template of what to copy.
What is it? What template are you talking about? What the crap?
Amotekun was an example of a template of something to copy.
Now what? Say that again.
I said, if swagger or whatever you call it shows the country this is how we can develop by coalescing regionally and pulling our resources together to get things done. Other regions can look at it and say, well, this works. And then they do the same thing.
Right.
Will that be a bad thing?
It's not. Economic integration is the way to go.
Can I answer that question? Can I answer that question? Now, it will not be a bad thing if other regions see it the way you are seeing it. Because Nigeria is a very... I mean, didn't you hear what Babangida said when Obama played it to us here? He said his advice to him, apart from the trying to reorient the Nigerian army, he's saying that Nigeria is polarized. It needs to bring everybody together.
Can I reply that real quick?
Hold on.
It doesn't need to.
No.
Is that what?
No.
He doesn't need to. That's not his job. Just work for us. Do what you need to do.
It's like you're not in touch with the reality of what is going on in Nigeria.
Name one country that is unified. Name one.
Before I forget what I'm about to say, guys, sorry.
There's no country that is unified.
He doesn't
you shouldn't focus on that. Just do our job, man. Just do the job. You don't care for
just do the job, my brother.
In healthcare, it's called in healthcare we call it a evidence-based practice. When somebody sees something that works, nobody has to teach you before you start to adopt what they are doing. So if you see the Southwest doing something and it's working, you will be forced by your own people to adopt.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The country is so polarized that if they see it that way, they don't see it as one section is trying to dominate overall because it's a person that is there. That is fine. But if they start, because every time we look at things, we look at it from the prism of ethnic.
You see, because it's a person that is there now. You see, they want to turn everything to their Yoruba thing. Now it's all about Yoruba people now. Look at it. But if they see it like you're saying it, they understand it that way. They're not as biased mind as, because the reality on ground there is different from what all of us are saying here on the platform. We just had a former general, former head of state saying that Nigeria is polarized. He knows what he's saying because he knew it.
Why are you capitalizing on Nigeria is polarized as some albatross that will not make us? Let us have progress.
It is an albatross that is
No,
dragging us
it is
back
not.
for
It's
years.
an opportunity.
You can build on that.
You can build on that.
That would depend on his own skill. That was why he's advising him that he needs to bring people together. I agree with other AI and the other person, Uriola, that says that he needs to work. Yeah, work for everybody. Yes, fine. But don't make it look like it is Southwest agenda like your people started with from the beginning.
There's no Southwest agenda. We're just talking about.
Kolata, was that the one who made it up? Didn't you see how it began in Lagos when they were campaigning for him, when they were asking him to start his campaign? He started with swagger.
Can we move on from this?
Yeah, we go again. You people never hear truth. Emma first switch it.
It's irrelevant to the discussion. That's my point. It's irrelevant.
Let's talk about that we are talking about. The swagger is a support group that was put together by the likes of this Adeyeye man. They say it's an acronym that means Southwest Agenda for Ashwaju. That was ever before they started the campaign, just like a support group to market him, and they were going, what do you call it now? Soliciting support. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go on. We can hear you.
Going about soliciting for support. It was not like a vehicle or what it was an acronym that was formed by support. And I said something, and I'm going to quote myself about it. I said it here a few weeks ago. That look, it would be very unfair to think that Tinubu will be sectional. And this is what fashionable is list. Who's something is making that noise, please?
I don't know too. I cannot see that from here because go on.
Like the person in the kitchen, they fight pot and pans. Now this is someone when it was not fashionable to to appoint people outside your state. He actually appoints people outside his region, from Anambra, from Delta, from Kano, from Ogun, from Oyo, from Kogi, from almost about 7 or 8 states. And people of Lagos were even complaining then that if you have given more than 40% of your appointment to outsiders, so if somebody then could say he's looking for the best, and of course there was good reason for Lagosians to be angry. There was no state that did it then, no other state governor, but he did it. He got somebody from Anambra, he got somebody from Delta, he got somebody from Oyo, he got somebody from Ogun, he got somebody from Osun, he got somebody from Kogi, he got somebody from Kano, and one other state, I think Niger State. In his cabinet are all head of parastatals. So I believe it deserves to be given a benefit of the doubt that it's not going to be sectional. I believe so.
He better not be if he doesn't want trouble in his administration. He better not be.
Trouble to come. People have done worse, but I believe he will not do it. There's nothing that he won't do it because he has a target. He wants to make a difference and he wants to succeed. So he will want to bring people from wherever to make him succeed. But before we begin to castigate him and judge him on that, let us give him the benefit of the doubt first so that we can concentrate our energy on area of constructive criticism, not in an area that is baseless, that is just, based on conjectures and speculations.
No, we're not conjecturing now. Bishop, we're not conjecturing. We're only basing it because they said antecedent sometimes is antecedent is what you have to look at. And you put it straight. Like yes, he was a god. Please don't hold on, please.
No problem.
It's true that you said that he was one of those governors that employed people that were not Lagosians to work with him. I gave it to him, yes, and I said that on this platform. I know, but I'm just saying that those people who are championing him, they look at him as an opportunity for them to actualize their Southwest whatever agenda they're saying. Is he going to follow that? Well, we shall see. Like you said, time will tell. For his own benefit. Go on, please. Go on. Yeah.
Let me throw this out. Let's say Tinubu from his antecedents. Let's just say he continues what he likes to do, which is, he's someone that started the local government authority or whatever, LG or whatever. Let's say he follows the restructuring that Action Group Southwest have been pushing for. Let's say he follows that restructuring. Naturally, if he does something like that, it is people that are already prepared and organized that will take early advantage of. So if he starts that policy and Southwest now has, I'm just speculating. I'm just speculating here. If he starts restructuring, like devolves more powers to the states, and Southwest groups regionally, the way they group with Amotekun, they group regionally for economic arrangement, bring up Oduduwa investment again. Like they have all the tools. If they devolve power, Southwest may have an early advantage, not the long-term advantage, but an early advantage because they're already organized around that region. They can quickly pick up from where they left off. So if they pick up from where they left off and they're doing better earlier in the process, will you now be blaming Tinubu for that Tinubu pushed the policy that favors the Southwest, or Southwest was just more prepared to take advantage of those policies?
Well, yeah, that's a good question you asked. I would not blame Tinubu if other regions were given equal opportunity to develop themselves. But if it looks like the whole advantage was more tilted towards the Southwest, then that would be a problem. And that's where the problem would be then. Because not me, I'm not in Nigeria, I'm here. I'm only doing my political analysis based on what I'm looking at, I'm seeing. So my point is that, yeah, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is that he better not do it for his own peace of mind while being the president.
But
he doesn't want his government to be derailed, because I know the opposition will start from the north.
Stop learning.
Talk something, please. Can I go on?
Go on.
Now, what you just said now is making me to laugh. When Buhari signed those amendments, the 16 of them, that remove electricity generation from what do they call it now? The list, exclusive list. A week later, Southwest governors came together and they decided, they called something Dawn Commission, and they decided to float an energy, a power producing company of the Southwest. Okay. And they set up a committee. They started work on it since that day. Which other region in Nigeria has initiated anything like that? Just one.
Can you also add that they're also they're also going to do rail 2 together. They're going to have their own regional rail as well.
The Southwest.
Yes. Rail, yes.
Yes. They want to do rail that will link all the states. Which other region? Is it in South or the Southeast or the North Central that have come up with that initiative? So when opportunities come, people that are more prepared, for whatever reason, I'm not saying other people are not prepared. Maybe it just does not fall within their priority. So if they throw the field open, some people are already thinking ahead of time, and they would definitely seem to have advantage. And they should not be saying, oh, maybe because it's their man that is there, he gave them. It's not like that. It's just that people must.
Bishop, I agree with you. I've said it on this platform before that Southwest should the Southwest should create what is known as the Southwest Development Agency, like an agency that will serve as an advisory body for the whole of Southwest governor on how to develop Southwest. And like Lagos State should be a financial hub, like somebody was suggesting. One man was saying that to me that and maybe Ogun State and some part of Southwest State should be like more of like industry. The other one should be more agriculture. Like they should just space it and create some kind of real estate around those areas. Just urbanize Southwest states.
Do you know?
Now I'm glad that they are doing that. They're thinking
Do
in
you know
that
what's
direction.
funny? No.
But let me answer that question. Let me answer that question you just raised. Now the point is this: yes, Southwest has advantage ahead of other parts of Nigeria because of developments, the major developments right from the early times, like when Awolowo was there, started with Southwest. Well, I think what I will say here is this, that for me, whoever says at that time when they see that Southwest is catching up, I mean, is going faster than other regions, they should not accuse Tinubu for that. But my point is this: that the only way Tinubu will not be accused is that he should make sure, if you try and create an equal playing field for others too. Fine, if you're giving Southwest governors money for whatever project, or they come to you, oh, we want to do this rail, do not put any stumbling block the way you will not put for the Southwest. Do not do that for Southeast or South or South Northeast or Northwest. If they come to you too, give them same treatment. That's what I'm saying. But if it seems to like he's giving more preferential treatment to them, that is when I think there'll be problem where people will start accusing him of being sectional. But like I said, people will always say anything. People will always want to point finger and find fault with somebody.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so that's just my point.
Let me address your two concerns first of all. Number one, you can give everybody equal opportunity all you want, but if they're not ready to take
but that's up to them. Then that's a problem.
Yes. So that depends on you having creative and innovative governors to implement, or in that region, if they have their own schism issues, that is going to show. The unity in the Southwest shows, it reflects in the way they come together for economic integration. You can tell. Number two, you were talking about they want to make Ogun this, Lagos that. Guess what? It's already there. I grew up in an industrial town in Ogun. I know all these plans, they already have it. So it's not like that they are coming up with something new. It's always been there. It just collapsed in the 80s and 90s. So they are bringing it back. So that, like Kay said earlier, they are good to go. They know what to do. If you have time, study that Dawn agenda. It's amazing. Even the cargo stuff in say coming up around that Sagamu, that area, they're going to have all these industries for testing food supply. So before you ship it out to any country in the world, because they are always rejecting Nigerian stuff, that would be a lab testing site. So you can produce it on those, just put it on a rail, ship it down to Ogun, cargo. Go and study that. It's amazing. It is. They have that, so they know what they are doing. They know what to do exactly. And if the
it's the seaport coming up in Ondo State now. They said they've allowed them. They're giving them green light to build a seaport.
That's my point. You don't need federal government to do all of these things. If you have a creative governor that knows what he's doing, you will get approval. The Lagos has second airport. Just have investors come in. You do the bidding. They will come in, and federal government will approve. It's that simple. But this is my whole point. I don't want a country where we keep blaming Abuja for everything. We should be able to get off Abuja's house.
That would depend on Tinubu now to not to put something around himself.
Offload that federal that 60 items for that bill at least by 30. In my opinion, offload those responsibilities to the regions and the states. That would be that way we will know who's working and who's not working. That way you will be forced as a Nigerian to start voting for people that have something in their brain. You see my point? If I know that
I get your point.
For power, for energy, for agriculture, it all depends on my state governor. Then I'll start asking questions during campaign. I won't vote for idiot that is over the place giving to a 200 or 1,000. I will vote for competence because I know it will affect my life directly. That's what we should do. That would be the right way to go. And if I see that in Lagos is working, I will be forced to question my own governor. Ogbeni, what are you doing? They are doing it in Lagos, they are doing it there, they're doing it in Sokoto. Why can't you do the same thing? And that will also force economic integration because we're not all Lagos. States have to learn to work together. What can we do as if I'm a Labour state to you? The same way New Jersey is to New York, where they work together in terms of transportation, taxation of their people, whatever, whatnot. Then Ogun, in my opinion, Ogun and Lagos should have the same relationship, the same way New York and New Jersey has. It should be something that they have, and we should encourage and foster more economic integration among states. That is, to me, in my opinion, the key to economic growth. But if you have idiots as your governor, time will tell. Start voting for competently. That's where we're going, and that's where we should be.
All right, yeah. So I totally agree. So, well, you see, all these things are just too early for us to. I just hope this whole court case does not distract Tinubu from working if he wants to work. Yeah, and until when he gets removed, I hope he gets removed. Anyway, that's just really by that point. Yeah, I think I just hope he
so
gets.
sorry, your prophecy did not work today. I was
Yeah, but I hear you. No, don't get me wrong. I mean, if Tinubu comes in there and I mean, it does better. I mean, I think the only way he can get Nigerians distracted is if he comes in there and he performs beyond people's expectation. People will say, "What? I mean, what to hell with Atiku, to hell with Obi? What do they want to do?" I mean, we're already getting what this guy. I mean, what you people are promising, he's already doing it. You know, so yeah. For me, I believe if he can do that, don't get me wrong. I'm not that too. The only thing is that I just don't like his politics, how we got there. But if he can make up for, sometimes, like I said, you have to do little evil sometimes to achieve much good. So if those evils that he has done, in my own opinion, those evils of stealing Lagos State money, using it to promote himself and launch himself to the national limelight, if it's with the goal that I'm coming to seize the national power so as can, transform the country and make the lives of every Nigerian improve better than how it has been, fine and good. I would appreciate it for that. But if he's coming to continue the same shenanigans that he's been doing at local level and bring it to the national level and then impoverishing the Nigerian people more and making life miserable for them, then to hell with him.
Yeah, okay. I keep talking about economic integration. One of the key thing I think that it should do that we integrate the southeast and south. The south will be that Lagos to Calabar highway. That Nigeria needs that. Nigeria needs that Lagos to Calabar because it pretty much connects from Lagos Benin down. You need that for economic integration to move goods and
services. All this we're talking about is money.
You need that. You need those rail lines.
Talking of rail line.
Rail line, yeah.
Are you talking of rail line or highway?
No.
They said they wanted to build. They said they wanted to build a super highway on the coastal part of Nigeria.
That comes with that one is more of a West African project. That highway goes to as far as to Ghana.
But every country has to do their own.
Yeah,
you have to link it now. So Nigeria can begin their own.
We need a rail on that part. They have a rail plan as well for that Lagos to Calabar stuff in that same corner as well. Imagine being able to jump on a rail line from Calabar or to get to it. You need that for it. Come on.
It will lessen the traffic on the road, and this constant perennial time that road construction within that Benin or Express will decrease.
Yeah,
there will be ferrying group. There will be ferrying
goods and services. You don't need all these trucks on the way.
It will lessen the trucks on the road. Yeah. And the roads will last longer. Yeah. So somebody wants to say something. Go on.
No, that was me actually. I was just going to say we're coming up to the 7-hour mark, so okay. I'm not sure.
I want to start doing something now because I was thinking I was going to take like.
All right, so everybody can stay in situation. I'll just bring the stream to an end, and then the conversation can carry on in the back room. Should we do it that way?
Well, I don't know. It's up to everybody. I don't know. Me, I'm bouncing. I'm going right now.
All right. So
are you coming on later?
I might well do. I might well not. Okay. But I'll see how it goes. So thank everyone for listening. Well, if anybody else was here now, then I'll just let it flow. But I need to go get a meal and whatnot.
Why don't you make Ajali Koko? I think he's still here now. Why don't you make him administrator?
Ajali Koko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on?
Yes. Are you able to coordinate? I need to take maybe.
I'm at the middle. I'm very busy.
Okay. So that's your answer.
Ajali Koko with body.
To my people. Yeah.
All right.
It's in the middle of their socialist meeting, so that's
why. I know that continue.
All of socialists, when we are fighting for the interest of the people.
Fighting.
This Republican these Republican propagandists in America. Socialists. That's the way they call
exactly Biden and
Democrats in America too. They call them socialists when they are doing good things for the people. You see, Babati, our socialists in the socialist ideology.
No problem.
Babati and Kulata, the capitalists, extreme capitalists.
All right. So thank you everybody for listening. Join us. Just look out for the notice. I may well come on maybe much later in about 2 hours, or maybe not. But I'm going to bring this stream to an end, and then the conversation can carry on in the back room. So thank you, and look out for the notices. And